ALLATRA TV presents Kaleidoscope. Hello, dear friends. We're glad to welcome you on the 4th International Online Conference, Kaleidoscope of Facts. Today, on the 13th, we will talk, on the Friday 13th, we will talk about the topic of secret societies, organizations, their influence in our history, the Holy Grail, and the Spear of Destiny.
Today's online conference is broadcasted live on the internet and is also translated live into more than 10 languages. The online conference of today is organized by volunteers and participants of the ALLATRA International Public Movement. The content of the conference of today is based primarily on the information from the books of Anastasia Novych and the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, which can be found also online on many channels in many languages.
Kaleidoscope. ALLATRA TV presents Kaleidoscope based on information from the videos and participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and the books of Anastasia Novych.
And he brought them victory. And they adopted the white cloak and the
Templars.
And in the times of change, no matter which direction God sends him, he will act solely for the expansion. This guaranteed the survival of humanity.
Inconvenient facts, secret societies.
The Archons, due to the fact that huge settlements, cities began to emerge, leaders in Archons decided that they should be helped to rule properly. To counterbalance them, the Arcades, they went towards Shambhala, so exactly in the opposite direction.
The most mysterious and significant relics of the world.
Everything that falls into resonance has a sound. The whole universe is nothing but a sound. And there is a sound which has created matter and can control it.
Mysterious artifacts, the Spear of Destiny.
Everyone who says they have the original, well, claim that, they all have a copy.
Why are the priests still afraid disclosing the real history?
After all, it really was a serious time. Imhotep actually broke the system. They remember this ALLATRA person who gathered all priests and sent them to work. We live in the time of transition. 12,000 years have ended and 12,000 years begin. And the transition time is time of the era of Aquarius.
The lens journeys from the constellation of Orion to the constellation of Aquarius.
So we should face the truth and take a responsible approach to the present and even more so to the future, because our future, my friends, tomorrow will become our present. And it depends on us today what kind of present day there will be for us tomorrow.
Initiated by the participants of ALLATRA IPM from Germany and Austria. Today, Friday the 13th, we chose the important topic, the secret orders. At this day, one of the most powerful orders, the Order of Templars, was destroyed at this day. This order brought spiritual knowledge to people and left a great footprint in our history.
Surrounding the Ninth Templar. So there are many myths and legends surrounding the Knights Templar regarding their riches, their skills, their abilities, their knowledge. This is what made them most probably the most famous monastic military order of the Middle Ages. And they're very much investigated today. But still, many open questions remain. Like, what was the true purpose of the First Crusade? What were actually the purpose and the real aim of the activities carried out by the Knights Templar? Did they really possess special or secret knowledge? And especially, did they find the Grail or not? Let's look at the facts together.
Начинаем.
We start.
Итак, друзья, мы начинаем.
So we now hand over to Tatiana to start. Tatiana, please.
Bonjour. Да, сейчас. Bonjour. Officiellement,
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Hello, dear friends. Officially, in official versions, the Order of Templars was formed in Jerusalem in 1118. It was officially created by the first 9 Templars. But if these 9 figures actually appeared before the King of Jerusalem in 1118, the Order of Knights of the Temple was in fact born long before the meeting with the Holy Land. Indeed, I found one picture, one image. I will show it to you right now. Indeed, if we take a closer look at this order, it was created by 4 exceptional personalities, 2 knights named Hugues de Payens and Count Hugh de Champagne, and 2 abbots, Etienne Hardin and Bernard of Clairvaux.
Une personne, c'est Hugues de Champagne. En fait, si on regarde bien, tout part de cette personne. Le plus étonnant, c'est que j'ai cherché l'image de ce personnage et j'ai pas trouvé.
So it started from the Hugh de Champagne. We see in the historical writings that it started from this person.
En janvier 1993, il devient comte de Troyes, de Vitry et de Bar-sur-Aube.
And in January 1093, he became the Count of Troyes. And a few years later, he united the entire territory and became the Count of Champagne, Hugues I. As we know as well, he was very talented and gifted man. He received the knowledge and the history about the Grail and the location of the Grail in Jerusalem.
C'est pour ça, en 1993, il réunit 12 personnes de confiance.
And due to this fact, in 1093, he gathered 12 trusted people and set out on a secret mission to Jerusalem. They remained there for almost a year, but I searched for certain historical documents, but to prove it, but they haven't been found. This was the secret mission, but these territories were under the influence of Muslims, and they were controlled by the Muslims. And it was impossible to held some kind of search missions. But there were a lot of pilgrims from different countries that went to Jerusalem. And the Christians from all over the world, they came to Jerusalem. This is the historical fact. And the Hospitallers took care of them. But it was very difficult to find the exact area where the Grail was actually. And from this spot, it begins the second part of the search of the Holy Grail. And if we unite all the facts together, we will understand a lot. So the papal throne came to Urban II. This is the fact. And in the city of Clermont, France, he gathers an assembly calling for the crusade to liberate the Holy Sepulchre. But this call was ignored by the families of those in power. And we know that without the help of people in the Count of Champagne, the people who support the noble families in France, England, and Belgium. So the first crusade actually was taken place in 1099 to the city of Jerusalem in the Latin state. And suddenly there is the interesting fact that why the noble people who have a lot of money, why they left all this, and why did they have interest in this actually. We understand that if they knew that the Grail was in Jerusalem, and in 1090, the Jerusalem was actually taken by the Templars, and the king of Jerusalem gave a very important gift. A part of the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the mountain Moriah was given as a gift, which is also called Solomon Temple, was gifted to the Templars. In addition, I would like to remind you that in 1100 year, this happens unofficially, before the Templars were officially mentioned. So the first knights, the first Templars, lived very secretly and hiddenly, and nobody knew about them. They implemented their research, and they sold everything, just to search for the Grail. And they led very secret way of life, and they actively kind of dig under the basement of the Temple of Solomon. And Graham Hancock and some other sources talk about this fact, that they were looking for it, and they also found evidence. And there was a huge growth of this from 1100 and 1018. What they were looking for, like this Holy Grail, why everything changed. And they all, like the historians, were agreed that they had some kind of secret, like, let's take a look at the first Templars. The first Templar, the Hugo de Payne, vassal of, a trusted person of Count of Hughes de Champagne. So even if the Hughes de Champagne didn't take part in this mission, in this crusade, but his trusted person did. Louis Charpentier, very interesting historian, he talks about the 9 knights who were very, very, very close to the Bernard. And there is also interesting saying among the 9 knights who will present themselves to the King of Jerusalem, there are at least 2 who are very close to Saint Bernard. And there was Bedouin the First.
Alors, en conclusion, que la première croisade a été secrètement soutenue par, disons, les hommes qui étaient
So the first crusade, Templar Crusade, was supported by the people who took part in this story, the story of Grail.
En disposition pour avoir cherché tranquillement, en tout cas pour avoir des recherches, pas être dérangé par les autres. Le fait que le pape est le roi de Jérusalem, c'est un fait qu'ils savaient. Sinon,
so if we talk,
d'avoir des cadeaux comme ça royal pour des gens sans chevaliers.
So we can say that the king and the pope, they knew about this secret plan. Why would they give such important gifts to some people who were unknown, actually? And this was like during the first crusade, and this was the goal of Hugo de Champagne, to have access to the city of Jerusalem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Tatiana. Very interesting information. So now let's hand over then to Natalia.
Hello, dear friends. So I study the topic of the Templars, and as Tatiana said, from the moment of the First Crusade to the moment of the fact that we find out about the Order of the Templars, we have very, very little information that they took part in it. But, studying this story, it was interesting to me to look at the historical context, in which this crusade took place and how the Order of Templars was created. So what I was interested in. So since, starting from the 11th century, the entire Christian Western Europe has been embraced by the idea of returning to the origins of Christianity, the Evangelion ideas of poverty and purity of morals. So what does it mean? People of different classes criticized the luxury and violence, of bishops and cardinals. They denounced the cult of relics and the veneration of bone fragments adored with gold. We know that it was sold and it was a huge business. And the church actually criticized this as well. And in the second part of the 11th century, the Gregorian reform began. And this reform, it ended up with the church being in power. And after the 20 years, in 1095, the first crusade actually could be implemented and started. Pope Urban II called for the liberation of Jerusalem, and he promised to everyone, the wealth and money, but he called for the liberation of the Holy Land. It is interesting that not all people actually supported this idea. So who supported it actually? I was interested by the fact that a lot, that this crusade actually has been supported by the people who were not in fame for Pope. So Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lower Lorraine. So according to his contemporaries, he was the ideal of chivalry, bravery, and philanthropy. He served for the German emperor, and he took part in the war on the side of the emperor. So together, the party of many thousands of warriors, soldiers, he sold everything that he had, even his family castle. And, he said goodbye to his present life. He was chosen by the ruler of the city of Jerusalem, but he refused. And he said that he cannot wear the crown in the place where the Savior was wearing the thorn crown. So the king of Jerusalem becomes his brother, the Bodwin I, and Tatiana said that the brother of this duke, Bodwin I, will, give the part of the temple of Al-Aqsa Mosque to the Templars, actually. So I'm pretty sure that they knew about this. So, because the poor knights that, are given a possibility to stay in the palace, the king palace. And another knight, very famous person, Raymond IV, Count of Toulouse, is an independent ruler of Occitania. Today, this is the southern France, and at that time, it was independent territory, but the wealth of it was the same as the wealth of the King of France. So take a look at the coat of arms. And what's interesting that on the territory of Occitania in the 12th and 13th centuries, the Qataris church developed. And this church actually originates from the first apostles and denounced the Catholic Church. Thus, studying this part, I got an understanding that the representatives of two forces who had opposite goals were interested in the First Crusade. So on one hand, it was like taking the territories, and the Catholic Church was also playing the huge part in it. Thank you very much, and I give the floor back.
Добрый день, дорогие
Yes, thank you.
друзья.
Good.
Удивительная
There
возможность
is a
исследовать
great
факты
opportunity to
в
investigate
контексте этих
facts
событий
in the
привели
context
нас
of
к пониманию того, что
events
действительно
brought
это
us
был
to the
период,
understanding that there was
когда
a
остро
period
стоял
when
вопрос конфликтов веры.
there was a great
Если провести
question of
параллели с сегодняшним днем,
peace. And
к сожалению, мы
we
приходим
have
к пониманию того, что
nowadays,
вот сейчас
then
уже
we can
прошло
understand
более
that
2000 лет
more
с
than
рождения
2000
Христа
years passed
и
since
более
Christ
1400
and
лет с
more than
рождения пророка Мухаммеда.
1400
Но
years as the
ислам
birth of
и
the Prophet
христианство
Muhammad,
неизбежно
but
сталкиваются.
Islam and
По
Christianity
сути, оба
constantly
эти
collide.
учения изначально
Both of these
должны были
teachings
принести
were
людям свободу
supposed
и
to bring
любовь,
people
но по
freedom and
факту
love, but
они
in fact,
стали
they
причиной
become
перманентной
the reason
конкуренции
for
между людьми.
permanent
Это
competition
началось
between people.
еще в те
And
времена, о
it
которых мы
started
сейчас говорим.
at the time what we
Но
are
давайте
talking about
посмотрим, что
now.
происходит
But let's have
сегодня.
a look what is
Сколько точек напряжения, сколько
how
конфликтов
many points of
между
conflicts
христианами и
between
мусульманами, и не
Muslims
только,
and
сколько вообще
Christians
конфликтов
and
веры,
other
активных
nationalities
конфликтов веры на сегодняшний день в нашем мире.
in our world.
Как получается,
How came
что
that
отстаивание своих святыней или
How does it
отстаивание
come
своих
that,
святых становится для людей действительно
for
важнее,
people it is
чем
even more
сохранение
important
жизни,
to talk about
чем
their
размножение мира?
holy things
Это
than,
было во времена крестовых походов.
actually
Это
staying in
прослеживается
peace.
во время
And this was
истории
during the
других тысячелетий
Crusaders.
наших
This was in history
наблюдений, скажем.
during
Это
the
должно нам дать
thousands of
уже, в
years
конце
of
концов,
our
понимание того, что каждый раз происходит одно и то же. В чьих-то
we see
интересах
that each time
нас
it
сталкивают.
repeats, the same thing repeats.
И почему мы, люди, всегда
Who are
действительно на
interested
это
in
идёмся, да,
this?
если можно так
Why
сказать,
we, as
почему
human
мы
beings, as
берём
people,
в руки
why
меч и
do we
идём
take
убивать
swords in
своего
our
брата?
hands and
И на
act like
сегодняшний день,
this?
посмотрите,
And
эти точки
today,
напряжения есть
in
и
our
в
contemporary
Европе,
society, we
эти
see that
точки
we
напряжения
have
есть
the
в
same
Америке, и вообще на самом деле во всех
thing in
странах мира.
America, in
Такое
all parts
впечатление,
of the
что тучи
world.
сгущаются
We
над
can,
человечеством. И
if we take a
почему
look, we
важно
see that
изучать действительно
it becomes
историю, и мы
even
будем
worse and
сегодня
worse
говорить
with each
и о
day. And
тамплиерах,
if
и о
we
других
will
великих
take
людях,
a look at
для того,
the
чтобы
history
сделать
and
в
we will
конце
talk
концов
about the
эти выводы
Templars
уже
and
о
other
том, в какую
noble
сторону нам.
people, then
Свобода
we will
выбора
have the
человека
opportunity
всегда
to make a
у него в
decision
руках.
to
Почему эти
which
времена и называются
side
временами
to go
перекрестия?
to. Why these
От чего зависит
times are
свобода
called
выбора
the
человека?
crossroads? What
Кто принимает решение, в
on
какую
what
сторону мы должны
things the
двигаться? Давайте
choice of
поговорим
human
вообще о
beings
важности человеческого выбора
actually takes
сегодня.
place. So right
Оставайтесь с
now I would
нами, мы
like
затронем
to
очень много
talk, and
интересных
we would
тем.
like to talk about the human choice
Спасибо большое,
during this
Алина.
conference. Thank you very much, Alina.
Ты очень верно отметила, что
You
это очень важно изучать
you
историю.
have
И
said
когда мы говорим
correctly that it's so important to study
историю
history.
взаимоотношений
And when
тамплиеров
we
и
are talking
мусульман,
about the
на самом деле
history
данные весьма
between
противоречивы.
Muslims and
В основном
Christians
упоминается о враждебности между
and
ними,
Catholics,
однако нужно отметить, что в те
we
времена
can say that it
было множество
must be about
междоусобиц за
conflicts,
желание править
but we
в
should
Святой
mention that
Земле
there were very
Иерусалиме.
many
В то
problems at
время
that
на самом
time.
деле происходили жестокие бои,
And
но
there
далеко не всегда это
were a
были
lot
бои
of
между христианами и
fightings,
мусульманами.
but not only
И
always
представители одной и той же веры
Muslims and
часто между собой выясняли
Christians.
отношения. В то же
At
время
the same time,
существовали
there were
положительные
quite respectable relationships between Templars and Muslims in spite of this religious
При
split.
подготовке нами было
While
проанализировано
preparing
большое
for this
количество
conference,
информации
we
на
have
арабских
analyzed a lot
языках,
of
на русском, английском,
information
чешском,
in different
французском, русском,
languages.
и во многих
And
источниках
in
мы
many
находим свидетельства
sources, we
мирного
can see
и уважительного
the
взаимодействия вне поля
approach
битвы.
of good
Они
relationships.
поддерживали между
They
собой активные
supported
отношения
quite
и не
active
только торговые.
relationships, and not
У
only
тамплиеров не
friendly.
было интересов и целей
There
бороться и
were
идти против
no
мусульман.
interest
И
for Templars
необходимо
to
опровергнуть
fight with
распространенные
Muslims,
поверхностные
and we should
заблуждения, что
disprove
первоначально
such ideas.
первоначальные
That
рыцари-тамплиеры
at first
совершали крестовые
Knights
походы якобы
Templars
призванные
had
уничтожить
some
мусульман и
crusades
искоренить
because they
ислам.
wanted to
Храмовое правило 1129
demolish
года нашей эры,
Muslims.
являющееся основополагающим уставом
And
ордена тамплиеров,
the Order of
осуждает
Templars,
крестовые
it,
походы, критикует, говорит, что
it
они грабили вместо того, чтобы
it says
защищать.
that it is a
Такое
wrong idea
неэтичное
to
поведение
kill Muslims
крестоносцев,
and so on.
которые не были тамплиерами,
And
и подрыв авторитета истинных тамплиеров был
the,
вызван
this idea,
коррумпированными
the idea
чиновниками из
that
светских
Templars
королевств,
like Muslims
трудящихся в политической или
because of these
экономической выгоде и
bishops and
саморазвитии.
other high rank
Авторитетный историк
priests
XIX века
who strive for
Эмилион
power.
Готье проследил первоисточник
Emilion
этих
Gautier
коррупционных манипуляций.
traced this
Он разоблачил первопричину со стороны
manipulative
династии
ideas,
мировингов, которую он описал как
and
политический клан,
he
ведущий себя
explained
как
that it
самопровозглашенную расу
started
правящих
from
элит.
Merovinger's.
Какая ситуация была на самом деле?
So, what
The-
was the
Как
true
утверждает британский
situation?
историк
As the
Пол Ред,
British
тамплиеров,
historian
проживающих
says,
на
that
святых
Templars
землях,
who lived
упрекали
on
в
the
том, что
Holy
они были
Land,
слишком мирными и слишком
they were
обходительны с
actually
мусульманами.
told that they were too peaceful.
Тамплиеры
And the
разрешали жить мусульманам
Templars,
в своих домах и
they
разрешали им
let
молиться
the Muslims
в
live in their
мечетях.
in their houses, and they
Такой
allowed
яркий
them
пример мы
to
находим в
pray.
фотографии
And
певицы и
we see
полководца
an
Усама
example,
ибн
that
Мунквида,
this
который в
example in
1140 году
Osama
посетил Иерусалим. Как турист он зашел в
writings
старую
in
мечеть Аль-Акса,
he came to
чтобы
the
помолиться, и
Al-Aqsa
подвергнулся жесткому обращению со стороны
mosque to
Франка,
pray, and
который
he
обвинил его,
was
что он
actually
неправильно молится. Не
um,
в ту сторону,
the other
и
person said that he
тамплиеры
is praying
вмешались,
incorrectly, but
осветили его и
Templars,
извинились перед
they
ним.
came up to him and said, that
Также
he can do this the way
мы находим
he
факты, что
wants.
в
And
периоды
we
христианского овладения
see the
Иерусалимом
facts that
святые
during the
места официально могли
Christian
посещать как христиане, так и
that
мусульмане, и это было
Christians and
зафиксировано
Muslims were
в
allowed
договорах, подписанных между христианами и
um,
мусульманами.
to enter the
Против
mosque,
слишком
and it
большой
was in
терпимости по
the
отношению к неверующим
agreements that
протестовал
were
и папа,
signed.
но во времена самого
And
большого расцвета
during
тамплиеров
the
это не имело подслушки.
the
враги этот
the
факт не
highest
забыли, и,
times of the
возможно, отсюда
Templars,
произрастают корни более
we
поздних
see these
обвинений.
examples, and they were uniting
Корректные
people.
отношения с мусульманами
So
приносили
good
целый ряд выгод, и
communication with
тамплиеры это понимали,
Muslims
многие
gave them
высокопоставленные тамплиеры не только владели
good
арабским, но и
opportunities.
прекрасно
And
ориентировались в
Templars were
политической
also
кухне
not
арабского
only
мира, часто
aware of
становясь
the Arabic
посредниками во время
language,
переговоров
they
о мире,
also
обмене
participated
военнопленных и
during
так
the
далее. Например,
political
известно о дружеских
negotiations.
отношениях между английским
And
королем
we
Ричардом
know
Львиное Сердце
about
и
the
завоевателем Иерусалима
friendly,
Саладином.
communication between the
И любезные отношения с
King Richard
мусульманским монархом
and
и исламу
between the
Фридриха II,
Muslim
прославленной фигурой шестого
monarch
крестового
as
похода.
well.
И не совпадение, что
So
именно
it is
Фридриху
not a
удалось добиться разрешения для
coincidence that
христиан на посещение
Frederick
Иерусалима причем не военным путем, а путем дипломатии.
got an agreement
Современные хроники
by
XIX века
negotiations, not
документировали дружбу
in the
между
war,
многими
in the
рыцарями,
peaceful way.
тамплиерами и мусульманскими
And
сарацинами Саладина.
also,
Это отмечает и историк XIX
the
века,
historian
описывающий
of the
визит
19th
Саладина с
century
рыцарем-тамплиером
also
Торонским в лагере
gives us
короля
the opportunity to see
Амалика
that
во
it
время
was,
Александрийского перемирия.
written.
Проживая на Святой Земле, тамплиеры получили доступ к знаниям
And
различных
while
областей,
living on the
начиная с
holy
сельскохозяйственной,
place,
технической,
Templars
заканчивая
received
арабским,
a
научным
lot of
и иной литературой. И отсюда
opportunities
возникает
to,
вопрос,
read
почему мы не
the
находим
different
в
literature
достоверных
and do the
источниках прямых
agricultural things.
упоминаний
And
о взаимодействии тамплиеров с
there was
мусульманами.
an
Хоть это
interaction
было
between,
очевидно, как
of
с одной и с
Templars
другой стороны,
and
они
Muslims.
обладали передовыми
So
технологиями,
they
были
had,
развиты в различных
modern
областях наук и
technologies.
культуры. Почему
They were
навязывать
very,
мир
very
враждебности?
smart. And
И также интересен тот
it is
факт,
also interesting that
почему тамплиеры проживали на мусульманских
why the
территориях и
Templars
какой
lived
интерес у
on
них
the
был
Muslim
в этих землях,
territories.
но об этом
What
мы
was
узнаем
their
в дальнейшем
interest in
ходе
this? But we will know
нашей
about this a
конференции.
bit
Спасибо,
later.
я
Thank you very
предоставляю
much. I pass the floor to next speaker. Thank you very much, Irina. Thank you to our speakers. We also would like to give the opportunity to Jason from the United States to talk about this topic, because you raised a lot of interesting questions about the connection between the Templars and Muslims, who they were in communication, and they were not enemies.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Awesome.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Jason.
Thank you to all the speakers who have given some interesting information. I would only like to add what I found in my research, giving the period and timeline of the Templars prior to the year 1120. There's only 2 surviving documents that link the Templars prior to the year 1120. And of those documents, we know the established original 8 knights. But what we don't know is what happened prior to the First Crusade. And I found an interesting link between Peter the Hermit and the Knights Templars. For anyone who doesn't know, Peter the Hermit was a tutor of Geoffrey de Bouillon. He was his tutor. Peter the Hermit was also a soldier under Geoffrey's father. And there was quite a lot of meetings that happened with the loyalist and imperialist of Calabria, Italy, and this mysterious order of people who were in search for interesting artifacts. I bring this to point because it's Peter the Hermit who had came from Jerusalem and initiated the very first crusade to Jerusalem. He came back and discussed what was going on between the Muslims of that era and the Eastern and Western Christians of that time. And the reason why it incited such a group effort, if you will, as we discussed earlier, that these imperialists and the loyalists to the Pope and the kings all gave their money and all gave their people. The reason is because they wanted to unify the Eastern Orthodox and the Western Christians. And so Peter came and told the Pope about what was happening to the Christians there. And then the Pope then sent out Peter to be the voice and speaker to basically incite this movement of roughly 40,000 people to initiate the First Crusade. Now, the other interesting fact is one of the very first, since we brought up the Muslims and what historians believe to be a sympathetic nature towards Muslims during a time where that was a bit weird, to say the least. Hugh de Paynes was believed to be a descendant of Muhammad. He was also believed to be a cousin of Count Hugh of Charlemagne, based upon his pedigree. I'm going to speak a little bit later on the interesting connection of the escapees in Switzerland and in Portugal and in the foundation of the Scottish Freemasons within Scotland. And that's all I have so far, and that's what I wanted to add because it's interesting. And if anyone else has any information, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you.
Спасибо, Джейсон. Спасибо. Я хотел бы поговорить также о
Thank you, Jason. Thank you.
о финансовых
I
операциях
would like to
тамплиеров, потому
speak
что
about the
в этом,
financial
я думаю,
operations or
мало кто
transactions of
знает. Это был
Knights of Templar.
достаточно
I think
мало
few people know
изученный
about this
аспект
because
деятельности.
actually this was something
Это
that
то, о
wasn't
чем
quite
говорится в
studied.
мемуаре
But
Леопольда
this is
Делиля,
what
который
the
был
memoirs of
опубликован
Leopold de
Французской академией
Lille
наук
speak of,
еще в
and it was published by the
1889
French
году.
Academy of Sciences
Если
in
кто-то хочет
1818. 9. If you want to read it, this information on their financial transactions is mentioned in volume 33, part 2. So the author notes that the financial aspect of the Knights of Templars activities and the importance of the order in the Middle Ages remained poorly understood, poorly studied. So he conducted some research to shine more light on this topic. And you must understand that for a long period of time, the Templars kept a significant part of European capital in their hands. And they had this prestige and trust, and just money flowed towards them, and they were keeping and guarding and treasuring the money of church, of many individuals, of princes and kings. Actually, he himself had the influence on the creation of administrative bodies from the time of the reign of Philip II. He ruled from 1180 to 2023, to Philip IV. Philippe le Bel, he ruled from 1285 to 1314. In the Middle Ages, the temples of the Knights Templar were respected, especially during the wars, when people would often leave their valuables in their possession for these things to be preserved and to avoid theft or robbery. And of course, the temples that were skillfully built by the Templars, and actually I think they were great engineers, and the temples that were guarded by these well-established knights, they made people confident. So, and even kings believed that their money, jewelry, and securities were better protected by the Templars than in their own castles and fortresses. And actually, you could see this more in Paris and in London, but you could see that in other temples as well, but let me just give you a couple of examples to illustrate it. For more than a century, the wealth of the King of France was in the Paris temple. Unfortunately, the temple itself has not remained. There's just the metro station left now, but the temple itself was destroyed. So just imagine, the King of France was keeping his treasures with the Templars. And I have already said, and actually there was a document dated June 2012, which says that the Templars were entrusted with the execution of wills. So in this document, Pierre Sarrazin, whose name bears one of the streets in Paris, going on a pilgrimage, he left all his fortune in Paris, in the Paris temple, and he bequeathed 600 livres to the Abbey of Saint Victor to buy wheat, 100 livres to his mother, and the rest of the fortune was to be kept in the temple until his heirs came of age. Also, at the beginning of reign of Louis IX, who actually was crowned on the 8th of November 1226 at the age of just 12 in Reims, after the death of his father, Louis VIII. So, in fact, until he came of age, his mother was in power, Blanche de Castille, or you can translate it into English as Light of Castile. So I'm mentioning this king because the church in the future made him a saint. But, sorry, I got carried away a bit. But what I want to say that the standard of the unit of weight, livre, was stored in the Paris temple of the Templars. And people came there to verify and check against the other weight units and so on. In 1258, the peace treaty between Louis IX and the English King Henry was deposited in the Paris temple, and in 1261, jewels of the English crown were deposited in the Paris temple, which the King of England decided, just in case, in view of the rebellion in the ranks of his baron, to send for safety to Queen Margaret. So she checked everything according to the inventory, and she ordered to transfer all the contents to be preserved in the Parisian temple of the Knights Templar. So further, the kings, in the course of their operations, put these things under mortgage, while the jewelry was always in the temple until 1272, until Henry III took them back, naturally in complete safety, according to the inventory, to the list. And we can go on for a long time. The memories themselves are 95 pages long. What I just want to say that the Templars were also trusted in the London Temple, where they also deposited royal jewelry, secret treaties between monarchs, and even the royal seal. As I have already mentioned, the Templars were given for safekeeping the private capital as well. And not only in the capital, but also in such cities as Saint-Gilles, Montpellier, La Rochelle, Saint-Vaubard, in Normandy. The Templars not only kept the funds, but they also carried out orders for one-time and regular payments to the children and relatives of the owners, including in other cities and countries. So in 1250, during the Egyptian campaign, on board of one of the Templars' ships, funds from private individuals were transported. And people had to lend to pay the ransom for King Louis IX, and the ransom was 200,000 livres. And they had just 170,000 at their disposal. And there are documents in the Old French that describe this process of how king's men took the missing 30,000 livres by force. So the thing is that the Templar commander, Etienne d'Atricourt, refused the king's people, arguing that the money could be issued only with the permission of those who entrusted it to the Templars. There was another interesting case. There was such a king of England and the Duke of Aquitaine, John, King of England. In 1214, he was also called the Landless. In 1214, in order to avoid problems with barons in the west of France, whose lands were seized by Philip II, and actually we started our conversation from Philip II, so he promised to pay quite decent annual allowances so that they did not went to the side of the French monarch. But he had a problem. The prince's word was not really believed, especially considering the fact that his monetary reserves his treasury was sort of becoming empty. So, to make his promises strong, John paid, together with his promise, enough money to the Templars in La Rochelle to pay over several years. So this John, King of England, regularly resorted to the services of Templars in financial transactions for the receipt, transfer, and payment of funds between England and France. And there are relevant documents that prove that. For example, in 1206, to release Gérard d'Aty, a captive of Philip II, and there were wars, so there were captives, prisoners of wars, and he asked the Templars to pay 500 marks in Paris, while the payment of this amount was made in London. And in August 1213, John instructs the Templars to pay 2,000 marks to the Earl of Salisbury in Flanders. On July 22, 1215, he instructs the Templars in England to pay the 1,100 marks that he had borrowed from Poitou. So we see that the Knights of Templar were making the international transfers. Also, Popes Innocent III and Honorius III regularly resorted to the services of the Templars to send money to the Holy Land. In his letter dated July 1st, 2012, or 1220, Honorius III notes that only the Templars and Hospitaliers could be entrusted with the international dispatch of the collected money. So the thing is that he could only entrust this task just to these two orders. And Innocent III sent through the Templars to the Patriarch of Jerusalem and to the Masters of the Templars and Hospitaliers the equivalent of 1,100 provincial livres in gold. And Baudouin II, Emperor of Constantinople, pledged a real cross on security in 1240 in order to obtain a huge loan from the Templars in Syria. In other words, we see the scope, right? On the 30th of April, 1249, Yolanda of the Bourbon family, while in Cyprus, Limassol, borrowed 3,750 French livres from the Templars, which were minted in the city of Tours, which the lady promised to return at the next fair in Lernia. Why do I highlight where the money was made? The thing is that every region had the money of its own. And while making a summaries of all the financial transactions that the Knights of Templar were involved in, we would understand what they were doing already back then. So they were helping with the deposits and keeping. So also Knights of Templar were responsible for tax collection, loans, advances, security deposits, currency exchange, international money transfers, and payments under guarantee in another country. Also, there were regular payments on benefits, pensions, etc. And all the clients who had current accounts had all sorts of transactions. In addition, Knights of Templar participated in negotiations and payments of ransoms for prisoners of war. So they were involved in both negotiations and payments. I should add that the Knights of Templar took care of the people, and all the serfs whom the Knights of Templar received with the purchased land were freed. Housing was built and agriculture was organized for them, irrigation and other things related to agriculture, and temples were built. And in less than 200 years, the Knights of Templar financed the construction of about 200 temples. And of course, such financial obligations are beyond the power of modern states, if we compare them. According to experts, the Order of the Knights Templar annually received about 112 million livres from the financial transactions. In terms of today, it's 196 million euro. So I think that these figures and the scale of the transactions is quite impressive, given the fact that this was almost 1,000 years ago. Thank you very much for your attention. I give the floor to the next speaker.
Excuse me, may I add? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Alex, for this interesting and detailed speech. I would also like to add a little bit for the viewers who are not familiar with Templars, just to understand one thing, that Templars, they gave the oath of poverty, and they didn't have anything on their own. I mean, they didn't have any belongings. It belonged to the temple, and a lot of people could take this oath regardless of their social status. And social status at that time was very important. And to become the knight, and if you don't have any, just to become the knight without the specific social status was impossible. Because this way of life, being the knight of the temple, changed their lives. They actually invented the banking system, and they could, leave and to different missions, but they could give the permission to use the money of the temple. And what's interesting is that the map that you showed, this is the map where we can see the roads. This is the north of France. We can see the roads, the schools, the hotels where you can eat and sleep and get some rest. And they were like as a part of the Templar order. So this was like a guarantee that no one will steal you there, no one will steal your belongings there, no one will kill you, and you will be safe and sound. And this is also very important. And this was not just only the bankers, but they were very kind to people, and they actually like bought one servant of very respectable person, but they didn't have enough money to buy this servant. And that is why they lended money from the rich Italian who passed by at that time, and they promised that as soon as they will be at home, they will return this money to him. And this is what they were giving this because people understood that the Templars will never take any money or anything to themselves. It will all be given to the temple. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you so much. This is very interesting facts, especially when we take a look at the Templars' activities, not only in Europe. I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Dr. Antonio Las Heras. He's from Argentina. Please. Antonio, I'm sorry, we cannot hear you right now. Yes, it's good right now.
Algunos comentarios en base a lo que estuve escuchando.
Okay, so the friendship that was really friendly relationship between Ricardo Corazón de León and the son of Eleanor acquainted as Saladin. Let us remember that it is historically proven, and when they both met to sign non-aggression pact, they were several days there. They have been in the tent of Saladin for several days, and they lifted the flags, and they had a very deep conversation. And of course, Richard, the Lionheart, Richard the Lionheart, I was very interested in the detail that Richard actually defeated Saladin. It happened on the 11th of September. I think that this is the date we need to take note of, because what happened after that has a certain relationship to this. Another topic, what we have just heard, and I think it is very important, I would like to say that in the 12th century, the Order of the Temple have built, in order to build the temple, the church, they they brought in a certain type of rock, and this is kind of like also a fact. It's evidence of their architecture, of their engineering. So we can see that the Templars were in Europe at that time, and it happened also in the South America. We can say that the Knights of the Templar were the creators, and this is not an American Express actually developed it, but the Templars did. So they actually were able to safely exchange money without any problems, and they were dealing with the highway robbers, and the Templars needed an extraordinary source of financing, surely. And where they got this financing, their funding. So the financing was that during 200 years, they needed on the silver coin. At the time, that silver coin was more valuable than gold coin. And Templars were one of the few who minted silver coins without subverting the value. That is, without adding other metals or the elements and making like a counterfeit. So, for example, the King of France, who later goes to seek to stop them, when he came, I mean, other researchers, some simple researchers of mine, like Dr. Demaghi, Dr. Guillermo Terra Bernardo, and others, they were convinced that the Templars extracted the metal, the silver metal, from a place that is not listed on the maps of the 20th century or 13th century in Europe. Well, at least official maps. So, and the point is that the mission was in the Middle East. They were to take care of the travelers. However, the Templars, their most important point, that fortified the port with the defenses of the time in the port of La Rochelle in France, which is in the Atlantic Ocean. What the Templars wanted, the most important port on the Atlantic, and also they still could visit France, La Roche. The size of the walls can be seen to take care of the place with the Templars. So they had to go to the Middle East to make more sense of port to the south of France through the Mediterranean directly to the Holy Land, because the Templars made their trips to what we know today as America. For example, to what we now know as Mexico, where the mines of Plaza America Dursarabut, this is a part of Brazil and Paraguay that is between Bolivia and the north of my country, which is Argentina. So there are silver mines there that Dr. Jacques de Mahio and Guillermo Terrera still see that there were silver mines there. And including to my research, we can find innocuous traces and demonstrate the presence of the Templars in this area. For example, in the South Bolivia, north of Argentina, there can be seen Templar crosses and different alchemical symbols. So, another example is the place to the north of Argentina, almost at the border. And this is quite an inhospitable desert called Laguna Colorado, which is 17 kilometers to the, well, the closest town is 70 kilometers away. And this place is called La Quiaca. And the most interesting thing is that among the petroglyphs that are indicated by anthropologists, by academics as figures that they have, that they are dated at least 19th century or 12th century. So these petroglyphs are difficult to identify the date, but there can be seen people mounted on a horseback carrying swords, carrying spears, and they have a Templar sign at the top. So what is interesting is that this is the pre-Columbian actually time. So, and there were some, legends and stories. For example, that there is still an original group called Aymara that is more than 2,000 years old, and the stories from the is passed from parents to children. So they also talk about the mines and the extraction of minerals, which is a resourceful place in Mexico. There are also some stories about this. So this also indicates that the Knights of the Temple were there at that time. So, financing, as the previous speakers explained very well, they had a very good financial status, and they could, make loans, transfer money from London to Rome, and I'm going to finish in a little while, but I would just like to stress that the Templars have actually been able to make these coins, and there are certain facts that indicate that this coin also can be seen in America. So we can see the cross, but this is dated in a pre-Columbian America. So this is a ceramic copy, but you can see that there are 4 cardinal points at the center, and this is very interesting because this is a sign of Templars, but this is in America, in pre-Columbian America. Thank you very much. This is all I wanted to say.
Por favor, Dr. Professor Antonio Las Heras из Аргентины. Доктор Las Heras является доктором профессором в
Dr. Las Heras is doctor and professor of sociological psychology, and he's researching on the Templars in the Latin America. Thank you so much. You showed us very interesting symbols that is connected to the Templars, and we will take a closer look to these symbols in the second part of our conference. Thank you so much. And also, it would be very interesting to take a look at the missions and travels of Templars. So I give the floor to Tatiana.
Yeah, do you hear me? It's very interesting to hear the report of Dr. Antonio because really it seems to be quite fantastic that before Columbus, the Templars could visit America. I would continue this topic, and I would like to say that it was actually possible because Templars had their own fleet, they had their places where they were built, and they invested money into development of different sciences.
In 1216, the Emperor Frederick II of the Holy Roman Empire published a document that actually gave access to Templars to build their fleet. And there were a couple of types, 3 types of ships for the horses transport, for the businesses. That kind of ships could transport between 40 and 100 of horses. And if you take a look at the image, could you please put on the image? Thank you. So in the black dots, it is indicated the ports owned or used by the Templars as of 1162. As we can see, almost the whole coast of Western Europe or even the Western countries were owned by the Templars. There were ports in France, Italy, Spain, England, in small Armenia or modern Lebanon, Syria, Israel, and modern Turkey. And in the 12th and 13th centuries, the Templars actually owned about 20 commanderies of the Coast Guard. So it played an important role in trade, and they united approximately 9 countries. So there was trade, travel, people communicated and exchanged the knowledge, and they studied and exchanged the culture. And it is very interesting, the port La Rochelle in the history of Templars. You can see it right now on the image. What's interesting in this port, after the Order of Templars created it, it became, it started growing, and the little village started growing, and the Templars started building a lot of fortresses around this place. And also after the Templars came there, also we can find the silver coins. They began to spread rapidly, and we know that from the speech of Dr. Antonio, there was no silver there. So it started growing very rapidly, and you can see this little dot, the port, and the Port La Rochelle, and the Templars could actually come there. And the settlements that were closer to the La Manche, they had on land connection. So this is another fact that actually justifies this assumption that the Templars could actually sail to the America even before the Christopher Columbus. So also the order carried out very active construction work, and between 1000 and 1300 years, there was about 2000 cathedrals and monasteries built in France, and later on, no more than 150 such buildings were built in France. And as you can see and understand, others cannot be compared by the beauty and greatness. So we can say that in Middle Ages the roads were of very poor quality, and also there was a lot of thieves on the roads that could, at any moment could, be on your way. So the Templars guarded their roads, and they built comturi, so it's like the castles, so where you can stay for the night. And to use the Templar roads, you didn't have to pay for it. Also, we were interested by such not building, but the bridge Avignon. Could you please show it? Yes, thank you so much. You can see it right now, the thing that is left from this bridge. So this bridge was about 1 kilometer long, and it was constructed during the 12th century. It was actually, the construction began in 1177, and it took 8 years. So it was built of natural materials, but very, very strong. And the history of construction of this bridge is unknown for us. There is no information who built it and with what purpose. And there is a legend that there was a boy named Beneze, and he saw God, and God told him to build this bridge. But why there is such secret around this bridge? If we understand that if some monarchs built it, or it was built by Catholic Church, they would also, notify the whole world about this, just to raise themselves over the other people and show their power. But we understand that we can assume that it is connected to the Templars, because at the same time, around the city of Avignon, in 1070 year, the Templars owned large finances there. So as a conclusion, as an assumption, we can say that they built this bridge. It is very interesting. But moreover, this bridge connected two countries, France and the Roman Empire. And different people who traded, they used this bridge to travel to the city of Avignon. And yeah, it was very good connecting point between the countries. And I would like to add that, reading the information about the Templars, I got an understanding that they were very progressive people who actually traveled a lot, learned a lot of technologies. They were developing the infrastructure, and they did everything for the sake of humanity. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention. I pass the floor to the next speaker. Thank you, Tatiana. We kind of got along with the Templars and bankers and constructors, but I would like to add a little bit about the fact that the Templars were very, very good innovators. For example, in the agricultural development, they were very great. And in some areas, they practice the 4-field crop rotation. What does it say to us, that people who don't understand this? So the 4-field crop rotation was used by the Templars, but in Europe at that time, it was the 2-field or less crop rotation used. And under the four-field system, the seeding of field with different crops was alternate. It was like wheat, oats, vegetables, and other plants. So even in farming, we can say that the Templars were not the ones who tried to make money, but for them, it was the most important thing was the effective agronomic technique. And they were given and gifted a lot of lands, a lot of territories, and they also bought different lands and different farming places where there was agriculture, and they planted a lot of vegetables, grains, sheep, horses, vineyards were cultivated. And thanks to the Templars in the 12th century, the farming starts to develop. And also the construction of mills. The Templars built a lot of mills. In the Commandant of Descents, they built 2 dozens of acts, they built a lot of canals, dams, mills, houses for millers. There was the whole system constructed, the flour mill. And also the mills, they took part in the technological development. So the mills were important link, for this production, the development of weaving. So the Templars actually implemented these technologies, and this industrial development took place there thanks to them. And the creation of irrigation systems also is connected to the Templars. They drained swamps. And in those territories, they built the irrigation systems. So in the Aragonese Cinca Valley, there was a wonderful irrigation system created by them, and it made the region favorable for agriculture. So the water that actually was in the canals that were built by the Templars, circulated freely. And it is very important that once the Templars built these channels, they helped to open new, local communities and churches. Also, very interesting fact that I was amazed by was the creation of privileged villages. So, for example, there is a village so in large territories, there were areas given for building the houses, and there were a territory, it was divided to construct the houses for the gardeners, and where they could actually cultivate something. You need to understand that at that time in France, in the territory of Europe, a lot of Christians, they were dependent on their masters, and they didn't have an opportunity to be free. And Templars were giving them the opportunity to become free, to get the house, to get the territory, the area where they can cultivate plants and stuff like that. So, for example, they were actually guarding these territories, and these privileged villages were unique for that times. And even today, it is very unique thing, you know, like to have the land where you can build your house, where you can live for free, not pay taxes and stuff like that. Also, when I was studying this topic, I got such a feeling that if the Templars were not, you know, murdered in the 14th century, the same, you know, the society would be better than the one we have today. Thank you so much.
Извините, я немножко добавлю, просто для понимания, Татьяна,
I would like to add a little bit. Thank you so much, Natasha, for such a very interesting and global understanding. I'd just like to explain to our viewers that this is the 12th century. It's like 1,000 years ago. So what do we have? They created the conditions for people to be free and equal. They created it by peaceful means, without revolutions, without wars. They created the conditions for people to understand what is, you know, what are the pluses, what are the good sides of living honestly and, you know, just living in peace and just earn money by their, but what they do. They given these technologies to people, and we you know, make an analogy to our modern world, like to get the land, to get the housing, and to create the construction of something, and you will be guaranteed by protection. So, for example, right now I live in Switzerland, but I cannot say that we have such conditions here. So you understand that there was no slavery, but it was kind of improved and developed. So, for example, people were, you know, doing their agriculture and construction, and the quality of constructions was great. And the castles were built in some, for example, 200 years, not in, but in 50 years. The quality of these temples, churches was great, and they still are there. The quality of construction of building was different. So people were building not for themselves, but for centuries. And this is very important to understand. These were people who, I would like to remind you that they didn't have their personal belongings, they didn't have the personal money, but they did everything for the society. And they refused to have it by their own desire. So they had this understanding that we need to create the society, the peaceful society, by peaceful means. And, you know, actually the society of peace, and it is built for each person, no matter what social status he has. Thank you so much.
Тамплиеров очень интересно. И на самом деле у нас поступил вопрос от зрителей на предыдущую озвученную нами тему о тамплиерах в Южной Америке. Зрители задают вопрос, на самом ли деле тамплиеры совершали плавание в Южную Америку до
So we got a
известного
question from our viewers.
Да, на самом деле мы находим подтверждение тому, что до официального открытия Америки Колумбом
Yes, indeed. We got information that before Columbus opened America, discovered America, Templar already had certain there are petroglyphs which evidence that there were Templars in America already, because Maltese crosses were depicted and horse also. This is very important and interesting topic. So please join us, write us letters, write comments, and we will discuss this point later. Yes, I would really like to add, because this information is indeed shocking. The Templars were in America already 300 before Columbus. This is historically proven. And there is Lundeberg. This is medieval historians who's very serious and proficient professor from Sorbonne. He wrote a whole book that there are many things evidencing this, that first of all, where silver came to Templars, because there was no silver in Europe at that time, and secondly, there were documents, many documents which were unfortunately mostly destroyed, but some of them were preserved in private families right now, because the descendants of these families still keep castles, and they bring these documents to the national libraries and museums of France, and there are confirmations, there are documents evidencing that indeed Templars visited America before Columbus, way before Columbus. May I also add regarding this? Like an answer to the question, I would really like to add that the adherent of this idea, of this supposition, is a French scientist, Jacques de Moyer. Also, there is such a Gisors castle where they discovered there are actually last Templars were imprisoned there, and depictions of Indians were with feathers on their heads were depicted in this castle, because if, for example, if Templars would not see these Indians, how could they depict such people with such costumes? So probably this is also confirmation. If anyone is interested, he or she can further study this issue. Thank you very much, friends. I would like to proceed to the next topic. We already covered the reasons of the first crusade to the east, and what Templars did in Europe, and also how they influenced the financial sphere, the social sphere, and the welfare and life of all people around. And we also saw that Templars used were highly honored and respected in society. People not just entrusted them with money, but they trusted their word. They were, you know, the relationships were not the ones which we hear right now. So I would like to debunk this myth. And one of the issues we faced when we were preparing this conference, why Templars actually were called heretics, because for some reason, when after the first crusade for the faith, of course in quotation marks, Templars turned into heretics for some reason. And this leads us to the next topic, is the relationship between Templars and Khazars. We would like to discuss this topic in more detail.
Nabil, buonasera. Good evening, Nabil. We're eager to hear about your research results about the Cathars.
Sì, buonasera a tutti quanti, vi ringrazio di essere qui insieme a noi. Adesso discuterò un po' di quello che insomma ho trovato riguardo diciamo, al soggetto dei Catari, appunto. Allora iniziamo col dire che all'inizio dell'XI secolo,
since the beginning of the 11th century, the whole south of France, of Languedoc, has embraced a new teaching, which was preached by pilgrims in simple black clothes. They call themselves good or kind people. They call their church the Church of Love.
E la loro chiesa veniva chiamata la Chiesa dell'Amore. Queste persone, diciamo, consideravano la Chiesa
They considered themselves the apostolic church and followed the teaching that Jesus Christ brought to earth.
Era concentrata nel concetto di un immenso amore per la verità, e per la salvezza.
The essence of this teaching is immeasurable love for truth and salvation.
Era il dualismo.
Dualism was key for the Cathars. They knew that there was invisible world, the world of God, the world which is eternal, and there is also the material world in which we live and which Lucifer created. They believed that God was not responsible for the evil that exists in this world, and that everything depends on the choice of people themselves between their spiritual and material natures. Their spiritual path was about cleansing thoughts from selfish desires, from emotions that hindered spiritual development. Cathars condemned murder, adultery, theft, lying, taking oaths, foul language, eating meat and wine. And they demonstrated it with their way of life.
Sostanzialmente cose negative come l'omicidio, l'adulterio, il furto, la menzogna, le maledizioni, e loro per esempio non potevano neanche mangiare carne né bere vino. Hanno dimostrato, diciamo, tutta la loro dottrina spirituale, l'hanno tradotta nelle loro azioni, l'hanno dimostrata nel loro modo di
The Cathars believe that in order to reach the spiritual world, a person needs personal experience, direct communication with God. They believe that the purpose of Christ's coming to earth was to show people that in fact their kingdom was not in this world, whose prince was Satan, but in the invisible world, the world of God, which is light and love. He came to the material world out of compassion to show people the way to their salvation, the way to their true home. Cathars believe that the devil distorted the true teaching of Christ and the false one triumphed over the true church. They considered the Pope to be the viceroy of the devil on earth, and there were reasons for this, since Pope Innocent III said that the popes are set by the Lord over peoples and kingdoms in order to pluck, destroy, create, and plant.
Ma che appunto è il mondo spirituale, perché come abbiamo già detto loro credevano che la terra è dominio di Satana, mentre il regno di Dio è luce ed è amore. Diciamo che loro pensavano appunto che Gesù Cristo è venuto nel mondo materiale per mostrare a tutti.
The Cathars considered their own church to be the true church in which the Holy Spirit dwells. And in the ruins of Montségur, they found clay pigeons, and dove has long been the personification of the Holy Spirit.
Che il diavolo avesse distorto quindi il vero insegnamento che Gesù Cristo aveva portato tra gli uomini.
They indicated that all the rituals of the Roman Church were in fact the traps of the devil. After all, neither the baptism with water nor the sacraments of bread carry the Holy Spirit in themselves, for these are material things.
Il portavoce del diavolo nel mondo terreno, quindi nel suo mondo, qui nel mondo materiale.
They indicated that all the rituals of the Roman Church were in fact the traps of the devil. After all, neither the baptism with water nor the sacraments of bread carry the Holy Spirit in themselves, for they are just material things. The main prayer of love recognized in the church was Our Father. Instead of give us our daily bread, they said our spiritual bread, because they considered the requests for earthly bread in prayer unacceptable. And let us say that about the dove, that the dove is the symbol of the Holy Spirit. And indeed, the ruins of Montségur were there are a lot of pigeons found there as the symbol of the Holy Spirit. And it was like the second vision. So according to this vision of the rituals of Roman Church in the time, according to them, so yes, as mentioned, they were considered the traps of the devil. The communion, the bread with the Holy Spirit, because it was just material things. It was not spiritual. They had nothing to do with spiritual practices. They just were linked with something material. So spiritual cannot be linked to material things. So yes, and what they have mentioned is that this prayer, our Father. So instead of give us daily bread, they said, give us our spiritual bread, because they considered the request of the earthly bread and prayer unacceptable. So the Cathars emphasized that they were Christians. Though they followed the most important commandment of Christ, which is this, like he said, that I command you that you love one another. Yes, as it is in the Gospel of John 15:17. Another commandment is that by this all will know that you are my disciples if you have love for one another, which is also from the Gospel of John in New Testament, John Gospel. And basically it would be faithful. So you could be faithful on the right path if you have this love inside and free in soul. Another ritual that they had, it's like baptism of the Spirit, the ceremony of baptism in the Spirit. So this can be Esclarimona de foi. This name can be translated as light of the world or pure light. So the Cathars' solitary life was harsh and monotonous and was interrupted only when they traveled to preach, instruct believers, and bring consomalentum, that is consolation, to those who desired it and were worthy.
Ad esempio nel 1204 il patriarca della Chiesa dell'Amore, che all'epoca si chiamava Gilberto Castro, eseguì il rito del battesimo dello Spirito.
The baptism of the Spirit was a very important ritual then. So we understood, let's say from various researches, that another figure for Cathars was Pescara Castermonda. This name can be translated as the light of the world, the pure light. So the Cathars indeed had led a very solitary life, and it was quite harsh, yes, and they traveled to various countries to preach and convey their understanding, their knowledge to other people, and they renounced everything that they owned and no longer belonged to themselves, but they only belonged to the Church of Love. And so all the savings were brought to the church, and they were spent by the Cathars on works of mercy. Cathars went to battlefields at night, pick up the wounded, and gave the dying consolation. So they were like skilled doctors. So another thing that we have figured out, so to conclude, I would like to bring the testimony of a historical saying of Count Raymond VI of Toulouse. He was called the King of Languedoc, who supported this new teaching. So the region we are talking about earlier supported the church very strongly, and the church, the Catholic Christian Church, became widespread in the south of France, Champagne, Germany, Flanders, Italy, and also in Catalonia. And therefore it is precisely, so everything that found, all this information is open, and anyone can prove it. So thank you very much for your attention. And I would like to also have a good continuation of this topic.
Thank you very much. I was also interested in information about Cathars, and this is what I discovered. In this period of time, there was a very interesting popular topic. It's Judgment Day, which was widespread by the Catholic Church. But the Cathars believed that this idea contradicted common sense, and basically it's a disgusting idea, because Cathars believe that the soul is immortal and it enters a body at conception, and then the body is just a garment which is worn by a person until he dies, or until the body dies. And the main purpose of the soul is salvation, to go back to the house, to God. And only a person who gains the Holy Spirit during his lifetime can get to his native home, to God. That's why the main important point was the consolmentum sacrament, meaning getting salvation. So from the very beginning, a person understood that he needs a good nature inside of him, and he can overcome bad, attachments and intentions of the body. These Catharian beliefs actually influenced the society around them very much. Cathar movement was widespread among wealthy people and noble people, and it actually determined the whole Europe, the whole movement in Europe, in many cities of France, Toulouse, Montpellier, Carcassonne. And these noble people declared political and social independence of those people. In the Toulousian count in his own city, he didn't have any legal power over citizens, and they believed and they respected him so much that they just adhered to his decision. And such cities as Avignon, Narbonne, they actually became centers of intellectual life, universities, and there were teachings. The professors were teaching philosophy, and the latest Arabian scholars works. And also there are confirmations and evidence which say that in the 12th century in the south of France, thanks to such a symbiosis of Cathars and Templars, the community of Cathars began to be rebuilt, transformed from the feudal order to other order, and poor people were taught craftships, how to deal with fabrics, with paper, produce paper, and this way they eliminated social inequality. Also, if we recall, the Catholic Church mixed the role of a woman in society, belittled women in society, but among Cathars, women were equal to men, and they believed that the body is only a cell for the soul. So it doesn't matter what gender this soul, this body is, because all of us are natives, dear and near. Now I give the floor to Natasha, the next speaker.
Thank you, Olga. Actually, getting acquainted with the history of the Templars and the influence which they had on the society, and connection with the Cathar Church, which was developing at that time simultaneously, then the question arises, were they connected? How were they connected? And I tried to investigate this topic. Connections, the fact that they were connected, some historians talk about that. For example, Shaman Newman. And what general features did they have? For example, the vow of celibacy, the heresy, and they also were blamed that they hid some treasures. And also the legend about the Grail. But the topic of the Grail we'll discuss a little bit later. And as for cancelling of the treasures, both of them were expected in that. Anyway, we know that when Templars entered the order, they got the idea of poverty. And as for Catholics, they were very ascetic, and that is why they didn't take any donations to their church, or vice versa. On the contrary, they gave everything to the poor people. Then I got a question. What kind of treasures did they have? What values did they have? And actually, it seemed to me that what really connected them is the senior of Count of Toulouse, because when the order started to develop, very many donations started to come to this order. We can speak about different families. For example, family of Gabaran. One of this and this family gave the castle to this order, and it became one of the main commanderies in the south of France. And the family, the Berberan, they became two of the brothers became the knights of the order, and the others belonged also to the community. The second very big commandery in Occitania, and the head of this commandery entered this order. And this commandery was very big, and it was a lot for this part of land. And it was happening, these donations and gifts happened in the 12th century and in the 13th century, when Organization crusades began, when the church started the war against Cathar, these families of Occitania defended and did not give these Cathar believers to the church. And the story of Adrenon is the historian Adrenon, who investigated the question. She said that this church was welcome Cathars very much, and I also would like to say that the vow of celibacy was both with the Cathars and the Templars. By the way, this vow among Templars among Cathars appeared only when they took other vows, and after that they took this vow, and for example, women started female communities and male communities, and it happened only after they already had and brought up children. But anyway, both of them were blamed in heresy, and then a Catholic Church also became more powerful, and anybody who didn't follow this its dogmas, they announced to be heretics. And these crusades are very horrible situation because both Christians from both sides started crusades against each other, just those who did not follow the Qatar idea. And it also became the source of other crusades. More than 100 years later, one of the accusation is the accusation of heresy. For example, Rambo de Corona, and he was associate of Jacques de Molay. He was accused that when he entered the order, he denied the cross with the Christ. It seemingly to be impossible for believers, but it's not so much. It is not really so if we remember that it was not accepted by Catholics. And another fact that I found is that in 1339 there was an idea, there was a law that practically made Templars free from the influence of the Catholic Church. And in the previous version of this law, it was said that everything was defined by the bishops of the Catholic Church. In the new charter, the whole responsibility for the acceptance of people in the order, it was on the magister, and actually it helped to accept people who were excommunicated from church. They were accepted to the order. And also, we can say that both of them actually they were distracted in the 13th century on the territory of France. Actually, the master Jacques de Molay, he was burnt, and the last bishop of the Catholic Church was also burnt sometime later. And before the death of Templars, during 100 of years, they were trying to demolish and destroy the Catholic Church. Firstly, all villages which belong to this part of land were distracted, and Inquisition fire started. Actually, it is the Albanian crusade. 20,000 people were brought to this to a particular piece of land, and they asked for mercy. And the question arises, who belongs to us and who don't? And the answer was that kill everybody, and the God will understand who is whom. Please show us the image, and these are the castles, which are quite well defended, and they're situated at quite a high altitude, and they helped Cathars during the Crusades. And this castle was quite on the quite high altitude, and it was the last castle to be descended. And 200 of its defenders were caught and burnt. They could reproach and go with this, but they did not do it and were burned. When I got deeper into this topic, into understanding of topic of Cathar and Templars, I started to ask myself a question: what was dangerous about them to the church that it was necessary to kill all of them? And in case of Cathars, I got this understanding that only knowledge is the reason. This knowledge which made people free from some material borders, because it's impossible to rule such people. And Cathars brought such values as sincerity, kindness, and wisdom to the world. And by their example, they showed that there is no intermediate between God and people. And according to the heads of the Catholic Church, they were very dangerous. After 25 years of military activities in the south of France, there was an inquisition started. Actually, after everything was done, for 100 years, other bishops of the Catholic Church investigated very many people and asked them questions about that time. And after that, for many years, at this quite flourishing time, quite flourishing territory, a lot of problems will come, and soon the king will, and the Catholic Church will decide to destroy this church. And the question is, what Templars were doing at that time? We know that they were not a part of these crusades. The charter prohibited the killing of Christians, and actually when the Pope addressed them to participate in them, they did not agree. There are very few documents about that. A lot of archives disappeared, and the history of Cathars was completely unknown. And finally, in the 20th century, we understood, we found out who these people were. And there are facts that Cathars found protection in commanderies of Templars, and there are ideas even that Templars took some weapon to defend Cathars. And for me, it is quite obvious that there are quite similar developments of Cathar and the Templars, but today we have more questions than answers. And the most obvious connection is that they were at the same place and at the same time. And this history lasted for 200 years, and both of them had a great influence on the society. And they also helped to develop people and society economically and spiritually. And we would like to have the answers to these questions, and the historians should investigate this topic. They could understand who Cathars were, and also probably I hope that they could also understand the question about Templars.
Thank you very much for these insights and for the details about the Cathars. So we can see now that the Cathars were people with a very different view upon the world. For them, it was very important: love, mercy, friendship, help. They respected people, and more importantly, they respected women. For them, women were very important. There were no second-class citizens, as actually the Catholic Church over the centuries imposed this role upon women. And we see that the Cathars, in the end, were inconvenient because exactly of these views, although they were representatives of a good teaching and actually Christianity, because they never denied the essence of Christianity. And now we have a question from our viewers regarding Friday the 13th, Black Friday. Why is this day important? We will find this out now from our next speaker. And now we pass the floor to Svetlana, answering also this question.
Greetings. We have heard much information about how great this Templar Order was and what positive events and activities it did. But now I'm going to tell you not quite a funny story, quite a sad story, how the Templar Order was descended. And I will try to do it shortly and tell these main ideas of this process, because it will be necessary for our conference later, because for us to understand how some negative forces will behave to destroy our positive things. So, at the end of the 12th century, the Templar Order was very powerful, and everybody owed money to it. And the king, French in particular, and he was the one who played a great role in the descent of the order. And great master Jacques de Molay went to Cyprus, and from there he ruled the order. And how everything started. In 1305, the castles of France, they started to spread rumors that the order is full of immorality and other bad qualities, and that they do not follow this Christian rules and ideas, and these ideas spread very quickly, and of course this idea also, this information also reached the master, de Molay. And we cannot say that he didn't know anything. Of course, he knew what was happening. And I would like to say that at that time, the Roman Pope was one of the main people in Europe, and they were against the Templar Order. And when rumors reached all parts of Europe, this particular special moment happened. Master de Molay came to France to talk about the situation with the Pope. We can't really understand what they were talking about, but probably he supposed that the kind of process will take place. And now we will go to the date, Friday 13. What date is it? The great master Jacques de Molay is in France. He is there, he hadn't been there for a year when in 1307 the King of France sent order all around France to start arresting the Knights of the Templar. And in a month, on the 13th of in France, on Friday 13th, the arrest of Templars began. Please show us the Castle Temple in France, where the Templars were based. Of course, it is not an original picture, but still. And in this particular temple, in this residence of the Templars, 137 Templars were arrested, including Jacques de Molay. And as historians say he was dragged to France. Some people could go away, but most of them were arrested. And all around France, there were a lot of arrests. And I would say that only in France this reached quite a high amount because in other countries people didn't want to arrest Templars. How the process took place. The accusations were given not at once. And now I would like to draw your attention to the idea how this process was taking place. The accusation of the Templars will be given in 2 years, 127 articles of accusation. All this time, the King of France pressured the Pope in order to speed up this process and destroy the Templar order. The Pope tried to resist, and it seems that he didn't want to defend the order. But anyway, what the King of France did, he showed the Pope 72 Templars who agreed that they did all these bad accusations, and all the 72 people were former Templars. And who are these former Templars? They were pulled out of this order because of some activities that they did against this order. And only in 4 years the investigation started. The order was subordinate only to the Pope, and all this time Jacques de Molay was saying that he is subordinate only to the Pope, and he will answer only for them. And 3 years passed, and 127 articles. Oh, excuse me, Svetlana. I'd like also to make some remarks. Now we have the simultaneous translation to 10 languages, and we would like to be sure that that everybody could understand this information, so speak more slowly. Yes, I understand, because it's such a topic, and I'm a little bit emotional, and I will try to speak more slowly. So, 127 articles of accusation were read to Templars who wanted to defend this order. But those people who wanted, they were only 2 people, only unexpectedly in 2 months they disappeared, and nobody could find them. And the King of France stated that the order is to blame, and you see this such kind of propaganda. And please show us the next picture. In 2 years, the special order was issued. This is issued to the Hospitaliers. The second order, also powerful, and it was also subordinate to the Pope. And on the 17th of March, 1314, only in 7 years after arrest, the master, Jacques de Molay, was brought to the court, and there was a sentence. He heard the sentence. The Pope tried to avoid to listen to this sentence. Jacques de Molay, after he heard this sentence, he was absolutely indignant. But what was done? There was an order, there was a sentence to burn the master, the great master. Please show us the next picture. This is the burning of the great master on the bonfire. And later there will be some other images where knights have all their military armory and they are burnt. But of course it is wrong. Nobody was burnt with the whole armory. So what were the main accusations? If we sum up all 127 articles, we are not going to talk precisely about them. All this information that I'm telling you can find it in the open resources, and a lot of historians are talking about that. I'm just summing up. 3 main accusations: heresy, about how they entered the order. The second is immorality. We are not going to talk about this in particular. If you like, you can find it in the resources. And idolatry. And they seemingly to have cats as idols, but it was not proved. And moreover, some other accusations also took place, like something like greed, some practical accusations. But these were they were 3 main ones. And what was the main peculiarity in the process against the Templars? As you see, the fate of the temples was decided beforehand. The opinion of people was well prepared for this. And it's a very interesting moment that in France, in the court, to speak against the Templars, more than 200 people came, and for them only 6 people. And ex-Templars were among those who testified against the Templars. But interestingly, that in Germany, they would try to approve Templars. And they were saying that Templars help us, and during the time of hunger, when the wheat was very expensive, they fed very poor people for free. All accusations against the Templars were formed after their arrest. I am repeating it, but I would like to draw attention to this. And not professors of France should have a court over the Templars, but church court, but it was not so. And only in 2 years they had this accusation. And you can understand that Templars were in prisons, they were in special monasteries, they were in some private houses, and they were humiliated. And they were and they were also tortured. And in 1312, there was an order to descend the order. And I will quote for you this understanding why it was descended. Not without some person.
So it was not according to the court decisions. Basically, the system openly says that the temporal order was actually accused and sentenced in vain and not according to the law. Also, I would like to say about the Great Master and why the templars were not defending themselves. In the historical environment, there was a long-lasting dispute why such marvelous warriors, such people who owned so much land and wealth, why didn't they defend themselves? The great master Jacques de Molay, when he was arrested, he did admit certain accusations of the order, but then when he understood that the litigation was kind of strange, he refused. He rejected everything that he admitted, and the last years of his life he didn't say a word. And if the master would say something in defense of the order, probably the order would be defended. Why am I saying this? Why didn't they defend themselves? The statutes of the order strictly forbid the Templars to raise weapons against Christians. They could defend themselves when it was about defending themselves, but even only when they were attacked 3 times. But they were attacked only 1 time, but by the Christians. And thirdly, they were supposed to listen, they were obliged to listen to the officials, to their higher management. And the great master was silent. He didn't call anyone to raise weapons. And even the castles the castles of Templars and Cyprus, when there was the arrest order issued, they didn't raise weapon. They just closed themselves and locked themselves in the castles and then surrendered. Basically, the Templars followed their statutes, and they didn't want to have any civil war in Europe. We can just imagine what could happen if these people who are greatly armored, who know the military business very well, would suddenly raise weapons and go against peaceful population. The king of France, Philip the Handsome, throughout these 7 years, he was pressing the Pope in order to dismiss the order as soon as possible. The king was it was beneficial for the order because he owned a lot of money to the order, which he couldn't pay off. And of course, as soon as the temporal order was dismissed, the king did not owe any money to anyone, and the rest of the ownership, the rest of the property of Templars was given to Hospitalian order, the Maltese order. And at the end of the litigation, I just want you to ponder of this. The great master was burnt on the fire and in the square in Paris, but within the next year, all the major participants of the accusation and prosecution, they all died. The main counselor of the French king, who was endeavored doing a lot of effort, applied a lot of effort to destroy the order, he died. Then the Pope died, and then Philip the Handsome also died. We can say that this is coincidence, but my friends, I think that actually the witnesses were this way were annihilated and dismissed, eliminated. At least to me, it looks this way. What happened after that? The order was released, dismissed. All Templar knights who admitted the accusations against themselves, they were released, but the reputation of the order was spoiled forever. In the historical, documents, in literature, the Templars were also, shown in a mystery, in a shrouded type of this is unclear order, which didn't know what they were doing around Europe, although people knew that it was quite the contrary. At the beginning of the 19th century, there was even a legend that Jacques de Molay actually cursed the Pope and the King of France. That's why they died following the master. Of course, it's a beautiful legend, but in the same 14th century, this legend was not confirmed by anyone. There are no documents that confirm this. Why would the great master of the Templar order, the order which were highly honored people and respectable people, why would he curse anyone from the fire? I think that, I guess I have to end my speech on that because I have already been talking for a long time. I hope that I managed to show you that the litigation against the Templar was litigated, it was fake litigation, And the Friday the 13th, it is the Black Day, not in the history of the Middle Ages, but in the history of our total entire civilization. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое за столь исчерпывающий
Thank you.
доклад.
Yeah,
И
thank you so much for
действительно
such a
мы
very
наблюдаем,
detailed
как в
report.
истории
And we are
какие-то
observing
очень
how in
серьезные вообще
history
события
some very
объясняются
serious
какими-то
events are
легендами,
described by,
подобными
explained by
объяснениями,
some
как
legends and
проклятие или какое-то чудо произошло.
such
И мы
things
с
that
этим
cause
столкнемся
kind of
в нашей конференции
history
позднее еще не
or
раз.
magic.
К
And
нам
we will
поступают
come such
по-прежнему
situations
вопросы
very
от
soon. And
телезрителей.
we have
Большое
some other
спасибо за
questions
вашу
from
часть.
our
Я
guests,
хотела бы
from our viewers.
зачитать
And
один вопрос,
thank you for your
который
presentation.
остался.
And I would like to
Пишет
read out
человек, а
one
что
question.
именно
What
привлекало состоятельных людей в
attracted
ордене
rich
тамплиеров?
people to
И
the
почему они,
order
зная,
of
что
the
лишатся всех
Templars,
материальных
and
ценностей,
why, if
извините,
they
всех материальных
understood
владений,
that they
все равно стремились
will not
попасть
have
в
all this
орден? Скажите,
property,
пожалуйста,
they
кто-то
try
хотел бы
to
ответить
get
на этот
into this
вопрос?
order. Who would like to answer this question?
Я могу ответить,
I can
Yes.
answer it,
если можно.
if I may.
Можно, да.
Okay.
Знаете, вот
You know,
это такой интересный
it's a
вопрос, он
very
очень
interesting
глубокий, и, в
question. It's quite a
принципе,
profound question,
нужно
and
так более широко
basically we
посмотреть на
should
все
look,
этот
have a
вопрос,
take a broader
даже
look
мы
at
вот
this
уже 2
whole
часа об
point.
этом
We already
говорим,
been talking
и
for
если
2
нам
hours
дадут,
about
мы
this,
можем
but
там поговорить
if we
еще
allowed,
часов на
we
15
probably would
как
talk
минимум,
about
если
15
если
hours
даже
more.
дадите время,
If
может,
you
на
give
пару
us
дней.
time, we
Дело
can
в том,
even
что
spend 2
нужно
days talking,
посмотреть,
because, you
посмотреть
know,
намного
we
шире.
have to look
У
from a broader
тамплиеров,
perspective.
почему
The
все
Templars,
хотели идти в
why
тамплиеры,
everyone
потому что
wanted to
были
join this
знания. То
order?
есть,
Because they
понимаете,
had the
нужно
knowledge.
поставить себя на место
We have
того
to
времени,
look at this from the perspective
именно
of
потому
that
что вот
time,
этот вопрос
you know,
приходит
because
от
this question comes
именно такого
from
непонимания, что
misunderstanding
люди
that
узнали
people
о истинной цели
discovered
и истинном
actually
смысле
the
жизни.
main meaning, the main
Они не только
purpose of
узнали
human
это
life. They
теоретически, но
didn't
они
have this as
узнали
a
это
theory, but they
практически.
had
И
practical knowledge of
тамплиеры
that. And
были
the
этим
Templars were
примером.
like an
И они
example.
понимали,
They
что
understood
вот так они
that
хотят
this is
жить,
the
и
way
они
they
бы
wanted to
просто
live, and
спокойно
they not
расставались со
just, you
всеми
know,
материальными
peacefully and
благами,
quietly release
привилегиями и все
themselves from their
остальное.
property
Они
and
это
privileges, but
делали
they
с
did it
огромным
with
удовольствием, с
pleasure,
пониманием,
with
что это
understanding
делают не только
that
для
they are
себя,
doing
для
this
самого
not for
какой-то там
themselves, for
короны,
some, you know, for
нагорного,
some
а
honor or
именно для
respect, but
блага всего
for the benefit
человечества.
of
Я
the
думаю,
entire
что мы сегодня,
humanity. I
может быть,
think that
нашим
today,
зрителям, я
for
советую
our
просто
viewers, I would
действительно почитать,
recommend
потому что
to
реально
read
очень много
the
открытой
literature and all
информации. То есть я
information
когда
available in
начала
open
немножко
sources, because
изучать
when I
эту
started
тему,
digging
я
this
очень
issue,
боялась
I
того,
was
что
afraid that
нужно будет сейчас куда-то
I will
идти,
have to go
копаться,
somewhere to some libraries
искать что-то
to
такое, что
search for some
безнадежно, и, так
information which
сказать,
is
все
isn't
есть. Вот
possible to
знаете,
find.
как
But
тот, говорят,
basically,
хочешь
everything
спрятать
is
информацию,
available,
поставь
because
ее на
if
самом
you,
видном
as
месте.
they
Просто
say, if you
берите и
want to
сами
hide something,
интересуйтесь,
put it in
какие у
the
них были
open place.
ценности.
You can
И
get interested
люди
in it
просто, не просто,
yourselves.
они
You
там в
can
очереди
know what
сидели, потому что
values
они хотели
Templars
попасть.
had.
Не брали всех, не
Not
потому что ты
everyone were
принес
admitted
замок
to the order,
или там
actually.
имение, и
Not
хочу стать
because you kind
тамплиером.
of brought the
Там был
castle
очень
or the
строгий
property
устав.
and they
И
admitted
самое
you right
интересное,
away.
что они
No,
подняли
they had a very
вопрос.
strict
То есть в течение
statutes
3
and
лет у тебя
internal
было 3
order,
года,
and they had
как
3
бы такое
years of kind of
время для того,
a
чтобы
probation
проверить, что ты еще не
period,
являлся рыцарем.
because you
Тебя
were not
проверяли на
knight yet.
прочность,
You
а
were
являлся ты
tested in
рыцарем
terms of
после
how
7
firm you
лет.
are. But after 7 years of
Представляете, то есть
joining
7
the order,
лет
you
ты
became
должен
the
был
knight.
доказать на
For
деле,
7 years, you
в
had to
чем твои
prove
качества,
what are
как ты можешь,
qualities
что
of
у тебя
yours are,
чистое
how
сердце,
can you
чистая душа,
that
что
you
в
have the
принципе
pure
ты
soul, pure
стремишься к
heart,
этому,
and
если
pure
даже у тебя там не
intentions.
получается,
And
но это
despite the
есть
fact that you, for
стремление.
some
7
reason, you
лет,
don't
7 лет,
manage, you
и это
still
не
try, you
важно
do
от
your
какого
best. 7 years, see,
социального
and
статуса,
doesn't matter what
абсолютно не
social
важно.
status
Ты
or
там
background
принес
you have.
ведро
It
с
doesn't matter
зерном,
whether you
да,
came with a
ты даже не
buckle of
обязательно было, или
grain or
там
with a
замок, или там
castle
целое
or a
имение,
whole,
абсолютно не было никакой
property
разницы.
stock.
И это было очень
But
прогрессивно в
it was
XI
quite a
веке, то
progressive
есть не иметь
approach in
абсолютно
11th
никакую
century, not to have
разницу
any
в
difference difference between the social status. The most interesting thing is the last great master, why it's very difficult for historians to find information about this person, about Jacques de Molay, is because he wasn't actually a noble person. We know him as already as a Templar. We don't know what family he was from, whether it was a noble family or not. This proves once again that even an ordinary person, through his diligent work on himself, to his aspiration, was able to become the great master of the Templar order. But don't forget that they were selected, they were not appointed. There was a democracy inside the order, and the masters were selected between themselves for their merits, not for being noble or handsome or strong, etc. So, you know, we can answer this question for a long time, because, you know, people saw that Templars had some knowledge and they did it in practice. They did a lot of things in practice. And I would like to add more, just in brief. You know, Templars are very interesting topic, and the Black Day, Friday the 13th. Let's imagine for 2 or 5 minutes that if the Templars, you know, were not destroyed at that time, what kind of age we would be living right now? Because I would like to emphasize, it was 1000 years ago, it was 11th century, it was so far away from us, but they had conditions which, guys, we do not have nowadays. Thank you very much. I apologize, just one more question or remark. Many mysteries are left after the Templars. Maybe we should make another Kaleidoscope of Facts, because so many issues and questions arise. They had a fleet, an advanced fleet, and basically no one found the fleet of the Templars. Where is it? It is an interesting question. And next, you know, the French king Philip XIV, when Philip the Handsome, he had some money which he found in Paris Templars, but it was less than 10% of what he expected. So basically, he couldn't find major funds of the Templars. It's all minus. He lost. Basically, Natalia has said it right. It was a decision of the total nation of France, but not to destroy the Templars, but not to defend them, because the king, after that, he lost a lot in terms of support among his nation and among his noble families in France, because everyone understood that it was just a political game, and everyone lost because of this. And of course, all of us, humanity, have lost.
Yes, thank you so much, Tatiana. And in the second part of our conference, we will discuss some open questions that, you know, how such a fast improvement of the society, how it happened, thanks to whom. So right now, I would like to pass the floor to Jason from the United States. Jason, would you like to add anything to this topic?
Hello, friends. Thank you all for your work. Just a few things here that have been discussed so far, specifically regarding the Cathars and the Knights Templars and the interrelationship that still today baffles historians. Because it is believed that the Knights Templar accepted Cathars into their ranks because they needed people, but that wasn't the case in the West. And in the West, the numbers of Cathars that were amongst the ranks of Knights Templars was overwhelming. And in light of the information that has been provided by our friend Nabil in Italy, it draws an interesting comparison, given the fact that this conference is done on the basis of the books inspiring people, the books written by Anastasia Novik. And it is this idea of the divine principle, the feminine principle. Okay, and Saint Bernard was a big fan, if you will, let's use layman's terms there, of the divine principle. And so were many of the original Knights Templars. And a lot of them were looking for information related to Mary Magdalene and the Virgin Mary, and performed a lot of rites and rituals, if you will, regarding the divine principle and feminine principle. Why do I bring this case in point? Because we also discussed the fall of the Knights Templars and the evidence used by the papacy to basically destroy the Knights Templars. But there's 2 points that are important in regards to modern day history that the Knights Templars and the Cathars left with us. Without those 2 organizations, one, there wouldn't be an idea of morality today at all. The Cathars spread goodwill and good news to people, and did so, as we've already discussed, acknowledging the fact that all people are equal. And regarding what we mean today about poverty and about these oaths of poverty, well, it doesn't necessarily mean economic poverty, okay? All of these people that we've discussed that took oaths of poverty, that just means that they didn't want power. And so anyone that didn't want power was considered poor, or was considered to have taken an oath of poverty, meaning they won't hold any ranks, they won't hold any titles, they won't hold any land, they won't have possession of money. They did all things for people. This interconnection with the Knights Templars, who performed a mission and gave us this idea of the responsibilities of a man, okay, and the responsibilities of a warrior, and the responsibilities of that idea within society. Number one, that's what I want to highlight. Number two, the Cathars spread this idea that is honestly wasn't seen for centuries, and that is the equality of women, that women should be respected and should be looked at with reverence. And they passed that. Okay. So back to the Pope. The Pope and the King. Honestly, guys, anyone who wants to do this research can look at the darkness that surrounds the history of the Roman Empire. I won't make speculations there, but anyone's free to do the research. But here's the thing. I'm from the United States, and we are taught to believe that our ancestors came here because they wanted to flee the Catholic Church, and they wanted to have the ability to practice their religion freely. And a lot of these things are still deep-rooted in our belief systems today. Why do I bring that up? Because the Knights Templars had fled to Scotland, one of the places they had fled to. And fast forward into the future, the Protestant behavior, they tried to push the idea that power wasn't something that was given to man over man. That was one of the original beliefs of the Protestants, and specifically the Protestants of England and Scotland. And this idea challenged the Pope, the Roman Empire, because there's nothing in the Bible that says that the Roman Empire has delegation or delegative powers over man or act as intermediaries over man. Yet this is precisely what had occurred in history. And so I draw this parallel because first we have the destruction of the Knights Templars, then quickly and succinctly followed the destruction of the Cathars and the complete extermination of everything related to them and the Gnostics. Then we have the eradication of the Hospitallers who fled and were welcomed to Malta. All of these happened like succinctly in row. And so I wanted to highlight this because unless you look at it openly, they seem like individual facts. But in reality, in the course of less than 200 years, this complete, one would even say a military operation was carried out. And I brought up the Hospitallers because the Hospitallers was the original place that the first 8 to 9 original Knights of the Knights Templars were housed by them at the hospital of Saint John the Baptist, if you will. And so there is this connection that isn't found, that we don't have concrete evidence of. But if you look at it with an open view, as many people today are doing with history, instead of looking at it as his story, we're analyzing it and trying to see it from an open point of view. And when you do so, you can see these same tactics executed today. That's all I have for you guys. And thank you so much for the speakers for bringing these beautiful words back to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, very much for drawing these parallels, for connecting the dots between Cathars, Templars, the Maltese Knights, and actually events happening today. It's very important to understand and to see actually what's happening in history and how patterns do repeat in history, and for a reason, of course. You understand now that the Templars were not this monastic military order, what we are made to believe. They actually cherished high spiritual and moral values. They promoted religious tolerance, which was for the Middle Ages something not heard and not seen of. They built public infrastructure. Imagine that, like toll-free highways, as we would consider them today. This is very progressive and investing very a lot into society, into communities, into developing these communities, providing safety and security for everybody, yeah? And disregarding the wealth of this, that noble or count or the commoners. Again, we see an organization, a society of free people, free inside and free outside. Again, in the Middle Ages, where serfdom was the main rule for people to live. What an outstanding time, what an outstanding order, and what an inspiration. What an inspiration and what a loss on this Black Friday. Thank you very much to all researchers, and to all speakers for providing these invaluable insights. Thank you.
So we just, found out about the history of one order in the Middle Age, but there is a question. This story of conqueror, of those who try to help for society to develop spiritually and morally, and those who counter that. When this actually started, and right now we would like to see one video and then comment on it. So I would like to pay your attention to the fact that you've already noticed probably the 6,000 years. 6,000 years ago, the first secret organizations appeared and they ruled the way of how the history actually opened, and some of them were giving the knowledge to the people, and others were kind of stopping them. So there is a question: what organizations are we talking about? Could you please show the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov that answers this question?
Archons and Archats. When, well, I have told, when ALLATRA remained, they still existed for a certain while, retained, but men started entering their clan, or let's say simpler, their order. And men, they rapidly usurped the power of ALLATRA. They ousted women, and an internal split took place. Archons, due to the fact that the huge settlements, cities, began to emerge, leaders in these cities began to appear. Well, Archons decided they should be helped to rule properly, otherwise they would have strayed from the way. Well, generally speaking, they went usurping the power, and they precisely were an impetus to evolutionary development, that which we have as of today. To counterbalance them, Archats, they went toward Shambhala, that is exactly in the other, opposite direction. As for ALLATRA, they remain as keepers of pure knowledge for transfer to others, that is, so that eventually, well, a prophet or somebody else could emerge, but there appeared Tamerlane, who killed thousands of people. And it is interesting, isn't it? Say history, what does our history hold upon? Great Alexander of Macedon, how many people did he kill? Great Tamerlane, how many people did he kill? And where is the one who... Where are those who created something, who built something truly great, who brought something good, not being talked about? For us, glorious are only killers. This is the entire human history.
Yes, and Arhats and Archons, very similar words, but they're different in meanings and in definitions. Arhats, these are the worthy people who did not betray the knowledge of Shambhala. Slavs called them Veja, Sokrovennik, Mezhanik. And who are the Arhats and Archons? So we will tell you about this. We will start with the Arhats. On the east, there is some knowledge about the Arhats. Arhat means worthy, respected, the one who has the pure knowledge, the one who beat his enemies. Arhat is the carrier of the lotus fire. Arhat is the highest stage of the spiritual perfectness. And after this life, Arhat, the person goes to nirvana, and they usually are seen as the guardians and defenders of pure knowledge. And Buddha Shakyamuni was also Arhat, and his followers as well. And in the 7th century, we see the proofs for that. Could you please show the Buddha and his 16 Arhats? So Buddha shared the way of gaining liberation through personal efforts, and there were some rules like morality, truthfulness, avoiding of lies, and control over feelings and thoughts, constant attention to oneself, to like your soul, and cultivating compassion and happiness. So arhats were teaching how to go to nirvana to the people who were like to his students, I would say. And arhat could kind of prolong his life for some time. And women also were allowed to be arhats. And women arhats were called arhatya. There was one woman, Madharyana Shariputra, who was arhatya as well. I will read some lines about arhats from famous Jamapadi. Feelings are calm because he given up his pride and desires. He has a calm thought, and the word is calm. Such a person who doesn't believe but he knows, and he tore off the attachment, put the end to the occasion, and renounced desires, is truly the noble man. In the village or in forest, in valley or in hill, wherever the arhat lives, any land there is pleasant. And I give the floor to the next speaker. Alex, could you please tell to our friends who are the archons?
Yes, friends, let's have a look about what we know about the archons as of today. So, usually we start with Wikipedia, and what do we see there? We see that archon, from ancient Greek archontos, means a ruler, chief, head. And archo in ancient Greek is the beginning or power. So this is the high-ranking official, the highest-ranking official in Greek poli, in city-states. And I think Natasha Pavlov wanted to mention a few words about it.
Алексей, дело в том, что в антиковедении, это отрасль исторической науки, действительно ученые зафиксировали по древнегреческим источникам.
The scientists actually found out that archons as rulers in ancient Greece, and the people who lived there actually chose and voted for them. And during the election, it was chosen who will be the archons. Also, archons were kind of divided in different responsibilities between each other. Like one was responsible for the politics, one was responsible for finances and stuff, and they were elected and had very interesting strategy. So they were chosen, during the elections, but it can be manipulated as well. So one archon had more power over people and another one less. For example, like the archons who were, in the military.
Yes, and in the Byzantine Empire, this title was held by high-ranking nobles, and after the fall of Constantinople, the title of archon was assigned by the Patriarch of Constantinople to some Orthodox laity for some special merits. So, if we look through the dictionary for this term, then we find the following meaning in the dictionary of Liddell and Scott. This meaning is translated as to be the first. So, archon is a ruler, leader, king, or a leader. In other words, we can see that most often the translation that we can see today is associated with such notion as power. He who owns power. So, Archon is an ancient Greek word, but here's what's interesting. In the Greek original of the Gospel, the expression Archon tou kosmotoutou in the translation into Russian means the prince of this world. And I checked this translation to Russian, and this is what it means. And the prince of this world means the devil. In the Manichaean traditions, the archons are the most powerful of the servants of the devil. In Gnostic views, the archons are associated also with Abraxas, Ahriman, the Satan, or he's also known as the devil. And it was Gnostics who called the evil spirit rulers of the world. They used the word archons, and they understood the servants of the devil on earth by this name, archons. So a kind of a concentration of evil who fights against good. And you can understand this struggle in different ways. You can change it as, for example, changing the laws of creation of the universe, or the attempt to find life eternal, or an attempt to rise above God. In other words, archons believe that humanity, in other words, if a person, when a person has a divine essence or a soul, and in certain cases using intuition, knowledge, and so on, he can discover the laws of true God and even supersede God. So the main aim of archons is to rule over the world. And how do they strive for their goal? And you can understand that in the Gospel from Philip. And I will read you the passage from it. So there's the following quote. The archons wished to deceive the person, for they saw that he was of the same origin with truly good things. They took the name of the good and gave it to the bad, in order to deceive him by names and tie them to bad things. And after that, if they do them mercy, they make them separate from the bad and place them among the good ones. Those they know. For they wanted to take the free one and make him their slave forever. So this is a rather interesting quote, and it just shows how archons act. Very simply, they just take an honest name, they call a bad name with this honest name, and they attribute good actions to a bad person. So thus they substitute and turn over notions, changing the plus to minus, and it always is done secretly through secret society, orders, and so on. And another interesting mention from the Nag Hammadi library, Testimony of the Truth, there is the following passage. So I will read the passage. I will speak to those who can hear not with the ears of the body, but with the ears of the mind. For many saw the truth where many saw the truth and were unable to find it, because the old leaven of the Pharisees and the experts of the law was holding them firmly. Leaven is the craving of angels, demons, and luminaries, which leads to delusion, and the Pharisees and scribes are those who belong to the archons, who have power over them. So we see that the priests who taught them in the temples belong to the archons, and it would be interesting to know the history of the priesthood. I give the floor further.
Yes, Alex, and if we remember that in the old Sumerians, there was such category as Mamlugal. This is the position that was like for a certain god on the ruler of the city, and that, you know, the title is translated as king or master, and initially this title was of a military leader, and in Sumerians, like these symbols as the crown, scepter, or the staff came to us from the Sumerians. It was the first Sumerian kings who were the servants of the god Enlil or El, who actually passed it to them after 6,000 years after the death of Atlantis, who lived in underground cities. And archons are the servants
но, к
of
сожалению,
El.
современная история нам об этом не
Yes, guys,
рассказывает.
but unfortunately,
Если
modern
мы
history
читаем
does not tell
современную
us about
историю, то
this.
мы
If we read
узнаем о том,
contemporary
что
history,
наша
we
цивилизация
discover
началась из
that our
12 первых
civilization
семей.
began from the
В
12
древнегреческих
first
эпосах
families.
встречается
In ancient
упоминание
Greek
о
epics,
12
we
архонтах.
see the mentions
В
of the
Библии
12 archons.
встречается
In the
упоминание
Bible, there
о
are mentions of the
12
12
израилевых коленах. Здесь вообще,
Israeli columns, so
по-видимому,
Israeli
идет
generations,
акцент
families.
людей
And
на некую
actually, there
избранность
is an
какого-то
accent on
определенного народа,
emphasis
вот
on the
привлекая
chosenness of
внимание
one
к таким
separate
деталям.
nation, because these
Также мы
details
знаем
are
из истории
emphasized.
о
Also, we
Совете
know from
12
history that
патриархов.
there was a
Мы
council
также даже в
of
скандинавских
12
сказаниях
patriarchs,
знаем о
and
12
we know
первых
from the
царях.
Scandinavian
То есть
myths
вот
about
это
the
вот
12
число
first
12,
kings. So this
какое-то
12
сакральное, с которого
is the
начинается
number,
что-то
so
важное
this
наша
number is
история,
so-called
оно
sacred,
везде
from
вот
which sort of our
преследует нас,
history
оно нам
begins.
везде
And
преподносится как
this
стартовая
number and
площадка.
this
И мы только что посмотрели
council number of
замечательное видео,
people
которое нам
is
показало,
presented to us.
какая была
And
красивая
from
и
this little
прекрасная
video we saw
настоящая
before,
история нашей
we actually
цивилизации
saw what
до
kind of
прихода
history was
архонтов,
before
жрецов,
archons came to power,
правителей,
before
как
rulers and
мирно люди
priests come
жили, где не
into
было
power.
власти,
People
где
were
не было
living
войн.
in a
И на
society
самом
without
деле
wars, with
история
peace.
изменилась с приходом
But then
архонтов,
history
да,
changed
с
when
потерей
archons
духовных
came,
знаний,
when
пошел
spiritual
крен
knowledge
нашей
was
цивилизации,
lost.
но поэтому мы и
And
делаем эти
now we actually
конференции
doing
для
these
того, чтобы
conferences
вернуть
in order
людям
to
правду
bring
и для
back the
того, чтобы
truth to
каждый
people,
человек
so that every
знал,
person
какова настоящая
would
история
know what the
человечества.
true history of
Спасибо.
humanity is like.
Thank you very much, Alina. Indeed, we discussed about the emergence in Mesopotamia in the 4th millennium BC of a society with a lot of slavery, conflicts, struggle for power, rigid hierarchies, and the emergence of priesthood. And we discussed this in the first and the second episode of our Kaleidoscope of Facts more in detail. So you can check out our recorded conferences for more details on this. So we see that in Mesopotamia, we have the emergence of this society where people are actually not equal, they're not fairly treated, and where rigid hierarchies dominate upon them. But at the same time, in the 3rd millennium BC in Egypt, in ancient Egypt, we see the development of a totally different society. This is the time of the 3rd and 4th dynasties that led to the world wonders as we know them today of the Giza pyramids. This was the pinnacle of this society. And we will look now at one person who gave the impulse to the Egyptian society to change and to be a society where people are treated with respect, fairly. They are at the center of society. And this person was Imhotep, the vizier. Let's look at more details about Imhotep, who he was and what he achieved.
Yes, indeed. We are talking about the great pyramids of ancient Egypt. First of all, I would like to mention that these are unique structures which are built on the fact that the architects, the builders of these pyramids are very highly intelligent and knowledgeable. We can talk about high spirituality and morality of these people who created the pyramids, and moreover, all the activity was done for the sake of people, based in the papyruses. And when I was looking at the translations of the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, I understood that for ancient Egyptians, the pyramids were the ways of the soul to the heaven. And these steps of the pyramid, these are 6 dimensions which relate to the material world. According to the Egyptologist version, the square structure in the Djoser's pyramid symbolized a mold, a temporary revival, the beginning of a new life, and it was used by the pharaoh as his stepways to the heaven. And Imhotep, as an architect, actually embodied it as the soul of pharaoh, giving and joining with the sun when the sun is descending. So, the famous architect of the Djoser's pyramid is Imhotep, is the famous architect. So far, history doesn't know where Imhotep came from to ancient Kemet, Egypt. But we do know that the inscription by Imhotep is on the Djoser's pyramid. And here you can see, look at the hieroglyphs which the Egyptologists had translated. The Imhotep is the one came in peace. Imhotep is the prominent Egyptian architect of the ancient kingdom. He was the chief official of Djoser, the king Djoser, the second pharaoh of the third dynasty. It was 27th century BC. Also, Imhotep was considered to be the main priest of Ra in Giliople. And here on the screen you can see all the titles of Imhotep. It is notable that the main Egyptologists from USA believe that Imhotep had a great wisdom, and he also is the author of many parables and sayings, and he's so widely known that his name was never forgotten. He was an inspirer of many generations of people. So now we will go through the steps of the pyramid itself, so the panels, and what do we see here in the complex where the Djoser's pyramid is located? The pyramid was built about 2650 BC. It was the greatest structure in Saqqara at that time in Africa, and the innovation, the novelty which Imhotep introduced was the 6 steps of the pyramid. It was the first masonry example when these big stones were joined together. So the pyramid is the embodiment of highly engineering and architectural thought in order to depict the symbolic meaning of the pyramid for the future generations. Moreover, the surface of the pyramid was thoroughly processed in order to plates for slabs to fit together, and it was covered with limestone, this white limestone, which was much more solid than bricks, which was used by the second dynasty according to this table on the left. And there is no comparison on the solidity, because in pre-dynasty period, the remains of people were just left in the tombs. They were just buried underground. But Imhotep invented that actually massive stones could be used, and he invented the way of masonry so that the pyramid would never be broken. The construction was taking 6 steps according to the steps of the pyramid, as if a person was going through 6 dimensions of this material world. Moreover, in this pyramid, there is a deep tomb chamber where the sarcophagus of the king was supposed to be located together with his family and his main priest, Imhotep. I would like to emphasize that the mummy of the Imhotep and the sarcophagus are still not found until today. And also there is a separate gallery in the Djoser's pyramid for the members of the family of the king. Also, I would like to emphasize that Djoser's pyramid is 62 meters above the earth, which is towering above the bank of the Nile. And the engineering thought of Imhotep also was an embodiment as a heritage, which was embodied in the Giza pyramids. And I think we will consider this topic further in the next speeches.
Yes, I wanted to add that you have seen the famous stela, which was found, and it had a depiction of the story as the great Imhotep was able to fight away the famine that was caused by a plentiful prolonged drought about during 8 years. And this picture also has a very interesting depiction of an irrigation system, a technology of water supply. And we found that these technologies actually, so they existed 5,000 years before, also in this territory. And I will pass the word to the next speaker. Yes, hello. I would like to also tell you about one of the talents of Imhotep is healing. In fact, it's a very important talent, and philanthropy gave it.
And basically, many scientists confirm this activity of his, and we see that the most prominent fact is the Edwin Smith papyrus, or the so-called surgical papyrus. This is one of the most important medical texts in ancient Egypt. And it speaks about how to cure diseases. This is a really fundamental treaty. It consists of 22 pages, describing 48 traumatic cases that can be cured. So how they can be cured, the steps to cure them, and for example, if a doctor wants to cure certain diseases, they can. And scientists attribute this work to Imhotep and his great medical talent and medical skills were aimed at this activity. And William Mosler confirms that. He believes that he was the father of medicine. He was the first doctor, the first healer. And also Menapon, the ancient Greek philosopher, confirms that. He compares Imhotep with Asclepius, the ancient healer. He was very popular in the Greek culture. Thank you. I give the floor to the next speaker.
And I also wanted to add what we have found out about the father of Imhotep, the name of the father of Imhotep. In Egypt, the craft was passed on from father to son. And at the right side of Nile, there was a location found with two quarries. And sculptors and architects who visited it, they had a tradition to leave, some notes. So there was a record dated 5th century BC about a famous vessel of the ancient kingdom, and this inscription said that the first architect was Anaphem, and his son was Imhotep.
Another interesting thing I want to add about Imhotep is that his personality was deified, and it started around 100 years after Imhotep had died. And it continued for a long time. So he was worshipped as the god Thoth. He was considered to be the son of one of the gods, and he was also considered to be God Shu, who separated the sky and the earth. And as we can see, they displayed him as a young man with a papyrus, open papyrus. He was also compared to the women goddesses who were about purity. And it's interesting, why was a simple person worshipped as a god? Why was he made so inaccessible to people? Why was he placed to such enormous heights? I think, and it is my personal opinion, I think that people in that time did not start acting. They did not start working to act, but more information about it is from the next speaker.
Yes. Regarding the fact that we actually see what came down to us, right? What modern people know about this. So deification of Imhotep led to the fact that they considered Imhotep as some sort of collective image. It was until 1928 when there was a found this Djoser statue with enumeration of all the works and talents of Imhotep, and indeed we got to know that this such talented person actually existed. So it wasn't like just a collective image.
Yes, indeed, friends. The image of Imhotep is very interesting. We have some research, some facts from the third dynasty that Imhotep was a very wise man, a very educated person, was a great soul with a lot of knowledge, the person who worked and the person who changed the society. But these details were not so much, but you have to search for it. But we know that already by the times of the 26th dynasty, the Imhotep was claimed as a saint, and there were some temples appeared and he was being worshipped. And then after that, he became already a god, and there were like the prayers to him. There were different temples, there were different priests who made money out of this fame of Imhotep. These are, you know, simple mechanisms. But why people came to that? Why people believe that he is God? Because they found the knowledge about what good things he did to people, that he was a great healer, that he helped a lot of people with their illnesses, curing their illnesses. And then this led to the fact that when the society changed, the poor people became in the same position. They started to pray to Imhotep to, you know, get good health, to cure their illnesses, and it was passed from person to person. And this was like, you know, this is the system that we have. The person, for his good deeds, he becomes like the god, but not the knowledge that he brought to us. Why this happens? Because it is, you know, good for some people to make money out of it. So friends, let's try to take a look at the way the society was during the Imhotep and after that, and what knowledge he brought. And it is very interesting to make conclusions about that. Thank you.
So what is the most interesting conclusion? Actually, we have pyramids of Giza, and the first image that people usually have in their minds, actually I had it in my mind, and I think a lot of people have faced it. So what did the builders of the pyramids look like? So what do we imagine? Slaves who was working in very difficult conditions, who was bearing the lashes, who had no food, who had no opportunity to live. I think many of you have seen these images. Let's show the next one as well. So all of us have seen this in popular culture and in movies And this was a very popular image of slaves building pyramids. But actually, so let's get back to the previous slide. But when studying this topic, I saw some different things. I saw that, well, this modern science speaks about what the people were who were building pyramids. It's an amazing fact, and you need to speak about it. And the question is, why do you need to impose this concept of slavery on people's minds? Why to make this notion of slavery popular? This is an interesting question. And how were the pyramids built, and what do modern historians think about it? Natalia will tell you more about it. Thank you.
As Roman has mentioned it quite right, the myth about the slavery age, it's the Herodotus time, ancient Greece. This philosopher did visit Egypt at the end of the first millennia BC, and he actually recorded that most of the population of ancient Egypt were slaves. But is it really so? No, because Egyptologists, the Russian expedition to ancient Egypt, French expeditions, based on deciphering hieroglyphs in the pyramids, they actually understood that hired employees, hired workers were building the pyramids. And the papyrus mentioned that people were hired, they got salary, and there was a status of a human. So in contemporary scientific works and even in textbooks, we're already talking about free person who was hired in ancient Egypt, who was employed officially. But in the conversation with Dima, we also mentioned it. We raised this issue, and probably Dmitry can continue this topic.
There is no sound at the moment.
Yes, Dmitry wanted to say that actually the pyramids were built by slaves, but such people as slaves, would not be able to build such structures as pyramids because the slaves would not be so motivated, and the speed of the construction was also amazing, which is not typical for the slave worked or works. Indeed, if we now can get in touch with Dmitry, he will tell us more detail about that. If not, then I would like to say that our technical support kindly asked us to give the floor to Roman, who was talking before about the society. Roman, can you please get the floor now?
Yes, of course. And it's interesting that while building pyramids, you must remember that this is a very complex and technically advanced structure. And even if you use modern technologies, then it's very difficult to build it, even if you have experience And actually, I have some of the construction experience, and I can say that this is really difficult, like huge loads. What were they doing? What technical tools were they using to build it? Historians say that they were using some sort of levers, but it's not real in terms of mechanics. It wouldn't work. But also, the speed of constructing pyramids is impressive. Over a short period of time, around like 100 and 200 years of this Djoser dynasty, and then the fourth dynasty after the third one, these pyramids were built at a very impressive speed. And you can see that one block had to be placed every 2 minutes. So if you take, for example, 10-hour working day, then this is what the speed was. And also the question is, what kind of accuracy must have been there? I see that Dima is joining us. It's nice. So this also meant that the team that was working was really joined together. They were working as one organism, and so you really need good teamwork here, because to complete such a difficult structure with a team that does not work together, that knows nothing, this is unrealistic. Actually, Dima, can we hear you?
Yes, hello everyone. Hello again. Yes, there were some technical issues. Sorry about that. Right. So back to the topic of pyramids. So speaking of the pyramids of Cheops, I would like to emphasize the monumentality of this structure and the accuracy of it. We can examine several building parameters. So the square, the area of the base of the pyramid is 53,000 square meters, which is like 7 football fields. The height of the pyramid is 146 meters, which is like a very big building. So also in the pyramid there are a lot of numbers of corridors and tunnels that are still being studied by the scientists. It follows that the pyramid was built by people according to a kind of complex plan. There was quite a complex plan of construction, and people who designed it and who built it actually had to understand what they were doing, and they had to have appropriate training and education in order to follow this plan. Also, they had to have necessary tools to make certain measurements. They had to have methods and quite developed ones to work this out. Also, a high level of geographical knowledge. I would like to digress a little bit from the topic of the pyramids, and I would like to emphasize that our conference today is being translated into 10 languages. And this is provided by the technical team as well, so I would like to show you just a little bit of our team, a technical team. And actually the team is distributed all over the world, and a lot of people are working right now to ensure that this live broadcast can be watched by people in very many languages, and this is really great. So yes, back to the topic of pyramids. I would like to emphasize another interesting fact, that a pyramid consists of approximately 1 million and 750 blocks, and according to the calculations of if we measure, so it was built during about 20 years, and if we calculate this to the number of working days, like 300 working days a week, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and then we can figure out that one block was put in 2 minutes, which is unreal. And Also, one more time, I would like to emphasize that the organization of the work was of the highest top quality workers, and they had a very high level of knowledge in order to build such a monumental work, monumental structure. So this was done by very qualified personnel, not by slaves.
Yes, Dima, it was a very interesting piece of information from your side. I wrote down several phrases. The height of the pyramid is 50-story building, 230 meters base, and precise calculations and geodesic knowledge, and 650,000 blocks, which are tremendous. So it's very interesting indeed. The pyramids are so, kind of mysterious. They're shrouded in mystery, and they're interesting to many people, starting with school children who see these great structures, and up to scholars and scientists who are interested why these pyramids were constructed, because such structures actually, with such knowledge inputted in them, probably these pyramids were not built just to make it to bury one pharaoh inside such a pyramid. I think this topic is very interesting. That's why I would like to announce the next Kaleidoscope of Facts, which will be dedicated to the pyramids in particular.
Pyramids. Why are they found not only all over the Earth, but also on other planets? This topic keeps raising curiosity amongst researchers and scientists from all over the world. Global Pyramid Complex. A dormant mechanism awaiting for those who will activate it. What is its purpose? Mount Kailash, the unconquered peak of Tibet, or the great legacy of architects of the distant past. Why are all the pyramids of Earth oriented to Kailash? Sacred geometry of the pyramid. The ancients knew that the human energy structure has a pyramidal shape. But why did we forget about it? Pyramid of the 21st century. Studying the unique capabilities of a person in practice. Star map on Earth. What did people of knowledge encrypt for future generations in the arrangement of pyramid complexes? Cyclical nature of climatic catastrophes, 12,000 years. What is the role of the pyramid complex in the times of global cataclysms? And what is the responsibility of each person for the future of our civilization? We invite experts and scientists from various fields and all interested people to participate in a joint search for answers to these and other questions. It's time to return the truth to people.
Dear friends, we would like to invite you one more time to the common conference that will be held on the 13th of December. This will be an international conference, Kaleidoscope of Facts, and these conferences are being held each month on the 13th of each month. And ALLATRA IPM participants from all over the world are taking part in these conferences, and this is a huge team, not only those people who you see today on your screens, but These are the technical support, simultaneous translators, and you also saw Dmitry, who is right now at the coordination center, and where a huge international team of technical supporters is working on today's broadcast. And this is just a small part of what how these programs, these videos, these conferences are being created. So I would like to invite everyone to join this project.
Thank you very much, Antonina. It's a very topical issue right now, the pyramids, because Egyptology is an history, contemporary history, perceive pyramids as very complex elements of the government system. It's like a huge building block of the whole ancient Egyptian state, because when there was Imhotep, and we are talking about his contribution to organization of the economical development of ancient Egypt and economic growth, facts indicate that in ancient Egypt there was drought for 7 years, and then there was development when they were in Imhotep's time, because Imhotep offered Pharaoh Joseph to collect taxes from all people who had property, and they collected taxes as food also, because those were the major products and major resources at that time. I will remind you that in ancient Egypt they didn't have money, they didn't have paper money or coins, but they exchanged food as money. So Imhotep invented the system of economic order of redistribution of resources in society, and they were not going to the government as we are now used to in the contemporary world, but this money, these resources were invested into people's lives. In which way? Because they invested construction of residential buildings, and the income which was coming from to the pyramid to fund the labor of workers. These workers produced added value, and thanks to the new income, new revenues, Pharaoh Djoser could finance expeditions and constructions all around the Nile region. They were building roads, they were building forts and fortifications. Basically, Imhotep was distinguished not for being a prominent architect, which we already mentioned, but he was a strategically thinking person in the infrastructure. As a result, actually, the whole infrastructure of the country was developing, as we would describe it in the modern language. And all this was thanks to the revenues coming from the construction of the pyramids. When the government got resources from the construction of the pyramid, it became a part of the resources of the country, as you can see on the slide. Why was it possible? Because, as we mentioned before, the pyramids were not built by slaves, but those were people who believed in the potency and the power of the sun. They were motivated to create something for the benefit of their country, their families. And on ancient papyruses, which are depicted on the Djoser's pyramid, actually in the 26th, 25th centuries BC, taxes were in food stuff, and they invested these taxes, this food, into the benefit of the whole society. And then we will see what territories were discovered and processed and developed by the country. The teams of workers were working on the pyramids, and the whole stage of construction were depicted in the papyruses a little bit later than Imhotep's time. And these papyruses tell that workers from various fields were involved. And from the contemporary economic point of view, we could say that Imhotep thought about how to distribute occupations and labor between people so that all workers were involved. Moreover, we can see that this specialization of workers allowed them to gain remuneration for their construction works at the pyramids. They were motivated both materially, financially, and morally to create something new, because we need to emphasize that if basic needs of a person are satisfied, then a person can already get to his development. Egyptologists already know that the pyramids, the construction of the pyramids, was first of all a proper organization of labor. It was a giant number of people involved, and the period of the flooding of the Nile, thousands of people were involved, and the organization of their labor was arranged by Imhotep himself and his team, the masters, the construction chiefs. And the task of all these people was to bring the ready blocks from the stone cutting enterprise. Yes, every person was working, and these workers were supported, and the government supplied them with a place to live, with food, and basically these people were fully supported by the country. Where did the country took money for that? From the point that these workers were producing added value with the products with which they could generate revenues. Basically, these workers were providing with the resources everyone in the country. By analyzing this economical system, the beginning of which was created on the creative basis, creative foundation in the Imhotep's time, we can talk about proper conditions of labor and life of workers. And Egyptologists say that in the age of the ancient kingdom in Egypt, the construction of pyramids could involve about 5% of the Egyptian population, and the rest of the country were on temporary works. And this percentage shows that creative activity was already being conducted through provision of all basic needs so that people could be involved in their personal development. And indeed, Imhotep had a team of like-minded people, because one person can do a lot in organization, but like-minded people, those who had knowledge of engineering and architecture, those people contributed to embodiment, to implementation of those ideas in practice. Thank you very much for your attention. I think that we will continue this topic with our next speakers.
Yes, dear friends, hello once again. I would just like to broaden this understanding from the point of view of economy. So what did it mean for the government? What benefits did the pyramid bring to the government itself, to the country? And Natasha has already mentioned it, but I would like to highlight it once again. And next we will show why this is really important. Actually, the pyramid gave the opportunity to focus the economy. So that message, that idea that makes people engaged in the creative activity, and not just a group of like-minded people, but all the people in the country. Every single person. So it's like the creative idea, creative ideology. Everyone started to participate. Everyone started to believe in themselves. And in all areas, people were in demand. For example, people who worked with stones, the quarries, so delivery. Everywhere people were involved, people were receiving wages and salaries. And basically there was some kind of material provision, and people were sure in tomorrow. They were not worried about tomorrow. So this meant improving the quality of life, and people started to live longer. Healthcare was started to be developed, and basically this construction led to improvements in the entire country. The specialists, the logistics specialists, communication, everything improved the work of the country and made the life of every person better with each passing day. And as Natasha has mentioned, it engaged everyone. It allowed for the Egypt's activity to be broadened. So this idea gave people belief to act. And if you look at it from the point of view of economy, then this was the motivation, this was the focus that made economy work be more efficient, and it made people be more engaged in the creative process. And building the pyramid is truly important, but people played the most important role in Egypt's development and prosperity. Thank you, dear friends. I give the floor to the next speaker.
Right. I would also like to stress another fact that the wealthy people during the time of pyramids, in their biographical memoirs, they said that they have not enslaved a single Egyptian in their lives, which also indicates that in the society there was freedom. There were no slaves, and people were also welcomed. Although there have been studies of symmetries on the Giza Plateau that indicates that people worked hard physically, but they also were looked after. They were treated well-fed and so on. This figurine of the 5th to 6th dynasty is quite an interesting, but also I would like to conclude that Imhotep created such conditions that a person could not be a loafer in society. He had to work. And as Igor Mikhailovich Danilov said, Imhotep actually broke the system.
When Imhotep had been building the pyramid, the emphasis had been put on spiritual cultivation of people, right?
On people, surely. And we remember Imhotep's times, yes? Even by historical descriptions, those that have been preserved. After all, it was an important era indeed. There were major changes during those times, when he gave common people an opportunity to develop, to learn, and to grow. Didn't he? He broke the system, in fact. We have recalled Imhotep. It's his example. They remember this ALLATRA follower who gathered all priests and sent them to work. And in ALLATRA, it is clearly written that a person should earn his living and serve God in his spare time, and there are no exceptions. Well, again, there is a desire to be someone significant, and something significant in the system of consumer-based order, right?
Dear friends, and to continue with the topic of the creative society and with the topic of highlighting the people, education is really important. So this is a really important factor that provides to all the tasks that Imhotep had while building the pyramid and to develop the society.
And together with people, every part of their life actually develops. And so the doctors, the carpenters, and every person is really important because from every single person we have something bigger. And without them, we won't be able to have a mass production of a small portion of a small production that is happening here. So it's also every single person is important, their participation in development of society as a whole. So the education has given this capability. And so here and now you can actually see the support of the fact that under the society of Imhotep, education had place and it was spread out and it was allowing us to have fruitfulness of the society. And what is interesting is that not only the men were given the first place there everywhere, but it's also very important the role of the women. Together with men, they were actually having the education and everything, so that they took an active participation in the life of the society together with the male portion of the population. And I think that this is important because this is creation. Women, these are the most beautiful part of the society as it is. What is also important in the build-up of the pyramids, and this is the love to humanity as a whole, and the attitude to the builders themselves, just to provide for the nice environment of work or occupational health, which is the safety of labor, the safety of environment of labor, and so that this occupational safety can also be only be achieved because of those educational or organizational issues and asks and tasks and some professional skills and coordinated work that they had. What was interesting, what does historians say? So like that, as much as was found there, this is 600 graves of the workers and 300 graves of actual executive. And nothing else was able to found. So somebody who has died during the execution of the plan of the program. So it was an interesting fact of the development and the build-up and the comparison in the. It was 150 years something in the build-up. It's not only was the build-up, but also the big cemetery actually. There was so many deaths through that and due to scan, and if the data will not be having any other types of graves in Giza, so that there's 0% of deaths or mortality on the occupational mortality. So this is what actually is providing for the safety profile, the safety lectures and everything. So this is really important. And one woman and one person at every single one, not one, but every single one is important. So this is actually the approach of creative society, and it allows us to have it. And they actually allow to provide for such a wonderful structure and the development of the government as a whole. Thank you so much, and the floor goes to the next speaker.
Yes, Roman, thank you so much. I would like to add a few words to your speech because it is very interesting to, listen to the comments from specialists, especially about the pyramids and like the mountain engineer, the specialist you are. We know that scientific research sometimes in the science is very narrow, and what we encounter during the research that we do for the conference. And right now when we hear these facts from different specialists of different fields, first of all, you understand how important it is to be educated and have an open mind, and when the education is accessible to everyone in the society where the human life is the highest value, and then we understand that such a society all people want. And the second part is very important, that it is very important to unite for us, for people. And the project Kaleidoscope of Facts is a great example when people from different fields of their activities, different professions, they unite in the search of the truth. And we would like to remind our viewers who joined us recently that you are free to join the project. It is very easy, just to send us emails to info@allatra.tv, and I pass the floor to the next speaker.
Imhotep formed groups that quickly and effectively checked complaints from the population. If the complaints were confirmed, the guilty party was immediately punished, resulting in Imhotep being labeled a good friend of poor people, an enemy of all lawbreakers, and a true zealot of the truth, a wise man who gives valuable advice. and requires no reward in return, the one who is respected by all people.
Thanks to the initiative and care of Imhotep, schools are so-called houses of life, houses of wisdom, were built everywhere. First, Imhotep opened special schools at the pharaoh's court, in which he and his assistants personally taught talented young people the professions that were primarily needed to restore order in the country, where they were clerks, bookkeepers, organizers of various services.
The expenditure of time and money on the education of the gifted youth was so worthwhile that Imhotep soon succeeded in opening such school everywhere in the temples, where they began to train future officials, lawyers, and doctors. And most importantly, people were also taken from the people, from ordinary people, and schools were later opened with some government organizations where gifted children, even from poorer families, were prepared for a particular profession chosen by the students, for example, a sculptor, a trader, a bricklayer, and so on.
And the more talented and capable the young person was, the more he was united into the even deeper sciences. Imhotep arranged it in such a way that the young person himself was interested in receiving a qualitatively reliable knowledge base. Why? Because the more professional, capable, and talented a person was, the more career opportunities the state opened for him, and that improved his living conditions.
It was revolutionary that it didn't matter whether you come from a poor or rich family, because your abilities and high moral qualities were valued first and foremost. Eventually, such a policy resulted in people being given real opportunities to develop the best qualities.
Do you understand what happened? Capable people came to the fore from the lower levels of power to the higher ranks, from state administrative structures to science, education, medicine, and arts. It became a trend in society to be morally educated, polite, intelligent, and educated, and to set high goals. And why? Because the state began to actively promote the moral and intellectual achievements of the citizens.
Thanks to the great fame of Imhotep, this model became an ideal for ancient Egyptians. A person who didn't talk much was wise and resilient to hardships of life, with humanistic views, deeply humane, with a firm belief in the existence of the soul after death.
Yes, I would like to note another thing, another fact that the Great Pyramids were built more than 4,500 years ago, and they were made it so well that we can observe them almost in their original form. What does it say? It says that people who built it had quite a global large-scale goal, and people were so inspired to do that because they did something not only for the future generations of Egypt, but also for the future generations of all mankind. And subsequent pyramids that were built after the fourth dynasty, their quality leaves much to be desired. There already began to appear the text of the pyramid. The priests paid more attention about the magical properties of hieroglyphs rather than on some global large-scale architectural concept. And also the pyramids were built from a low-quality material like poorly processed stone and rubble. And none of the pyramids after the fourth dynasty survived in their original form. They were destroyed, collapsed, and so on. So after the fourth to sixth dynasty, the age of the pyramids actually ended. Right. And we also observe that the times of building the pyramids of from Chaucer, Karim. That was the time when Egypt was prosperous state, where there were cultural and moral values in the society, and they were highly valued. And the highest value was a person, the life of a person. And people could be called happy because in that state there was order and love for work. But what do we read now about those times? A lot of things were written about these times by Herodotus, and we have heard in our history lessons, about this. But what did he say about those pharaohs? Actually, Herodot, who wrote his history 2,000 years after the life of these pharaohs, he had a conversation with people in power who already lost the values and the direction that was laid by Imhotep. And he says, Herodotus says that such pharaohs as Khufu and they were dictators, they were in vanity, and there were a lot of complaints that about them, and they did not allow sacrifices to gods, and it was not allowed not to work. And these complaints came to us, reached us under the guise of well, kind of like complaints from a population, but in fact we see that most of the people had no complaints about anything. But Mecheren, who allowed human sacrifices, and from the time of whose the cultural decline of Egypt began, Herodotus describes him in such a loyal view. So these are some double standards. So we will see this in the history, like we can see it in many ways, in numerous times. Why was it like this? Why were the pyramids stopped being built? Because allegedly because the pyramids actually destroyed the economy of Egypt, and this is such an excuse. Reminds about stopping of the lunar space program not so long ago, and this is kind of like a little naive, and it raises a lot of number of questions, like why so many years after Imhotep, humanity have not built no new pyramids. People also cannot be considered as happy people. So, is it really true, or someone wants people to believe in these excuses? Also, I would like to add that about the deification of Imhotep and deification of like various personalities. So people like Imhotep were deified, and this led to the fact that, well, why is it done? Because it is done in order to so that people en masse would stop working on themselves, so that they start waiting for someone who comes and makes work for them. And Imhotep was actually the one who inspired people, because everyone can reach the heights of spiritual work on themselves. And bring maximum benefit to other people as well.
So I would like to draw a certain conclusion, and that the Egypt really has a bright moment. The fourth dynasty in the times of Imhotep and the leader Joseph. This is really the flourishing of this kingdom, of the government and of the economy. So that people finally, it was nicer to live and better to live, but it was also a flourishing both of the government, of the culture, so that every day the life of people by people themselves became better, simpler, accessible, more safer, and more easy to understand. And this golden age, it has actually began not with the pyramids themselves. It has started from people that started to work on themselves to change the world around for the better. And why did the last pharaoh of the fourth dynasty it has finished then? You can also say, why is it important the pyramid and its buildup was economically profitable for the government? Dmitro made an example that it was actually profitable to make such a pyramid, and then alongside the conference we found out that this is not really so, and that the reason was not in the pyramid, that the reason was the people that wasn't okay with how things were before, where you had to work truly just to have enough to live. But the people who wanted to live good but don't do anything for that. And the simple example why this fourth dynasty has ended. There are mentioning that there was actually, it was done by force, but we can actually take a look who profited from that in a few sources. And what can we see here? Who came to power after the fourth dynasty, and what kind of government was under the fifth dynasty, where the local small like tribes or regions were in power, or just the like the joining of the cities were actually together, so that this society has fractured, and this is when was the golden age has finally over. This is what we've touched on the preparing on the conference. It was such a small amount of information on the period of the ancient actually kingdom, which was third and fourth dynasty, and so it's really insufficient of like any like tablets or any written information that would actually be in papyrus or actually get reached to us like in the statues or something else that could actually be preserved. It's really, really, really in a small quantity. Yes, the river of time has flown everything away, and those materials have vanished. But starting from the fifth dynasty, so that there's so much information lost from the before times and who ruled and how they ruled. The example of the same period, as you can see on the map, this is when the Sumerian civilization has developed, that we has raised the question on in the previous conferences that we held. And to be completely honest, we see here that at the same specific period of time, Sumerian civilization actually existed, and the artifacts of which, like the glue tablets or the clay tablets, and so that they were actually in the same period, and so that some scientists, the Sumerians had just so many of sand or something of that, and then this is what's preserved. Well, it's such a pity that in ancient Egypt there was not enough sand, and so we don't have it preserved. So yes, it's such an important piece of information on that wonderful society where people lived happily together, and they were building a wonderful world where you would want to live in, not for themselves, but also for their ancestors and the people in the future who would be there. actually descendants. And so the people based in the knowledge in the books of Anastasia Novak and the programs in the programs with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, they can actually build a wonderful society where every single person would like to live in. And this life is wonderful. So dear friends, let's study and dig in even more to find even more interesting and important moments that people will be trying to hide or misinterpret, but they are present there. This key and clean and clear knowledge, you can find it in the modern sources even now. Thank you so much, and I give the floor to the next speaker.
Roman, thank you very much. It's so wonderful that you told about the society, what people cherished and valued in that society. Indeed, Imhotep was a respectable and honored example of what can be done in the society so that moral, spiritual values will be ruling in society, even based on the papyri and the studies of the ancient famous ancient Egyptologists. They showed the values of this society, such as, for example, freedom. Such values were promoted by Imhotep, and they were supported all around thanks to the pyramid constructions. I liked it very much in the book by Anastasia Novak, Sensei 4, that thanks to such a huge, enormous, large-scale construction and involvement of the best people of Egypt in this project, those people actually included men and women, equal people, humans who were possessing the grains of spirituality and humaneness. And these are people who valued, so a human was valued as the greatest value. And Imhotep gave knowledge to people, he taught them. And those people represented various occupations. Now we will go along the corridors of time and go to the Joseph pyramid, and we will see that those were the people of different occupations, because the walls of the Joseph pyramid show that those were stone cutters who had hammers and shovels in their hands, and also they wore special clothes. And we will come to understanding that their main values was freedom, to hold a goose in one's hand. That was the Egyptian saying, because by the goose symbol they defined the symbol of freedom, of Ka, of Ba, soul. And so people gained the solid, stone solid face. Those people had had something in common with these values. Those were the members of the team of Hotep. And let's go to this Saqqara complex, and we will see what a huge number of symbols is depicted there in the whole premise of the pyramid. And why am I saying about symbolism? Because symbols are actually preserved and as in terms of similarity with this ancient Egyptian object. We are coming to the 27th century BC. It's the third millennia, and every symbol requires interpretation. Let's try to think as ancient Egyptian in this cultural context, and we will be able to understand that these values were able to be implemented. Symbols denoted the borders of understanding of people, because the language which we see in the pyramids is mostly non-verbal. It wasn't inscripted as words or as letters. It was depicted in hieroglyphs. And what we see now on our screen is these are the corridors, the tunnels inside the pyramid, and inscriptions of the Imhotep himself. I should mention also the colleagues, archaeologists, epigraphs who studied the depictions in this pyramid, and actually the preservation of these artifacts was ensured. In 1920, most of the bas-reliefs and precious objects in the pyramid taken away and placed in various museums. Now we'll try to take various pieces of this puzzle and make a whole integral picture in order to get acquainted with the values which Imhotep was transferring to people, to society. Also, we will emphasize that some symbols vanished because in 2007, pardon me, there was some sound problem. Is there any question? When there was the reconstruction, unfortunately, the surfaces were cut off with the symbols, and of course it was done with the permission of UNESCO by UN. And what do we see in galleries right now? We see certain parts of the galleries which were not accessible to people as a result of the revolution in 2011. And people were not just led to the pyramid, but researchers were not led there. So regarding the creative symbolism and creative principles of Egyptians, ancient Egyptians paid a lot of attention to the shape of symbols and items. And this shape actually contained the content, the meaning. And if we go along the tunnels, we can see inscriptions from various times. We will see the depiction of the double of the human, which is Ka, and other symbols which depict depict of actions which people done in everyday life. And this bas relief, you can see a house and a person, a place as freedom in the place where I live. Next hieroglyph shows that the axe was a tool of the worker. Why am I applying to these bas reliefs? They look kind of complex because there are lotus flowers and axes, hammers, but they depict some numbers actually, like 2 lines of 3 lotuses in each, which means 6,000 in ancient Egyptian. And the most fundamental and amazing artifact which we can now see is the stela with a great number of geese, the symbol of freedom and initiation. Why am I emphasizing on this? Because if we go back to ancient Greece, then goose was turned into a symbol of, devaluing of bad values in society. This is what ancient Greeks done, in contrast to what ancient Egyptians had in the times of Imhotep. If we go further along the premises, we have a stone imitation which is now kept in the London Museum. And here, which is very well noticed, this is diagram symbols. You see orange arrows showing the snake and the eagle and a human, Ankh, this cross, Ankh cross, and falcon. Now let's look at this symbolism in more detail. The bee is a symbol of birth and revival. Next to it, there is a straight cobra, which is the preserver of Ra. And Ra depicted the power of justice and protectress of the kings. So actually it symbolizes life and the fact that life should be preserved and protected, because if one person is valued, then the life of all people will be valued. The most unique point is that we can see a falcon in the place where which was destroyed, the surface was destroyed in 2007. It's a god Ptah, and actually a falcon with a pharaoh crown, and also a unique artifact which unfortunately remains only on the image, on the photograph. It was found in 2000 18. Now we go into the most beautiful artifact with faience, and here we see bas reliefs in the interior of the pyramid, and we see the Djoses pharaoh tomb and symbols. Actually, he calls a tool of builder, and along this tool, this weapon, the snake, the protector of Ra, is moving, and Ankh is holding a shovel. And also we see an eye here. Eye, it is also a great symbol which is depicted. Now we go further to the Djoses pyramid. We'll see such a graffiti on the walls of the temple in the south premises in Saqqara. This is the element of the stonecutter's clothes, because Egyptologists they found out that this clothes, the apron, was an element of the clothing of stonecutters in particular, because the whole major members of the team of Imhotep were stonecutters. And see here, it's a bas relief on his underground gallery, and also there is an apron depiction and a stonecutter's depiction. Cartouche is a thread, a rope which combines, which holds a person in life. It's a material from which this building of life is built. Let me remind you that Ankh, cross Ankh, symbolized endless life, the morning sun, the union between feminine and masculine principles. And Ankh actually is a key, as a key of life, key to life, key to knowledge. It's a combination, a unity between the feminine and masculine natures. It's the stability of the world, the universe. And this is the path of self-development and self-improvement, self-perfection. So these very symbols show that humans were thinking in terms of development. Who were developing? The stonecutter was developing, the person in an apron, the one who was building structures from stones. I might be incorrectly saying it, but this Ankh symbol depicted the absolute power, and Ptah, symbol Ptah, of god Ptah, actually had two basic Ankh symbols and another item in another hand, which were quite regular for Egypt at that time, because this papyrus was called the sculpture of the earth. And the rope depicts the closed circle, the infinity, the endlessness. So if we go into these symbols, we will see and get inspired with this language, just as Anastasia Novik is writing. These are the symbols of stonecutters, and the semantic analysis of these hieroglyphs I provided you with. And these stonecutters had values. And this was so important. These symbols were depicted close to the symbols of falcon, meaning of the power of Pharaoh. Also, a marvelous example of the semantic language, of the transference of the knowledge of meanings, is this Hafra Pharaoh statue. Hafra was the representative of the fourth dynasty, and here on his statue we see such symbols as the falcon, who is behind the pharaoh and he is closer. Then the Djoser head in third dynasty, he was protecting him and his head with his wings, the flower ornaments on his throne, and the lion legs, which show significant places for the stonecutters. These are free stonecutters. And you know, you can see in a Sensei book the information about the organization of free stone cutters. Based on this semantic analysis, we can say that in the Hotep's time, there were people, free stone cutters, those people who got ideas from Imhotep himself. Thank you very much for going on a tour together with me to Saqqara complex.
We can see with our own eyes but not understand what was the real meaning behind it. But we can see now definite parallel between the Knights Templar and the time of Egypt, of the free stone cutters, the spiritually free stone cutters. We can see that we have a time frame of approximately 200 years in Europe in the Middle Ages and in Egypt in antiquity, where we have a revival of spiritual and moral values, where the society is centered upon people, that people can live happily, freely, with education, with health, safely and secure, with revolutions in agriculture, in infrastructure, in finance. You can see here definite parallels how this happened, a time where society thrived and left so many important monuments for the next generations, the pyramids in Egypt and the cathedrals in Europe. And this is all due to the free stone cutters, the spiritually free stone cutters in Egypt and the Knights Templar in Europe. And we can see that after a time of such revival of the values in society and of society as a whole, then there comes a very strong decline in both cases. So we can see these parallels, and we can now also make the connection between the spiritually free stone cutters from ancient Egypt and the Knights Templar, on the other hand, together now in the rebranded form of the free stone cutters, or otherwise known as Freemasons. Let's take a look who are the Freemasons actually, and how are they different from the spiritually free stone cutters from ancient Egypt. I pass the floor now to the next speaker.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear the sound yet. Unfortunately, there is no sound in the broadcast. Our technical support will check this in a minute. Friends, we are having some technical difficulties because the broadcast is being held online. Sorry for the interruption, but we would like to pass the floor to the next speaker. And yes, please feel free to, talk in the discussion.
How does this work? Let's try to explain it by an associative example. You know, a certain brand that produces a good product, for instance, footwear. It is a popular widespread trademark. People buy this footwear and they are satisfied with the quality. However, a competitor is in the market who goes ahead and impudently copies this trademark or perhaps makes insignificant adjustments. process that customers can hardly notice at first sight, and he begins to produce his own product of a much worse quality, which not just quickly wears out, but also, let's say, does harm to a human body. And so imagine, not going deeper into that, you see a similar trademark, and you know it's a good brand with a good quality. You wear their product, but then you have problems with your health because the product quickly deteriorates. Yet what do you start perceiving negatively? Everything that is sold with this trademark. That's the essence of Masons. They took positive signs, they took signs of the organization which indeed not just had spiritual aspirations, but really implemented the right things and helped humanity to develop spiritually, while Masons just took their signs and replaced them. Thus, they actually turned something good into bad in such an abundant. So people remembered what was good, that this was made by an organization that had some certain symbols, and Masons just took it and used for their own purpose, and then used it, make some adjustments, and brought some aggressive factor.
Thank you so much for this video fragment. It shows very clearly how the system of substitution works, the substitution of symbols that were known to people. They are being copied, and when people know them, and then they're being used in different way. I would like to remind our viewers that right now in the topic of arhats and archons, we are studying the secret organizations that were working for the sake of humanity or for making the humans slaves. We would like to, study what mechanisms are being used by the other side and why these mechanisms are still being used, why they're still working. That is why I would like to pass the floor to the next speaker. If the technical support fixed the issue, our speaker is ready.
Хотелось бы еще продолжить про свободных каменщиков.
I would just like to add a few words about the Freemasons, and they were also the builders of the bridges, which is the complicated structures that for which there was needed a complicated calculation, and not in that areas, and so from the heart to the heart, and spiritually Freemasons or stone cutters, so the strongest bridges that the people are building. And so that to build such strong bridges, Imhotep has actually picked his team from the society as a whole, the simple-minded, simple-hearted people, and then people reached Imhotep and they wanted to reach their team, but he didn't take everybody just out of the street and who would like to be there for their material values, or who had any like natural skills, or to just have some secret knowledge there. So such people didn't get to the team, and so the people who were actually trying to get there, he was just assessing them at a time when he understood that the person consciously makes his decision to the fact that he needs to serve the society and do something good and in a team, then yes, this kind of people could be the part of Imhotep's team. Why team, and not just because that's how he highlighted about the team, that only a strong and joint team could actually be changing on such a scale the society of that time and build such a monumental structures. And it's the organization itself had to be quite drastic and quite important, so that the person was evaluated differentiated on his moral and spiritual values by being able to take responsibility. And so the spiritually free stonecutters was the spiritual people. The main objective of this movement was actually the understanding of the spiritual development stages, and with time actually archons actually drawing it back when such a spiritual actual initiatives became to have such a wide scale gamut, and they were trying to destroy the structure, and when they were wasn't able to do so from the outside, they started to rot it from the inside, and so they replaced the spiritually free stonecutters to the free stonecutters, and so they made the core change to the internal, from internal value to external values. And so the activities were just dedicated to any material types of interests. And so regarding the bridges, I would also like to add that the spiritually free stonecutters were building bridges from the heart to the heart, and the free ones would actually building the bridges from power to power, from their power. And the bridge builders, so there's such a word pontific. The word from Latin actually means, it actually means the bridge builder. Yes, from the pontificus, the bridge, or the one who makes the bridge, actually, if you would be literate. And beforehand, this was actually implemented when there was no like priestly organization in the ancient times, and so this pontific has the title of the previous emperor or the high priest, and so this is why we'd like to give the floor back to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I would like to add one little comment to Dima's speech, how free stonecutters were different from the Freemasons. Free stonecutters were spiritually free people, and their goal was to, comprehend the spiritual stages of development. And Freemasons, they substituted this internal goal and replaced it with external. And free stonecutters were passing the knowledge equally. And Freemasons, they introduced the transfer of knowledge from teacher to students. So there was a hierarchy. Also, they presented the books, good books with good topics, but they rewrote them, and they made a huge substitution in that. And very important moment was also there was a philosophy, there was such a definition as the higher mind. So people began to, people with the soul, they became taking themselves as the higher mind. And this was the big substitution as well. And also the thing that you saw in the video, there was the substitution of the symbols, and they changed them as well. And also, yes, just like Dima said about the bridges, the free stonecutters, they built the bridges from heart to heart, and Freemasons, Masons, they built the bridges to the fame and power. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the speakers, to Lena and to Dima, for this very interesting insights and for clarifying who are the spiritually free stonecutters and who are the Freemasons and what are the basic differences between them. Again, we can see these parallels, as just Dima highlighted. To become a spiritually free stonecutter, it was not so easy to be accepted. You had to show yourself as a worthy person
with high moral values, with high spiritual values. You have to prove yourself, your dignity, your love, your compassion. And this was not done from one day to the other. Remember, we talked about the Knights Templar. It took 7 years for a person between entering the organization of the Knights Templar and indeed becoming a knight as such. We can see these definite parallels. And although we're talking about a time span of almost 3,000 years between the spiritually free stonecutters and the Knights Templars, we see this pattern repeating again and again. And there are also, in between these 3,000 years, other periods where this pattern can actually be observed, where there is this splash, this impulse within one organization, and then spreading into the entire society. And in both cases, there followed a decline. And what led to this decline and what was strengthened afterward? This was priesthood. The structure of priesthood, based mainly on power, already emerged in Sumer, as we have already shortly discussed. And it strengthened both in Egypt and in Europe after this wonderful organization have declined and have been destroyed. Let's take a deeper look about the role of priests in the world history. I pass the floor now to the next speaker.
Да, спасибо. Как мы видим, Имхотеп сделал много.
As we see, Imhotep did a lot of good things in Egypt. He was leader of the free stone cutters. He built the pyramids, and he actually was the one who helped to develop spiritual and moral values in the society. Priests did not like it because their power was greatly shaken in the ancient Egypt. And free stone cutters, they attempted to destroy this organization, but as much as Argons wanted to destroy it, over 200 years, they actually were able to survive, and spirituality was at a high level in society. So I would like to narrate a little bit about the knowledge that was a religion that was built on the base of the knowledge that was given by Imhotep. Right, so this was the religion that was built on the knowledge, and archons were actually able to distort this teaching, and they all the striving of person, they shifted from spiritual to magic, to matter, and that the future of the afterlife of a person depended not on the dignity of his dignity and his faithful life, but whether he knew magical formulas and how many rituals he performed and how many sacrifices he made to the priests. So when such a concept began like a massive, the priests also turned religion into just a trade of magical formulas, and for further to make it more lucrative for people, they made it like a show. As Lena mentioned, among all this, against all this background, in the history there was destroyed the scrolls that contained knowledge of the previous periods, and those parables and those stories that were conveyed with spiritual grains of knowledge, they were rewritten, destroyed, and distorted. In this way, this was the gradual reorientation of human qualities from spiritual ones to material ones. The same we can see even in modern age. those knowledge that were given us by the prophets contained a lot of knowledge and a lot of grains, but religions have only a few of them.
Thank you very much, Dima. We would like to look deeper into the topic of Freemasons. Who are they? Basically, in order to know more about free stonecutters, we need to really dig a lot of information, to spend a lot of time. Unfortunately, there is plenty of information about Freemasons, and this order is very popular all over the world. And basically, there is no country in the world almost which wouldn't have a building or a Freemason. How can we find this out? It can be Europe, it can be America, Asia, Africa, doesn't matter what country in those continents, but you can find these buildings with relevant signs and symbols. Could you please show us the video? With the angle bar, and you can see how these buildings look like, what these buildings look like, and this temple, Masonic temple, function in all cities, and for thousands of years there is an invisible work going on by the Freemasons or Masons. We were interested to find out what kind of order is this, and why is it so popular? Why does it have such a power and is located all over the world? And what these people actually tell about themselves. According to the official mission, the Freemasons organization was due to the guilds in the Middle Ages. It goes back to sort of 12th century AD in England, but according to the previous speakers, the Freemason order actually appeared as a counteraction, counterbalance to the free stonecutters order, because since the activity of Imhotep and his organization was so popular, they decided to change it to the opposite. But according to the official version, those were separate unions of builders or constructors. And here a question arises, guys. How these professional associations of builders can grow so much all over the world? Why are they so influential? And why such building guilds actually involve such noble persons as lawyers, lords, and noble people, aristocrats and priests, military leaders, famous musicians, writers, poets, kings, presidents of big countries, philosophers, industrial leaders, admirals, and even astronauts. Of course, industrial people, capitalists, big businessmen. And just for you to understand, this guild of workers from the period of 1000, from 1737 to over this next 200 years, 14 princes were involved in this organization, and they many of them became English kings. What actually Freemasons tell about themselves regarding their name? According to our current knowledge, it was actually a changed, modified name of Imhotep's free stonecutters, but Freemasons actually say that since in England there is free movement of all not all people could move freely around the country, but the only people who could, those were stonecutters or builders who were traveling around Europe in order to build temples, buildings, palaces, etc. And since they were moving around freely, they began to call themselves Freemasons. But actually, we do know and understand that actually the affiliation to this order gave its members, adherents, an ability to move freely around the world in Europe, because actually they moved around and solved their issues and implemented the Archon's plans, which were imposed on them in order to continue growing, increasing their power all over the world. And in order for them to implement the plan on strengthening this consumerist society, slaverish society, feudal society all over the world. Of course, if we talk about their influence, the Freemasons' influence in 18th century, for example, there was the Clement XII, the Pope, who was the initiator of persecuting Masons, but the Masons were already so influential that this Pope's initiative couldn't destroy the order, because they had many protectors and supervisors on the part of noble people. When I was reading, actually, what the Masons have, the so-called lodge, you know, and lodge, and we know that they are located all over the world. Basically, their buildings are located in the middle of the cities and downtown cities, and there is such a dissonance between the official information and what we actually see all over the world. Also, people say that in order to enter such organization, you have to swear on a book. And now we have such an association that currently presidents of many countries also conduct their votes, take their votes on a book. But if we talk about these artels of Masons, they have such a tradition as annual balls, dancing balls, and actually it's quite a popular tradition all over the world. It's actually an aristocratic tradition. And I studied this issue too, and I studied their values as well. And what is their religion to God, attitude to God, to civil government, what is the organization hierarchy of Masons. And I studied this and compared it with the Imhotep's order, with free stonecutters, in order to find more information. Actually, it's an open information, everyone can study it and dig into it. We actually dug into the golden the information by Anderson is Freemasons, and also the statute of Freemasons. Why the golden verses of the Pythagoras? It's the part of the Pythagoras' teaching which his adherents admitted as possible to be disclosed to non-initiates. According to Pythagoras himself, he says that it is illustrated by symbols. In actual fact, if we analyze all the components of this movement, we come to understanding that they have their own rituals, they have their own history, legends, hierarchy, and all this is an inseparable part of their attributes of religion. If we ask ourselves a question, what God they actually serve and are subordinate to, because they give the first oath to God. They don't hide it. For example, in 2002, there was an interview by the Big Lodge of Masons and Great Margin Middlesex. He said that Masonic lodges unite people who believe in universal mind. And according to Alexei and Yelena in the previous speeches, they mentioned what the universal mind is. It is interesting because I also found a mention in the Pythagoras' golden verses. Let me read it out. I swear to you that whoever imposed this triad into the soul, Zeus, the omnipotent Zeus, you are the only one who can release the humankind of all troubles. And it's very interesting. You remember our first Kaleidoscope of Facts and the second Kaleidoscope of Facts when we discussed Who was Zeus? The Zeus actually, it's a collective image of El. The El was a dictator of the Atlantis times, and we understand that this image of El is Zeus, and actually Zeus embodies his values, his actions, and all this was promoted in the times of ancient Greece when those priests came to power whom we mentioned today, archons, and basically archons started promoting their ideology, the consumerist ideology, the feudal ideology, and slavish ideology. What I was amazed about is that in order to understand the essence of this Freemason order, let me read out also the verse that you have to sacrifice, you have to bring sacrifice to gods, preserve your face, and believe a memory of heroes and revere heroes. What do we see here? First of all, sacrifice to gods. And we know that when religions emerged, when priests emerged, rituals arose that made people, inspired people to sacrifice, to pray, to have rituals in order to get some material benefits, some material good for themselves, regardless whether it's health or welfare or anything else. And this already was promoted. It's a part of their cult. Next, it's necessary to revere, to worship the memory of heroes. Actually, glory, what is glory? Glory is immortality for the mind. And according to this philosophy, according to this religion, we can say that this is implemented by the point that in all history textbooks, we see certain personalities. Streets in the cities are called by the names of certain personalities. Also, famous composers, writers, etc., military leaders, their names are on the year they transmitted. And now I would like to answer the question from our viewers who wrote a comment on YouTube. They were asking, who benefits from the fact that we people do not have real history? Here is the answer for you guys. It is beneficial to those who endeavor to promote their heroes. It is their direct interest. Basically, there are questions, and the mechanism of action is quite clear to us now. There is also another point which amazed me a lot. The spirit of earth to be worshipped. I was amazed. What is this? This is the spirits of the dead? What kind of religion is this? We were talking about the fact that Imhotep and his followers, they always knew about the soul. They believed in one God, and for them, the only value was always spiritual and moral values and a human, first of all. And also, if we go in brief through the organization of Freemasons, again, about in their statutes, there is a very interesting point I would like to mention. It's relations between the civil government. It's second verse, section 3. A person, you should revere your parents, and along with that, you should worship the parents, the fathers of the government, because they represent deity on this earth. If they are mistaken, they will be responsible to the charge of the kings, but your judgment cannot be just. We cannot free you from obedience. And of course, this shows us this etiology of the fact that at the head of the governments of the countries, there are people, and everyone has to obey these people, treat them as deities, and nobody can doubt their activity, no matter what they do. Also, Pythagoras has such a verse. He says there that if in the world delusion is higher than the truth, a wise person waits until truth comes back. This means that you have to pray to gods, to the heads of the countries. Don't disobey, and if you see some evil, just step aside. And before that, we were talking about just society in the times of Imhotep, who did everything in order to ensure that people live good. And we saw a video where I just said that every person who was deprived in their country in Egypt, he can address the Imhotep for judgment and get a just court decision. But here we have a different situation. Of course, in the Freemasons organization, there is a rigid hierarchy, obedience between these the layers, the secret action, secrets, mysteries, and punishment if you violate an oath or a secret. In many verses, it is said that a person who violates an oath, for example, let me just give an example, be afraid of punishments because you break the law, the oath. Your will is subordinate to the will of higher laws. We also know that Freemasons have their own language of communication in symbols and signs, and these symbols and signs, most interestingly, they were taken from the free stonecutters of Imhotep. But within the Freemason order, these symbols became a secret language, and the meaning of these symbols are disclosed to the participant of the order when he goes from one layer to the other, from one level to another. And how people get into this order, actually we have information in the Anderson's constitution. There are specific requirements. A person should not have any bodily defects. He has to subordinate his master, obey his master, and come from honest parents. Then he can be selected an officer, then a master of the lodge, and then a great master of all lodges. Many information we find about selectedness, chosenness. In verse number 8 of the statutes, it is said that among all people on earth, Masons are admitted your brothers. Don't forget that they have the sacred rights of the human tribe. So basically, the Masons, the Freemason order, their interests are higher than people's interests. And regarding the activity which is conducted by the order and how this order actually influences the life of society, what events are taking place, I can talk about this for a long time, but I'll give you just a simple example. Have you ever thought about the military uniforms? Actually, where these uniforms come from? Let me give you, could you please give a picture on the screen? Not, it's a wrong image from another speech. The very last image. Yeah. Okay, if we talk about uniforms, we have associations with military elite, first of all. And what is common between a normal suit, men's suit, and military suit? Actually, military suit is an element of affiliation in the Brotherhood of Freemasons. At a certain point in time, the members of the most respected lodges, they were noble people in cities, and they had larger privileges and rights, and military uniforms were, or kind of uniforms were actually their distinctive feature. And now we should understand why these trends are used. This uniform is not very comfortable, but it's an attribute. It's such an example which shows what is really happening in this world. And what I would like to say in the end is that One of the statements by Freemasons is that the Brotherhood of Freemasons is an organization of people who sincerely believe in the advent of more perfect humanity. And more perfect humanity are who? Why are we so bad for them? Inherents of followers of Imhotep are those who have soul and want to live in a better society. Is such humanity better than such free-willed people? So let's choose our heroes and act as free stonecutters, not like Freemasons. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alina, for such a detailed speech, because coming to the end of our blog, where we talk about the mechanisms of archons, and we get the understanding how they are manipulating. And when we're talking about the Imhotep, I would like to remind you the words said by Igor Mikhailovich. Why in the history we see that only the murderers are famous? Why it happens like that? So thanks to this such a wonderful, enormous research done by the team who prepared this conference, such heroes as Imhotep, the real worthy people, the people who are, actually human from the capital H. Now we see the real people. And we also have another addition. We would like to come back to Egypt about Imhotep, how this substitution appeared. So Dmitry wants to tell something.
Yes, Tonya, thank you. There's also an interesting fact about the distortion of the fact, the distortion of knowledge in ancient Greek. A professor, Vladimir Ilyich, analyzing the work of Egyptologist, Doctor of Historical Sciences Berglio, he actually put forward certain conclusions that Berlin also made in his work. So the Imhotep was actually the compatriot or co-worker or collaborator of Djoser, and the name, the etymology of I is actually one of the names of thought, whose name is I am and the thrice greatest. This was the title of a pharaoh, but the younger I was called Imhotep. And we see that when ancient Greeks came to Egypt in the first millennium, and they heard the legends about Djoser and Imhotep, they formulated this medical, mystical teaching as Hermetism. The prototypes were Djoser and Imhotep. On this example, we see how people made a hero out of one person and made him a deity, which was kind of like a trend for antiquity of Greece. Also, I would like to give another example when archons have already grasped Egypt, and after the fourth dynasty and this disintegration of the state began, there was a sharp decline. So that happened when Maniphone, during the reign of Maniphone, it was the transitional period exactly after Imhotep, and it was ruled by 70 kings in 70 days. And this was actually true. After the sixth dynasty, Egypt began to fall apart into small, weak states. At first, there was an attempt made so that the leading positions were taken by nobles from different crowds, but this led to nowhere because every one of them actually was concerned only with his own region. But later, a fierce war actually disintegrated a big state into very small, weak states. In such way, we see how archons, by their destructive activity, create conditions so that people in a state, in a disintegrated state, thought only about survival, not only about spiritual values.
Yes, but their deeds you will get to know who they are. This is a wonderful saying of Jesus, of Isa, that has actually characterized them quite correctly. The fact that if people will know those methods of control of archons and how did they do so, then they can easily interact it, and so that there will be no fear, there will be a clear understanding using what kind of leverages and levers they are twisting the truth, taking power, separating and fracturing the whole on many different missing pieces. So this principle, separate and conquer, it's actually, if you will, all the humanity, you will separate to big amount of small groups that will actually try to compete with each other, and they will see differences between themselves. You can easily actually become the head of all those groups and to control with a big amount of people. Because this is their goal, to reach the absolute power. And so by this subconscious will of people to know something hidden and or mysterious, they are using for such a long period of time by creating a secret societies, like mystical parts and portions, like the sex, like the any mystical groups, so that they are also being heads of somebody who's for something and somebody who's against something, because it's in our power to actually develop and understand all of those mechanisms. And so archons, they're actually planning their activities for hundreds of years ahead. And so in Sensei 4 book by Anastasia Novak, there's such an important information regarding their plans at this 10 years, and you can actually open this book and read it out yourself. But even though they had those plans, archons only plan, but we people, we actually make the decision whether to agree with the proposed ideas of archons or to create our own future. The future where we would build bridges from the heart to the heart, where there will be no borders. There will be no separation between people. There will be only the truth and common understanding. And so the primordial knowledge for every single person, where there will be support in the society and where you will actually be happy, completely truthfully. What can be more beautiful when every single person is happy? Thank you.
So, dear friends, right now we're coming to the very interesting topic that actually, our viewers are very interested in. We kind of mentioned it a little bit when we were talking about the Order of Templars. We touched the topic of what they were looking for on the Holy Land, and there was the question, and our viewers were keep sending us the comments and questions. What actually gave them such a surge? With the help of whom they were able to build such a huge organization, and how it influenced on the development of society, not only of those ages, but still is influencing our society. So right now, I would like to give the floor to Victoria.
Thank you. It's not an easy times for the mankind. The Grail was brought into the world of the Bodhisattvas to tell about the truth and transmit spiritual knowledge to humanity. They were called the messengers of God, thus who were known as our Krishna, Osiris, Ptah, Jesus, and also agapists of Pechersk. In Rus, he was called as a mercenary healer, but in fact, it was the Holy Spirit himself, the one who brought the Grail into the world for the sixth time. During the agapists being in the East, Sufism being to flourish. There he passed on the knowledge to his friend, who later became the teacher of Amar Hayam. After agapists visited Mount Athos, there is a spiritual surge in Greece, Bulgaria, and in many European countries. At the same time, agapists impacted knowledge about the Virgin Mary at the bitter of the power of Grail, and as well as about the whereabouts of the Grail, the elder among whom was the white monk. The Grail was hidden in Palestine, and after the leadership of white monk, the search of a Grail was began, which later served to create the Order of Templars. During the battle in Jerusalem, the Templars saw the image of George the Victorious, the red horseman and the white horse, which changed the outcome of the battle. After that, the Templars took this symbol of white cloak and red equilateral cross as a symbol of themselves. One of the prototypes of Saint George is Rigby Chapa, which means the red horseman. There are legends about the horseman, and the red horseman was referred as an inception of the coming of the great teacher in various world religions and beliefs. I want to draw your attention to the symbolism of the equilateral cross, which we see on the ancient icons paintings and in holy places associated with the mention of the name of George the Victorious. Here you can see the church in Georgia. George the Victorious is a symbolic image of the one who is closest to us in the modern world as an image of a real man. There are more than 20 places in Palestine where the image of St. George is revered. One of the churches of St. George the Victorious in Israel, in the city of Lod, where his images has been presented to this day on the ancient icons dating from the 11th century. The image of St. George the Victorious is inextricably aligned with the image of the Virgin, where the Virgin Grace, the Holy Spirit, always dwells with her, acting protector and warrior. You can see it on the picture on the screen. It's a church lord and the image of George the Victorious. And it is a question what was on this place that was called as Church Al-Aqsa, and Al-Qadra's adaptation are known in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, so there is a specific niche in the upper courtyard of the mosque for appears to Al-Qadr. And there is a question, what was on this place that was called the Mosque Al-Aqsa? It was a great temple of Virgin Mary, and it had to be built rocks to be put on the top of the mountain, and the construction of the basilica is not so simple till today. So the lift, we can see the picture where two mosques are shown. And in 636 year, the Jerusalem was captured by the Muslims, and the temple of the Virgin Mary was renamed in Al-Aqsa Mosque. And some people, they think that this gold roof was the Al-Aqsa Mosque. But what you see, not an Al-Aqsa Mosque, it's an example of Virgin Mary, and Al-Aqsa Mosque was under the black couple, and so it is the place where Agapit has covered the Holy Grail, and when Jerusalem was capitulated, this mosque was renamed into the Temple of Solomon, and in 1099 all this territory was belonged to the Knights of Templar. The image of St. George the Victorious is associated with the spiritual world as a victor of spiritual warfare. They see how distorted the image of true knight of spirit, whose purpose was not at all to kill, but to protect from the dark forces of evil. And Templars dedicated their lives to reading these, to replacing these spiritual priorities.
For the Templars, precisely the image of George the Victorious was also very important, because there is a legend that when they were in the East, George the Victorious himself appeared to them in a white cloak with a red cross.
When they were losing a battle, and he brought them victory, and exactly from him they adopted the white cloak and the red cross.
According to the legend of George the Victorious, in a lake not far from one city, a huge serpent similar to a dragon settled. He devoured people and contaminated the air with its poisonous breath. All attempts to exterminate it ended in a death of people. The ruler of the city asked gods, and they allegedly advised him to sacrifice a young man or a girl to the serpent every day. When the turn came to his daughter, to the daughter of the ruler, she was taken to the bank of the lake, where she awaited her death with horror. But a rider on a white horse appeared. Having learned about the monster, the warrior, not listening to the girl's warnings, attacked the serpent that had come out of the lake. He pinned the monster's throat with a spear to the ground, and the horse began to trample it with its hooves. Then the warrior told the girl to throw her belt over the restrained serpent and take it to the city. Watching the monster that she was leading like an obedient dog, townspeople froze in amazement. George explained them that he had defeated the serpent by the power of Christ. Apparently, this miracle happened in Syria, and here there are a lot of symbols.
A lot of.
And before we proceed to our next topic, the symbolism of Templars that is connected with the relics such as Grail, I would like to comment on the connection of them between Agapit of Pechursk. And in the first part of our conference, we talked about the fact that the Templars were searching for the Grail that is on the territory of the Holy Land. And Victoria mentioned that Agapit was there and he has hidden it there. And there is another straight connection of Agapit and the Templars. I would like to remind you that he was not just the healer, very famous one in the Kiev Rus, Old Rus, in the 10th and 11th century. But not only that, we see the signs of Agapit being in Europe or even further than Europe, in Iran, where he was the teacher of the famous Amar Khayyam. And the teacher of Amar Khayyam was the student of Agapit of Pechursk. And the connection between the Templars we found out from the books written by the Anastasia Novik, and we found such information that Agapit was on the Mount of Athon, where the monks are, and there is a mysterious person who is called the White Monk, who received this title from other monks and brought the information from Agapit about the Holy Grail and other sacred knowledge from the Templars. So I would like to share this information with you that you can study in detail in the books written by the Anastasia Novik, and I pass the floor back to Alina.
Thank you very much. Before we dig into the topic of the Grail, we would like to discuss a little bit the symbols that relate to George the Victorious and the Grail. And in this particular case, I'm talking about the Maltese cross, because actually the image of George the Victorious is closely related to the Maltese cross. The symbol of Maltese cross is what we find in Knights Templar symbols and in other symbols of other organizations. Let's watch a short video.
What's interesting is that a lot of people, a lot of men depicted this very cross, precisely such a cross on their seals, and it was used as a pendant. Once you've said that, this sign of exactly such a cross is much more ancient than those times.
Well, of course, after all, it is believed that is the Maltese cross. In history it is mentioned as the emblem of the Italian city of Amalfi. With Knights Hospitallers it is already mentioned in the 11th century, well, and later on, with the Order of Malta. But in actual fact this cross is much older. Even if we look at petroglyphs, a regular, equilateral cross symbolized a human being, while a cross with widening rays, which is actually the so-called Maltese cross, as they say nowadays, meant precisely, well, if we speak a comprehensible language, it signified a knight of changes, meaning a person who serves only God. And in the times of changes, no matter which direction God sends him, he will act solely for expansion, that is, fulfilling the tasks set for him by the spiritual world. And everyone who put on or obtained such a cross, well, undertook, let's say, they primarily had to understand that they serve only God and no one else, and that they should start their war with themselves. They must eliminate the power of Satan in themselves.
Now, when we know the sacral meaning of the Maltese cross, we'd like to talk about where this symbol can be found. For example, we found it on the Syrian bas-reliefs of Shamash god. Could you see here? We already discussed this bas-relief on our previous Kaleidoscope of Facts. And we talked about the fact that Shamash was the god depicted with the artificial consciousness symbol. So we talk about the fact that the greatest representatives of the spiritual world come to our world in order to help humanity. So the Maltese cross is the symbol of the divine fire, the divinity. It can be various shapes. Could you please show us the picture? Yes. And more in later times, the Maltese cross on the cloaks was actually the symbol of knighthood. The eight-pointed cross is the symbol of knightly quality with faith, mercy, truth, justice, no sinlessness, sincerity, and patience. And in the symbolism of Christianity, interpretations of Christianity, this cross symbol is more ancient, which symbolizes the four directions and four Christian qualities, such as the will of the Spirit, the sincerity, faith. And unfortunately, when the Templar order was destroyed, substitutions arise, and we see that this cross was already decorated with the lilies, which is the symbol of kinship, of kings. So basically, it was already a symbol of who a knight serves. It's the knight who serves not the spiritual world, but some specific king, ruler. As we know, and we talked about throughout today's conference, that the opposite side always copies the spiritual knowledge with substitution of the signs to the minus, to the negative. And we find this symbolism among military people, even in Nazi Germany, in their symbols, they use such crosses. These are the iron crosses, and this cross actually arose in Prussian and German military order or a medal, which was issued in 1813 for the first time. On all military people, military men in Germany got this medal as a sign, military sign. And when Nazis came to power, they used this German cross because they were German, of course, but inside this cross, they installed the swastika symbol, which is their symbol. We won't show this sign because swastika, the reverse swastika, I emphasize it, it's an active sign, working sign, which activates the animal component in the human. So we can see that on the images which we'll show you on the screen right now, there is the military uniform of Nazis, and they use this Georgian cross everywhere. And actually, it's just kind of inscribed into this black uniform, but still the swastika is little, but it's still working sign here. And also, this cross is with wings. We also mentioned the sign on various conferences. This sign of winds actually symbolizes ascent, the divine deity, the highest deity, the heaven, the spiritual nature, non-material nature, an ability to go beyond the material world. And this sign, this symbol, was depicted on bas-reliefs of Mesopotamia, Egypt, to depict the highest deity, the supreme deity who came to this world in order to transfer knowledge. What do we see? How they substitute the knowledge and use these symbols? Step by step, they try to change it. First of all, the original symbol was with a human side. Then the human was eliminated and there was an empty space. And now we already see, again, this is the Nazi Germany symbolism. They use the same sign with wings, but in the middle there's not emptiness, but some other symbols like aggression, war, attack, swords, eagles, and of course total opposite meaning of the symbols. What can we say here? We should be very attentive and very careful. We should be true researchers to look at everything in detail. We should analyze everything very profoundly, because when such sacred knowledge and signs and symbols are substituted with material ones, these are slight alterations, but when you understand these alterations, you begin to understand that spiritual symbols which were transferred for centuries, for millennia, and which are found in Egypt, Mesopotamia, then they become the symbols of militarism. The spiritual freedom symbols become the military attributes, the attributes of those who play with other people's lives. So let's be careful, let's be attentive, and let's be true researchers. And now let's proceed to the most interesting topic, which is the topic of the Grail. Hello, dear friends. I would like to begin this topic with the Grail etymology. The word Grail. The word Grail actually arises from Old French language, Occitan dialect of 10th, 12th centuries, and this Grail or Grail meant a flat dish. And this word was used in the northern eastern district of Champagne, and it originates from the word gradalis, of Latin grassale, gradale, which also means a big plate or not a deep vessel. The precise etymology is not quite clear, the original shape is not quite clear, but it is assumed that this word originates from the Middle Age Latin crater, bowl, which originates again from ancient Greek crater term, which is a big bowl, big chalice, used for mixing wine with water. Actually, the Grail was included into Arthur's period legends, and it is assumed that it could replace some other early artifact, but actually the whole Middle Ages are penetrated with the search of the Grail, and in order for this search to be successful, a person should be clear in mind and pure in heart, and the search for the Grail runs through the entire middle-aged epics. The term the Holy Grail, which is most famous nowadays, it emerged later and comes from the English word Saint Grail in 14th and 15th centuries. In translation, they mean the true blood or the blood of God, of Christ. Some authors believe that they refer to the Chrétien Troyes novel, and according to them, the Grail is the chalice in which Joseph of Arimathea took drops of Jesus Christ's blood. Another assumption is that it's a dish which was used on the Last Supper by Jesus. Eventually, the Grail was identified with these two objects, with a chalice, a bowl, and a dish, a plate. And if we go back to the Knights Templar, they actually lived in this northern eastern part of the Champagne province, and the the Grail word Graal in their dialect meant a flat dish, plate, and most probably they actually meant the dish, the plate which Jesus used on the Last Supper. But eventually, with time, this term assumed a totally different meaning, and for our days we have actually the meaning of the bowl or the chalice. Now I give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Здравствуйте. Ой, опять моя любимая тема.
Hello, greetings. And again, this is my favorite topic. And what I would like just to say, as we've understood, so they just didn't find the Grail because they didn't know where to be looking for it. And now I would like just to quote just some part from Sensei 4 book by Anastasia Novak. So it is no coincidence that the first Templars were given the image of two riders mounted on the same horse. For the people of knowledge, the symbol of twins refers to the high enlightenment, which indicates just rebirth of man after contact with the primary sound, and that is the Grail. And a horse means movement, right? Although at different times there were other just notions in place of a horse, and so not just the moved procession of an ordinary man, right? So what I would like to point out that just let us look at the Grail seal. So you see that that is a seal which unfortunately just situated in the archives of the National Museum in France, Paris. But well, it has some substitutions about that. And so actually where the substitution is, it is about the word Christi, right? Because the seal, it was used by the Grand Masters of the Order, and the order certificate which dates from 1167 year, and we can see that well, the Templars, right, they were very active people, and it was exactly their seal, and this seal exactly guaranteed the quality of all their agreements. So today, well, a lot has been said about the meaning of these two horse riders, right? And this just means that well, that actually people knew about their ideology and they were enlightened, we could say. So that is why historians, right, they have different versions and just interpreting the symbolism of this seal and of these horse riders. And just even you know, different interpretations, like from just regular ones and to philosophical ones. It's like you know, there are some historians even think that the seal might symbolize even just kind of martial arts, sort of that. So we wouldn't just go deeply into those interpretations of the seal, and but I would add that each night at that time, right? Well, yeah, he had to have 3 horses, so that could just be natural. And as historians say that in those times, the founders of the Order of Knights. Oh.
Tanya, I just wanted to correct you. This is the seal of Templar and not the seal of the Grail.
Right, exactly. I'm sorry. Just I must have mispronounced. And just to go on, right, with the just one historian, just Georges Bourdieu, he says that he explains just in his one of his manuscripts that of course just their greatness is doubtless to this almost institutional dualism, right? A monk but a soldier at the same time, and also duality is expressed in the most famous seal, which is two knights helmets with helmets, right, and spears at the bottom right on the same horse, riding, right, jumping in one direction. So as we've understood, the explanation for the seal is quite simple, and it is described again in the 4 book by Anastasia Novik, that right of the knights, right, they did find that Grail, which we're now discussing, the Holy Grail, and so we see that this knight, right, is kind of fighting on both the levels, on the material one and on the spiritual one, and of course there have been different versions again, especially in those Middle Ages times, and which just played a bad role against Templars. So they even, right, had that idea of homosexualism, why two knights on one horse, right, depicting on the seal, and right, it was just kind of just propaganda point. And right now I would like you to pay attention to the seal on which you can see, so two, again, horse riders, right, it was the seal of the order, and different, right, just nice had different seals, could say. And now we can see just of Holy Mary, just Holy Mary, church, the sign of that, and we see the cross. So actually each region, right, it had just their own seal, and so they were able to understand for what part of the world, so to say, a man came with that kind of seal. And we have lots of reports and books. It's all very interesting to study, but when you, of course, when you already know the true symbols, right, then you can see, when you have true knowledge, then you see all these substitutions, and what really just that you can see the differences from the true Templars, right, and their way of life, and we could see that, of course, lots of being distorted after their times. Lots of thanks for your attention.
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to say that speakers were talking about the George the Victorian and who this person was and who he came to very famous people like Agapit of Pechersky, and about the using the molten cross that has actually the sacred meaning and is being used currently as a material aspect. And in such right now it's being used as a very material consumer way, and right now, nowadays, it doesn't even connect with the spiritual things. And Tatiana said that the symbols that were connected to the fact that was happening to the person when opening the Holy Grail, and right now it's being used as the primitive things. And of course, what the Holy Grail actually is and what role it played in the history of our whole civilization, we will find out in a minute. But right now, I would like to give the floor to the Vladimir, and so he could tell us in what names people knew about the Holy Grail in different times. Vladimir, I give the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Antonina. Let's get in depth with that. What kind of form and properties that the Grail had regarding different legends in the literature itself. And one of the things that came to us, and one of the poems about the Holy Grail, this is the Roman Coutier de Troyes, the Perceval. In the Perceval, if you just take the name, the Chrétien de Troyes means actually, in the translation from French, is the Christian from the city of Troyes. And as we know, city of Troyes, which is the capital of the province Champagne, where they actually had the birth of the Templar order. So this was in the center of the creation and establishment of this order. And the story actually tells about the novel of a young, richer Perceval, and so it gets to the king. He gets to the king, and how during the discussion, there is a line of beautiful maidens passing and males, and what's interesting then, in their hands, the ladies are holding both the spear, then the sword, and it was two-parted, and also the Holy Grail as a plate. And what was mentioned by many researchers, that by two hands the females are holding the Holy Grail, and it's supposed to be as the plate or a dish. It's not like, for example, like a cup or. So about the properties, so Chrétien mentioned that it was illuminating, white, bright white, and also it has healing properties. And the Chrétien, it didn't say a lot about that, but still, because the Grail, because the novel wasn't finished, because Chrétien de Troyes has died, and also, in a small portion of time, the continuation of Perceval, and it was burnt during the fire. Nevertheless, the topic of Holy Grail has inspired many writers to continue his novel, to write it down with different continuation, different branches of that. And so one of such writers was Robert de Baron, that's past 50 years has written his poem, and Iosifilum of Facts. And as a basement, he actually took the Bruman, the Perceval, and also the story about the Holy Dinner, or an Apocryphus about the angel Nicodemus or something that, and he called it a cup actually that Jesus used, and his actual disciplines during this actual meeting. So it was the cup was the healing properties was Jesus's blood. And so this is where we would like to stress that from this moment, the Holy Grail started to be associated with the cup. Later on, and this topic became even more interested. It was started to call the living stone, like the stage of the newly born child from Maria Magdalena, from the Jesus, the fire, and the horn of wellness or something prohibited, just like it would only be accessible to who is actually worthy. And also the grails can be called of castles, and so the people at that time defined the Holy Grail as the highest and the most valued thing ever. So the Raymond von Swetter, he describes actual like the Queen Lady as the Holy Grail, and also he called his beloved lady, and Holy Mary was also called the Holy Grail. And what's so an interesting mention in the Holy Grail, in the poem Parsifal, that was actually done Wolfram von Eschenbach 20 years after the Parsifal was not finished but done by Persin de Troyes, and also as a basement he was taking the Chrétien poem and he filled it and interpreted it in his own way. And also it was interesting that many researchers actually connected Chrétien and Eschenbach, taking from the same first source their information that they have. And so in the Parsifal, the Holy Grail, we see that as a holy stone or a heavenly stone, the stone from the heaven that was brought by angels and was given to the protection to the true Christians that are as clean as the angel. And what was interesting actually, that the Wolfram actually mentions the Templars as the protectors of the castle where the Holy Grail actually sits. And he writes about that everything that helps Templars or feeds them comes from the Holy Stone, which in its portion is the true cleanness and whiteness. The Holy Grail in the poem actually has the rejuvenating like wellness functions, and there are also interesting properties in this poem, and I would just like to read it out, just a small fragment that sounds like that. But how to get to the brotherhood of Holy Grail, and how to know that the time has come. You have to know how to read what's written on the stone. So there is a written something on the stone, and it only appears from time to time with the name and the actual was the name of a person who has to serve. So this service is the call or challenge. And there is a place prepared in the heaven who will give his life but preserve his following to the Grail. This doesn't go away, and after reading a word, it goes away to appear again. So we can see here from this portion that the Holy Grail doesn't even have just this healing effects. It had writings on top of that, where it was said the name of who's worthy, of a person who's worthy, or the chosen one who could be the holder of the Holy Grail, and in that way to get the access to the heaven. And we found that this information is really interesting because in the same book Sensei 4, it actually says that the Holy Grail is the adapted formula of the primal sound that was in the 12 signs. And so this formula at the time that Jesus was made on this plate and given that to Maria, and also Agapit of Pecherskis brought this formula to the stones. And this explains that we see such different forms of Holy Grail, but its properties and those transformations that are actually happening after its activation, they're usually really alike. So we can go in depth into the fact in what a way the Holy Grail is connected with the primary sound, and I would just like to present a video on this topic. Thank you.
In many creation myths, the sound appears as the creating force. How do these legends relate to the power of the Grail? The Bible says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. In the legends of the African Dogon tribe, the Noma created the first clothes, which were called the first word. The cosmogonic legends of the people of Bambara tell about the creation of the world from the void endowed with the movement of the Gla, and the Gla gave birth to a sounding twin. In the Indian legends, the past, the present, and the future are all but the sound of Aum. The Egyptian texts say that Ptah gave birth to the gods by the movement of his thought. The almighty power was in the word of his mouth. The Memphis Theological Treatise says, "Nothing has been without first receiving its name, pronounced loudly." The indigenous people of Alaska have a myth about the goddess Atsintma, who gave birth to the universe by weaving a cloth and beginning to sing. What is the Grail? What people call the Grail today is actually a certain sound, which is also called the primordial sound. The sound of creation, meaning that initial sound which is capable of changing the world. This is the very sound which is the true primordial word spoken by God, with which He created this material universe. Jesus gave Mary that which is called the keys of the kingdom of heaven. The name Ra was that very key for Isis. Inanna possessed the secret powers of Meh, previously known as Mo, meaning Allat. What significance did the unlocking of the Grail by these personalities have for all of humanity? Read more about the creation of the universe and the Grail in the books by Anastasia Novych.
Dear friends, as you can see, myths and legends of many peoples of the world have information about the importance of the primordial sound in the creation of the universe. There are a lot of examples, and probably they mean that all of them have the same foundation. So let us now quickly see what the sound is, and can we think that it was possible to create the universe using the sound. If we take the definition, the classical definition of the word sound, then this means it's a physical phenomenon. It's the propagation of mechanical form of elastic waves, vibrations, in a solid, liquid, or gaseous medium. So in other words, this is something that that the sensory organs can perceive. But in our case, we will see sound as something more. This is the vibration of matter, of molecules and atoms. In this case, light is an oscillation as well, and a wave in the ocean is also sound. Radio wave is also a sound. At the same time, it doesn't matter whether we can hear these waves with eyes, with ears, or whether we can catch them with radio. I'm sure that all of you have seen the graphs, of the sound waves graphs. We cannot see them, but we hear them. Also, we saw waves propagate in water, like when we throw a stone, for example. We see these waves, but we do not hear them, except for, of course, when the wave hits the shore. Light is also a wave, just like a sound wave, but it has a much higher frequency of oscillations. In other words, we see that everything around us are waves, and some of the sources can be used by our body to have information. For example, we can feel, we can touch things with our body, we can see, we can hear different waves. And I'm saying this for a reason, because we are I'm using these examples to demonstrate the growth of the frequency. And basically, it is possible to interpret the information in this three-dimensionality. But I must say that our ability to interpret this information is quite limited. But let's have a look at sound. We have infrasound. This is the sound that we do not yet hear. Everything below 16 hertz. Everything below 16 oscillations per second. There is also sound that we do no longer hear. 20 kilohertz, 20,000 oscillations per second, 20,000 hertz. We cannot hear the sound anymore. Also, there is infrared and there is ultraviolet. Ultrared we do not yet see, ultraviolet we do not already see. In other words, any light is measured in the wavelength, but this can also be translated into the oscillations measured by hertz. So if we look at the red wave, then the wavelength is 630 nanometers, and the range is around 5 terahertz. It is 10 to the 12th power. Also, we can go through all the colors of the rainbow to violet, 450 nanometers, and the frequency is 667 terahertz approximately. So if we look at the entire range of waves, then we do not perceive the majority of the processes around us. But this is not the topic of today's Kaleidoscope. But what I wanted to say is that we do not hear and do not see most waves, but we can see the sound making more solid matter into order. For example, the sound. And what is, for example, sound, sand. What is that? So we can see the sound ordering this the sand thanks to Mr. Chladni. Is a scientist who in 1787 published a book called The Theory of Sound. Another interesting point about this book is that it was translated just once, and Napoleon ordered this translation, and later it was translated into English just several years ago, 2015. In other words, Ernest Chladni repeated the experiment of the English scientist Robert Hooke. In 1618, in Oxford University, he was doing research, and he noticed that the shape of the shape of an object changes when you affect it with oscillations. You're wondering, why are we speaking about the sound and the creation of the universe? Please bear with me. So, there are a lot of Chladni figures on YouTube. It's quite interesting to watch them because with different sounds you see different patterns. And also, the higher the frequency is, the more complex the pattern is. Also, different forms of the tints where these patterns are formed generate different patterns with the same frequency. So we can say that Chladni figures is a two-dimensional print that the sign of the sound wave draws, and it changes based on the form or the sign of the vibration plate. So this is not an accidental, because these are things are also connected. So let's get back to the information I mentioned in the previous Kaleidoscope. And here I would like to read a few quotes from the book ALLATRA. And Rigdon Japa says there, so, according to the mythology of the Dogon, the word arose from the word Amma. There was nothing other than this word. The first word gave rise to an infinitely small basic element of the world, which the Dogon called Kize Uzi. It is also the millet seed Po. Going back to the creation of the world, after the Po seed had been created, and the motion started in a spiral, the invisible Amma began to create signs which determine everything in this world, the two guiding signs which belong to Amma, and the 8 main ones. The two guiding signs are the signs which can be used only by the one whom they call Amma in their myths. The 8 main signs are the creating signs which, when you apply certain power to them, figuratively speaking like a key to a lock, open certain possibilities of managing the processes of both creation and destruction. It is very rare, but it happens that the main signs become available to the human being. And Anastasia replies, very rarely become available to a human being. But that is the Grail. I recorded this knowledge in the book Sensei 4. I invite you to read this book. It's freely available at the ALLATRA website, ALLATRA TV website. Unfortunately, today we will not be able to demonstrate more than the images of Chladni figures, but with everything that we have analyzed before, let's look at the figures formed by the trajectories of the planets. Let's have a look at image or figure 3. So you just take two planets and you draw between them some trajectory. It's impressive, isn't it? It does remind you of the Chladni figures, doesn't it? So what we have is that sound draws certain signs on the surface or in a certain dimension. And basically, in the two-dimensionality, this can also happen. So when you place one sign on top of another, you can do something. And now, let's get back to the Grail. And as we know, the Grail is the sign that are activated by the sound. The Grail are the signs activated by the sounds. And I hope that this information will provide us with more information about the relationship between sounds and signs and how Amma could have created our relationship using the sound, the primordial sound. Thank you. Let's watch a video.
And such question was also asked regarding whether signs have a sound, meaning there are working signs. Do they have sounding?
Everything that falls into a resonance has a sound, meaning any resonance is an audible or inaudible sound of some sort. And that's why surely there is sounding. Well, let's recall those very Chladni figures, right? Well, those that are formed by sound. Well, these are all the same effects. That's why any sign naturally has a sound in general. Let's say any interaction is certain vibrations of some kind. Vibrations are sounds. Well, it can be put this way too. It's just that there is a sound which we are unable to perceive or hear. However, the whole universe is nothing else but a sound. And there is the sound which has created matter.
So yes, the whole universe is a sound. And this whole understanding that the Holy Grail has been brought to the world for a few times actually. So yes, and even in our times, the Grail is called Holy Grail. And this is from the 11th century, the Holy Grail. But what was the initial sound? What was it called before? Because knowing that this storm, we can actually know where to dig later on and get in depth with knowledge and have a common understanding to have a joint picture. And in this moment of time and more in detail, we can get to know in the book that been mentioned for many times, the book Sensei 4, the Primordial Shambhala Knowledge from ALLATRA books made by Anastasia Novak. So there is a small quote from there that there was such a Persian Jamshid who's saying that this was the king, a twin king, which was in the myths, but the older Iranian main names like Yim, which means twins or double. So there is a reference to the Templar sign. So this is actually mean the power of Farn. So once I explained, so then the Holy Grail was called the Farn, interpreted among the ordinary people as the destination of the solar radiant principle, the divine fire, its material emanation or implementation as the sacral beginning, giving the power and the strength. And it was interpreted as something that helps the human soul to go through the bridge leading to heaven. So there's also a more and detailed part about the Jamshid's cup you can get for another quote where it's also connected to the Persian prominent person who was also going for a short rubai, so it's like poem. So Amar Khayyam, he also knew about the history of the Holy Grails. So in the old centuries, what was now called the Holy Grail was actually called the Jamshid cup, and he has such a poem, Jamshid a cup I was looking with no sleep. When the land was bypassed by me, I learned from my wise husband that I had it in vain, gone so far. So this is the explained that this Jamshid is the great king of the previous times, and you can know about that a bit later. And so yes, he had the cup. So yet again, the cup. So he had the whole reflection of the world in that cup. So what was also interesting there, and the mentioning in book ALLATRA, also by Danilov, by the way, that there the Farn itself, right? So that the Farn or Farno, it's quite a prominently known like definition or meaning, and so this legend has this common like root in Indo-European, which means that you can find traces in like in Slavic or with like Iranian or Indian like statues or something. And so we could like to go in depth with that, was what is understood right now, what can you get to know as the what is the form. And so there's a website, archive.org, and there is a collection of scanned books where you could find any term in any definition for all of those books. And so one of the books is the quote from the 8th orthographic collection Moscow from 180, that the far, and that says that the foreign, there's many mentioning in Ossetian language, which one is the archaic languages, so that the oldest languages of the Persian groups. And foreign usually is seen in the actual descriptive words or nouns. Actually, it was nouns. And so the next picture here, there's a mentioning that there's the name Befernuk, and it has two words there, Bura or Bira, which means a lot, and Faran, which means the world or the horn of plentifulness or something. And this is how we understand that this Bira, this was the person of the happy or golden age. And so there his name is mentioned in this one of the actual so the idea is wonderful, but the legend is not really. This understanding actually is being twisted and is being turned and twisted, unfortunately. But still, if you would to continue about the Ossetian language, it actually stayed there. And for example, there are such sayings that will foreign to be in these homes, or please be like rich with foreign. And so that this is such an abstract understanding of the wellness of a joint wellness, right? Where is the material value? And if you would also to look at the etymology of the word, so I've looked at the dictionary that I've mentioned before in one of the previous movies of the Universal Grain movie, The Choice, in like, and so that in the German languages, and so that they have their, and the etymology foreign is really close to Spiron. And so what's interesting that in German language, foreign is actually means a fern type of plant. So it's a fern. So also it's a foreign has also a meaning as with connection with something heavenly. And the second name of the fern in German, so there's a Fankran in Federkraut. So like the part of the leaves are, so it's something connecting with the part of the wing, or, and so I actually have an understanding that the feather, or so that this there's a saying of the flower of the fern, right, in the Slavic territories, and there's like a holy thing is the flower of the fern. The Ukrainian legends, like you're looking for a flower of the fern, and on the next slide you can actually see that it still stayed there. And even on the curb of the Belarusian university, you can also see such a fern as just trying to reach to the knowledge, as like striving to that understanding of the truth. And so that this legend actually says that the person who has found this flower of the fern, he was open what was unavailable to other people. So he got the knowledge, so he was knowledgeable. And it stayed from other people as well, and which was, you can also find it if you would look far enough, and those like flower of the fern. And it was really interesting that the memory of the population actually stored it. And what was also interesting is that there is many mentioning about the Jamshid together connected with the Farn. And for example, here we can see how Jamshid, who had this knowledge, he was teaching other people of different types of carpentry, for example. So this is how it's called, and Jamshid teaches other people crafts or something. So here the person who has opened the source or this power of Holy Grail, he finally knew the knowledge. So he were teaching other people, and so what's interesting, quite really, the mentioning more in depth in the time of Shahnameh, which can be translated as from Persian of the Book of Kings. The poet Abu Hakim, who is like the one of the big reviewers of the literature and the poet, and so there it's actually say that Jamshid, when he has opened that Farn, so so the animals and people has kneeled, animals who kneeled, and so a wonderful fate was laid in front of him, and so at that time there was no like separation between anything, so that the earth has actually finally can rest. And I was actually liked one line in this poem that he actually said in Zeda, from here I have the wellness. And so this is the Farizayim, something in Persian. So this is Zida is actually gives us an understanding of the name of one Egyptian goddess that we will discuss in the next speaker. And so I give the floor to the next speaker. So this is just the thing when the person has opened this higher like power or like, of the Holy Grail and has served to the people and as much as he could. So he didn't use it just so that he would have this knowledge and that sort of, that's it, and for himself, but he would actually fully dedicate himself to the people and this higher service. We would just like to say a few words more in depth about that. So thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Do you hear me well? Thanks to what Losha has told us, he has told us a lot of information about the sound, and because of that we can believe that it is not the chalice or the stone or any other material object. So it is the sound that is actually the Grail. Of course, the sound can be recorded in many different variations, as a word, for instance. And when we study the topic of ancient Egypt and Isis, we paid attention to the following. Since time immemorial, in ancient Egypt, words were written as hieroglyphs. And these hieroglyphs, they were considered to be the sacred signs, words of God, the signs that stood for the sound. And Egyptians had a special attitude towards the sound. This was the sacred manifestation of the one God that created everything. It's interesting, isn't it? The concept of one God was denoted with the sound Ra. And later, as we understand, this is where the substitutions come from, by the people who are interested in it. And priesthood appears. Then we see there's God appearing named Ra. Interestingly, since the times of ancient Egypt, there is a belief that knowing the sacred name of God gives you unlimited power, and not just over people in this world, but also over gods. In this concept, for us, it became very interesting to look into the legend about Isis and Ra. We will not deal into all of it, but I'll just say briefly. Isis found the secret name of God Ra, and she received the highest power, power over power, and power over God Ra. So there are some there is some indirect interpretation, but basically it says here that Isis knew and understood the word Ra, which is the basic cause of everything. And this is very similar to the information that we are looking into at the moment. Also, epithets or metaphors that Egyptians use to describe Isis for many millennia. It's very interesting. For instance, the Great One, the one that was from the very beginning, the queen from the first times, right eye of Ra, mistress of heaven, and so on. And everything points to the fact that Isis had some sort of power. And undoubtedly, Isis, if she had such power, Isis was thought to have some kind of magic. Just imagine, you meet someone, and these people see that you have some opportunities to change the material properties of things. And of course, people will call you a magician or something. This is what happened when people lost knowledge and they started to think of her as of a person who possesses some magical powers. But in historical scripts, we see that Isis is someone who possesses power. Possesses some power, but what was this power used for? To conquer the neighboring countries, to enslave different peoples, or to make herself higher than everyone else? These are the words that come to our mind when we hear about some superpower. But no, I will disappoint you, dear viewers, but historical information that we received shows that Isis used this power in a different way. Ruling of Isis and her husband Cyrus in historical sources is described as the golden millennium, the happy time in the history of Egypt. And why was it so happy for people? Isis and Osiris, they made people use not hatred and enmity, but they taught people how to live in friendship, in peace. They taught people how to cultivate land, how to build houses, how to engage in different sciences, and most importantly, to worship the single God, to respect the single God. And the main thing in the teaching of Isis was to know the single God, the one God. She helped people for many millennia. And this is why Egyptians remembered her so well, and Egyptians wanted to keep her in their memories. And this is the reason that the following symbols are used to describe her, that you see in the images. They decided to make her immortal in this way. So we see the ALLATRA sign, the crescent with horns pointing upwards, and the the circle. So this is the sign of the single god. We will have a kaleidoscope in January. About the sign, please stay tuned. Also, Isis is described with wings, which associately describes that she was a creature from heaven, from the other world. My colleagues said that she is described holding the Ankh cross with her hands, and Ankh is the key to eternity, key to eternal life. And her most common image today is with the Horus image. Unsurprisingly, because this is the image of the Great Mother that gives life eternal. Also, ancient scriptures call her the Mother of God, God Mother, which is very similar to Mary and another hero that our speaker will sell, Inanna. So she personifies the great creative women's force. And to wrap it up, I'd like to say that while studying this topic, I understood that the Grail is power. And power is not something that you just get and do with it whatever you like. This is unlimited power on the one hand, but on the other, this is it is endless responsibility before the spiritual world, before the world, before the people, and the whole destiny of humanity depends on who will get it, who will get this Grail. And I will give the floor to Alina. She will tell us more about Nana.
Thank you very much, Dima. And this understanding that Grail is a power and the responsibility of the person who got the Grail. It's great that we could find the examples from our history how the Grail was used. It's all because of the knowledge from the books by Anastasia Novik and programs with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. And one of the examples of activating Grail in Earth, it's Inanna. When Volodya was telling his speech, he told that activating of Grail was made by different ways. We have already known that Grail is power and it can be activated by the sound. And the process of activation of Grail was different during different epochs. And in case of Inanna, it was a case where the information were marked in stone, and it was so called the tables of destiny. So we can tell as an example that information that is marked on the picture that you can see. Please look on the left corner. You can see a cow and you can see some kind of tables which are divided into 4 parts. And let's turn to the information that we have found in book Sensei part 4. It is said that a cult of Sumer goddess Inanna was Inanna was from the Sumerian city Uruk, and the symbol of this symbol was Horus. In the symbol of power, modern scientists don't know the symbol of hair ring, and modern scientists they didn't know the truth meaning of this and thought that it was the symbol of Inanna. So what we can see on the first artifact on the left corner, we can see how the lotus was.
Lina, our interpreters are asking you to speak a little bit slower.
Yes, thank you very much. And we can see the image of this lotus, and it was a sign of a secret order that was organized by Inanna, and why there was a need to create a secret society. So we're talking about the period when Sumer civilization was created, and we understand that such moments when monad for humanity can be turned both to the side of spiritual or to the side of material domination. It's important to do a choice to spiritual path, and in such moments Grail are given to the world, to the people, and one of these periods was the period of Inanna, and she had the knowledge and the power to activate the Grail. So what do we know about Inanna? We know that she is one of the most respectable goddess of ancient Sumers. Also, we know that her name is has a meaning of mistress of sky or heaven queen, queen of heaven, and we understand that this name is a symbol of the events that took part in her life, and after she could activate the power of Grail, she was given the power that was made her the mistress of sky, the heaven queen. And one more meaning about Inanna, it was goddess that's giving milk, so feeding goddess. And in our situation, giving milk, it's not the correct, the same translation. It's like an allegory of the power that Inanna had, the power of life, which she was providing to people. So this woman had God's power, and she was providing love to people. As Inanna told herself, it was a wild sky cow, and we know since the Egyptian history that the symbol of cow, it's a symbol of universe, of the birth, of the earth. It is something that is giving life to all our earth, and also the symbol of cow was stolen by Akans, and now it's using like a bull, and bull is a symbol of commercial activities now. But truly, the symbol of cow was a symbol that gave life, gave power to the earth. And we know that when a Grail is given to people, it's usually divided into 4 parts. And that's sources that we have our times, they all say that Inanna was a goddess, and that Inanna was a woman, but she created for people. Inanna was called the goddess of all men. And what is the me, and what is this symbol that God's Enki gave to Inanna? And in film Atlantida, we have very interesting information about this.
Mo, secret powers. Mo is one of important theological Sumerian concepts. Today it is often translated as Me, to indicate something that means secret powers, divine essences. For example, there is a myth dedicated to the theft of Enki's Me by Nana. It's not clear when the translation of Mo changed into Me and who was interested in that. In fact, in the primordial knowledge, one of the names of Allat was Mo. Whence among peoples in the late period of the epoch of the human civilization revival, to which the Sumerians belonged to, there were words that reached the Slavonic language as well and are still used today. It is мощь, мочь, моё, and so on. The Sumerians generally had more of O in the speech. In their language, two important concepts have been preserved since olden times: Mo, in the notion of Allat, and Do, as a concept of anti-Allat. Therefore, many names were associated with these words and denoted spiritual powers, powers opposing them.
So we see that Me is actually another translation of word more, and it is symbol of good creation powers that is in found of everything. And could you please see the screen? Everything that is Me can be created as Me, because Me is the meaning of all things. It's the power that was given to Inanna. It was given in form of Grail. She got the Grail in form of tables that were divided into 4 parts, and this power was activated. It's very interesting that in legends about Inanna, we can find information that the Grail can be used in 2 directions, in positive and in negative. If we look through the poems, for example, poem «Где доб зубу», we can see how Enki gave her daughter the powers. I gave her power of religiousness, of hearty joy, the hearty joy, the weeping depression, and truthful and peaceful, the calmness living. So we can see this these qualities which are both good and bad, and person can choose between these qualities, and we can see the responsibility that Dmitry was told about, that this person who has this ability to activate Grail, and this person has to take the decision which powers he would like to activate. So we can see that these tables of destiny, they include everything that we have in material world, the essence of all the things, and they tell about such thing as source. So the person who has Grail can do everything. There's no impossible for him. And about Inanna, we can find information that she helped people, that she was giving powers, love to everyone. And later the image of Inanna became rewritten, was changed. And later, when we talk about Inanna, we talk that she's a warrior, that she has wings, and she has totally another qualities of powerful woman, but not about this meaning that she was talked about herself and that she actually was. When we look through the reliefs, we have found out that Inanna was described with the symbol of additional consciousness. One leg was put on the wild animal, so she took under control her animal beginning, and also she had 6 arrows in her hands, so it is similar to the icon of Goddess Mother, and it's a symbol that person has reached out of 6 levels. And if you see above, if you look on the dress of Inanna, you can see that it's divided on 72 parts. So I would like to summarize that we have many information, and we have many things that are left in history, and it's important to understand them in the right way. And thanks to the programs with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, we can do it, we can understand this information right. And when Holy Grail is given to people, it's given to people's hands, and it's important to understand how this present could be used, because it's a huge change for the whole humankind. It's a chance to have a spiritual inspiration for all over the world. And as we were talking in many programs, that we're living in cross times, and it's very important to make the right choice. I want to pass the words. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And about that now we're living in the cross road times, right? I would like to say about Mary Magdalene. So there is such a plot which is called The Last Supper, and you might see the painting which is right now on the screen. And this is right, The Last Supper. So these are, yeah, exactly the plot. So we see, right, different paintings just depicting the Last Supper, right? So that was the Last Supper, during which, right, Jesus Christ was transferring the sound formula to Mary Magdalene. And what was interesting, that a woman, just right, and Mary Magdalene is depicted next to Jesus. And we can see that on the plot, right, we can see students who are arranged in threes for groups, right? Also, please, let's look at the painting by Leonardo da Vinci, The Last Supper. Here you can see an interesting just moment, right? So we can see a few groups, right, in threes, just in 4 groups, right? And we know about the Grail, that it is also like a schematic, depicting of the Holy Grail. And you can see what was also interesting that how did Jesus transfer the formula of the primordial sound of the Holy Grail to Mary, to Virgin Mary. And I would like to quote right now just a bit from Sincere Shambhala 4 book by Anastasia Novik. So during the supper, Jesus scratched out with knife inside of his wooden plate, which he used for spreading bread, an inscription meaning the formula of the initial sound, or how it would be called 1,000 years later, the Grail. When the supper was over, everybody has seen how Jesus gave to Maria Magdalene his wooden bowl for wine, put on the wooden plate for bread. When giving it to Maria Magdalene, he uttered the following words: "This is Magdala of my church, praying for many people in the name of my Father. He received a lot. So everybody who believes in my Father will live on spirit from the fruit of her holiness today and in the coming days, and everybody who will pray in her name will get his due." So it turns out that it was exactly Mary Magdalene from all present students. She was really aware how important what just secret information Jesus gave to her, and it was important for the whole humanity. And we're going back to Jesus' words on the Last Supper just a little bit back, just later. But as the previous speakers have mentioned, that the connection between this bowl and with the Grail, right? Because actually the word Grail, right, it came from it came into use in something kind of to the white monk, right, in the 11th century, when he told Hugo Champagne the story about the previous owner of the formula of the secret sound, right, Mary Magdalene. And so actually he called the white monk, right, called the flat wooden dish on which just drew signs with a knife, the Grail. And this was kind of not neologism, but an innovation kind of the white monk. But in French dialect, right, it sounded like a word denoting a kind of flat dish, which was used for table setting during meals and feasts of the richest people. So right now I would like to ask Svetlana to go on just speaking about the beloved disciple of Jesus.
Thank you very much, Lena. The symbol of the Grail are also the keys from the kingdom of heaven. And if we will now be shown on the screen one of the most important works of Frucina, it's the fresco, The Transfer of Keys from Heaven to Apostle Peter. Could you please bring the slide on the screen? This fresco depicts the Sistine Chapel in the Vatican. Here Christ gives the keys to Peter as a symbol of spiritual power, thus giving him power and sinlessness. So symbolism for the popes. It is logical to assume that the keys were possibly Jesus could give the keys only to the most beloved and most worthy disciple of the Christ. So what other mentions of the beloved disciple of Christ can we find in ancient sources? In the Gospel of Mary, Peter says the following: "Sister, you know that the Savior loved you more than all other women. Could you please tell us the words by the Savior which you recall, which you know, not we, and the words which we never heard?" And Mary answered, "What is hidden from you, I will tell you about this." So we see that Jesus actually transferred knowledge through Maria. The Thomas Gospel, in the Gospel of Thomas, the Peter says about Mary, "May Maria go from us because women are not worthy of life." Another extract from the Gospel of Mary, Peter asked about the Savior. Did he say that, did he talk to a woman secretly without us? Can we turn to her and listen to her? Did he prefer her towards us? She cried and said to Peter, "Brother Peter, do you think I invented it? Or I'm lying about the Savior?" And Levi said, "Peter, you're always angry. Now I see that you're fighting with a woman as an opponent. But if the Savior decided that she's worthy, who are you in order to reject her?" The Savior knew her very well. That's why he loved her more than us. In addition to that, in the Bible, it is said how Peter rejected Christ 3 times. And here is a piece of the Gospel of Philip. Disciples, seeing him loving Mary, said, "Why do you love her more than us?" The Savior answered, "Why don't I love you as her? The blind to the one who sees, when they both don't see each other, they are not different from each other. But if the light comes, then the one who sees will see the light, but the one who's blind will remain in darkness." Another extract from the Gospel of Philip. 3 people were going around with Jesus: Mary, his mother, and Magdalene, the one who was called her accomplice, because Maria has his beloved and his mother. These are the 3 women. And we also saw the Nag Hammadi library on this slide, which was found in 1945 in Egypt. It's an ancient text, and many scientists date it back to the middle 2nd or the end of 1st century AD. This is the Apocrypha of Philip, which we can see on the slide right now. Another Gnostic work, which is Pistis Sophia, there are the following mentions of Mary. Jesus said, "You are blessed, Mary, the one whom I entrust with all the secrets and mysteries. Tell me, the one whose heart is the most open among all the brothers." In all 4 books of Pistis Sophia, Mary Magdalene is mentioned 67 times, and in very, very important situations. Jesus comes to honor her several times, and in some situations she helps she supports other disciples when they don't understand some words of the Jesus. So it symbolizes her as the bride of Christ, as the bearer of gnosis, knowledge. All these quotes indicate that the ancient communities of Gnostics believed that Mary Magdalene was actually that very beloved disciple and companion of Jesus Christ, and she was depicted as a disciple who was the most beloved by Jesus Christ. He provided her with the spiritual knowledge which she was able to perceive through her pure heart and give it to other disciples. So why Peter is depicted on the fresco in the Vatican? In the same Gospel of Philip, we have another very interesting verse. Archons decided to deceive a person because they saw that he has the same origin with very good things. They took the name of good ones and gave it to bad ones, so that through names to deceive the person and attach him to bad things, because they wanted to take a free person and make him their slaves forever. This is just one of the cases when the knowledge, pure knowledge, is distorted in somebody's interest. That's why it is very important for ourselves to read, to compare facts, and not to blindly believe to what rhapsodes are talking about or our contemporary mass media. Thank you very much, and I give the floor back to Elena.
I would like just to add some information. Thank you very much, Svetlana, because we just had a question while studying this topic. As we know, according to the Bible, we know that Peter betrayed Christ 3 times, right? So we were wondering, how can you really trust the keys to the paradise, right, to someone who betrays Christ 3 times, right? So we shouldn't make any conclusions, but in my opinion, right, it is already obvious. So what I'm trying to say that true, disciples, disciples of Christ, that didn't leave any just followers, kind of in power for them, right? And as we can see from the previous, Kaleidoscope of Facts, and we can analyze information from the videos with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and from the books by Anastasia Novik. So we've just come to have just another question, right? So then you mentioned the epigraphal work, the Gospel of Mary, right? And so now the question arises, right? How can it be that there is some kind of selected, kind of acceptable literature information for some believers, right? And there is non-acceptable, right? So dear viewers, please, if you have any, just if understandings about this topic, please just write your comments. Thank you very much for just your information. And now coming back to the just information about the Last Supper, as we have found out that Maria Magdalene, she was the beloved disciple of Jesus Christ, and Jesus handed over just the Holy Grail to Maria, right? And so that Maria could open up this for all the people, right? This energy, and just Maria being just not a human being, but she managed to reach the utmost highest level in spiritual development, and she stayed here on earth just to help people during thousands of years. And right now you have just you can see the icons depicting Mary Magdalene with just on the screen, right? So Mary is holding her hands raised up, and you can see the symbol actually of the bowl, Allat, right? Allat symbol. And you can, well, actually you can see that also just a piece of holy cloth, right, in a crescent-shaped form, right? So actually this symbol or these icons, right, they give us just the symbol of knowledge, primordial knowledge. And right now I would like to read out the quote from the book by Anastasia Novik, right? You can see the quote here on your screen. And Holy Mary, right, it is the embodiment of primordial knowledge, and she is called the just wisdom, the mother, the Holy Mother, and she is believed to be God's breathing, and she is the Bible says that she's the breath of the power of God and a pure outpouring of His glory. She's a reflection of eternal light and a spotless mirror of the working of God. And being but one, she can do all things, and remaining herself, she maketh all things new. And in all ages, entering into holy souls, she maketh them friends of God and prophets. The spiritual power of the Virgin Mary is compared to the gate of heaven. She's named the bearer of the deity, the soul of the world, providence of God, incarnation of Logos. So during all these centuries, we can see that if people could just realize all the greatness of Maria's deeds, right? And as we mentioned that today, we are living in the crossroad times, and if people can also, there are just decent people, right, who can also open up this power, this force, and then it would be great.
В четвертом томе книги Анастасии Новых описаны интересные факты о Граале.
In the fourth book by Anastasia Novych, interesting facts about the Grail are described, about those who searched for it, and about those who gave it, and also about the fact that nowadays, at the stake of global events for humanity, the Grail has been brought into the world again, as a lot for a human or humankind. It is already in the world. The Grail consists of signs that produce a formula when they are combined in a certain way. The story of the Grail is unchangeable. When it emerges in the world, its signs are split into 4 groups that are hidden in material items.
Sensei, Book 4 by Anastasia Novych conceals in itself a lot of riddles, sacred texts of the ancients about the Grail, hints and indicators of where a modern person should look for it. While the information from the book ALLATRA further expands the understanding of this mysterious 4th book of the Sensei series. For example, at the end of the book there are the following lines. Only a blind one, not seeing the essence of the secret, will start looking for at least something everywhere. A wise man will understand the hint of heaven about the key that will dawn upon him as if a sunbeam. In the beginning he will find the secret's voice, which heralds about the universe, and by matching it with that key, he will find what he looks for in something else. Meanwhile, at the beginning of the book, there are the following lines. Creation of the universe is crafted by his mighty hand. And as a skillful master of creation, he adds new colors one by one. There is nature in bright colors, and canvas of the river blue, a bunch of wildflowers, and of great mountains azure. But he is existed most of all by the invisible flight of the soul, in fearless gaze of men both young and old, and of the one who is close to God and goes to Him. They are not hindered on their great path by the elusive burden of existence, which makes attacks within this instant, as pain, despair, and subsistence. For they are led by the great will of the one whose essence is love. The choice is given, and it's in freedom, in the knowledge of that secret which is veiled in 4 masterpieces. Should you unveil this cover and see the lotus of the utmost boundary, you will know what was 3 times written by the hand of the one who embodied God's voice in a covenant. The universe is hidden in that truth. It has a secret seal on it. By tearing it off, you will devalue understanding of people's far-fetched values. But what you'll find there is more precious than the world, more valuable than what lies beyond its boundaries. And what is deemed to be forgotten long ago, for it's the key to the given world. The one who strives for God cannot be stopped. And for the one who strives for power over the entire world, the road is open. It's up to you which way to choose. When you utter the world of 12, which creates everything. But remember that destiny of worlds and destinies of people are now in your power. Be vigilant and passionless, and careful with your desires. For he entrusted you a brush just for a while, the brush that creates the world from nothingness. But this instant will be over as well, so be worthy to meet his look with honor later on. This secret sheds light on many things. It gives a chance and chosenness to the one who wants to know the truth with his pure heart, who's faithful only to God and goes to Him. According to the knowledge given in this book, the Grail is already in the world. It can become the last chance of humanity's salvation at the end of times, or this may become a beginning of the end. This is always a riddle, and this is the very lot of choice given to humanity.
Yes, the Grail is already in the world, and much depends on the right of choice. When it comes to the Grail, this right of choice relates to a specific person, but it's necessary to understand that when we talk about the crossroads time, the choice of every person has a meaning, the choice to change the society for the better. In the books Sensei by Anastasia Novik, Sensei 4 in particular, actually the wrong choice of a person caused destruction of a whole planet which used to exist in the solar system. This planet was marvelous. It was more than larger than the Earth 17 times, and at certain peak moments of civilization, bodhisattvas give certain lot to the world of people. It's the sound formula of the adapted formula of the primordial sound. People have the right of global choice, but all the time it's a great risk. At the former conference, at the previous conference, we mentioned the existence of such a planet as the Phaeton, and we would like to show you extracts from the conference and we invite you to watch the full version of this conference.
Тициус и Боде. Эмпирическим путем, наблюдая за планетами, вывели такое правило, что каждая из планет примерно...
Scientists Titius and Bode found out, or they ruled that each planet is approximately twice as far from one another than the previous ones.
It is considered that the Phaeton planet existed in the place of this asteroid belt.
The artifacts which were found in Mexico on the hill El Toro, and on all of them there is a planet which is just breaks into pieces from the kind of the cataclysm.
The son of the sun is mortal, who was the son of the god. He got the ropes, the controlling ropes of chariot, so he got some overpower. He couldn't cope with it. So we can say that probably if on Phaeton there was some life, and if there were intelligent beings on Phaeton, probably they could have some power or some technology, and they couldn't cope with what they had. And probably because of this, the planet collapsed.
500 and 100 years ago, the catastrophe actually happened of the death of that planet. And if you were to calculate this death, and I had the 10th of August, 140 years before the Christ BC, and it happened that this is the beginning of Maya calendar, and that they used this 20s, so like the calculation system, the time count on the Phaeton planet, and they had the day. They had 20 equal parts. This book, it's mentioned that there's beginning of the crossover times. As we know, the main calendar, it has finished on the 21st of December of 2012. This is the beginning of time of the crossroad, or the beginning of the time to pick up the vector of development of our civilization.
it was a map of the stellar sky, where we see gods who came to the Earth. Scientists have such a hypothesis that this way they could depict the explosion of a big comet, but this probably have to be some big object, big celestial body. We can characterize this depiction as picture as very laconic. This image, this whole map shows very precise and specific data, and if this is an explosion, probably it was kind of a very important event which the ancients wanted to depict and tell us about. Full version of the conference Kaleidoscope of Facts, Paleocontact, this is what you can watch on ALLATRA TV. I would like to summarize that indeed the Grail was given to humanity at very difficult times, and the Grail could be applied both for the benefit, and we discussed these examples like Mary, Isis, Anna, but also we right now have seen an example which forces us to think about what kind of power and freedom of choice we talk about if it relates to whole humanity. So we considered that the Phaeton this was destroyed because the Grail was applied in the wrong way. So we have such a question that this subject, the topic of Phaeton, is turned into a myth. Nobody treats it seriously, but at the conference Paleocontact we discussed this topic and showed proofs that this event took place, but we participants from Germany and Austria also worried about another historical fact, that in the territory of Germany and Austria there are events that actually humanity of the entire planet remembers until this day, and the Grail is a directly related topic to that, because such historical figures, Hitler was searching for the Grail, and we got interested in this topic, why this subject is treated not seriously, not scientifically enough. We found that actually this topic, this issue is discussed as a myth, just as Phaeton. That's why our team from Germany and Austria would like to consider this topic and the meaning of what was happening, why the Grail was so important for Hitler. We wanted to share you in our next speeches. I give the floor to Anastasia.
Greetings, dear friends. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, the Grail is a topic that was very popular in different period of times. It was interesting for scientists, for people who rule the countries, for ordinary people, and we have listened about how the Grail was used toward different periods of mankind, and now we would like to tell you about Grail and our recently past. It's looking for the Grail in Germany, and we would like to propose to watch a video.
Wewelsburg Castle, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. It was from here that Hitler planned to rule the entire world, establishing here the so-called Vatican as the center of the Nazi
The castle
religion.
was built at the beginning of the 17th century, and in the 20th century it became the forge of SS personnel. 1935, Henry Himmler issued a decree according to which the castle became officially called SS Schule Haus Wewelsburg and prohibited any mention of this place in press and in books.
A plan for the construction of a complex of structures was approved, according to which the northern tower of the castle triangle was directed to the legendary island of the Arctic. Three main halls were erected on the same axis of the tower, but on different levels.
The lower hall was called Valhalla, which represented the world of the dead for the ancient sagas, with an internal fire of the middle and crypt tomb for the Guppenführers. The rings of the members of the Black Order were to be kept here after death. Further, on the door above, there was the Midgard Hall, which was the world of living according to the German Scandinavian mythology. The room was painted with runas, and there were 12 columns. This hall was intended for the inner circle, for the same 12 knights of the Black Order who were going to decide the fate of mankind here. And finally, the northern tower was crowned with the Grail Hall, which symbolized the ancient Germanic world of gods, Asgard. It was intended personally for the Führer. It was there that a special pedestal was erected for the sought-for Grail stones.
Today, Wewel's book is shrouded in mysticism and legends how Hitler was initiated into the real events of the past, hidden from most people. Such leaks at the Grail and Spear of Destiny were real. We will tell you about this right now.
And as we can see, Hitler had was in an active search of Shambhala, but he couldn't found Shambhala, and then Hitler activated the search of Grail instead of it, and even created a group that was called Anneberb. I would like to pass the word to Yaroslav. Sorry, but we can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Anneberbe was created in 1939 as to investigate the history and culture, and it was the main archaeological structure in the SS, and it gains almost all sources. So they conduct some discoveries through all over the world. They search for information, and they search for all documents from all the structures from the world, from the sects around the world. Many documents, since these archives have not been declassified, it means that they retain their relevance. But one, the expedition to the Himalayas was the most fruitful. It was led by Ernst Schäfer, one of the richest people of the Third Reich. So from there, they were took to the Anneberbe. There were several unknown Sanskrit manuscripts, and there are some facts. For example, as Siran said, one of the to which Hitler attended. In one of his books, he claims that the information received by Anneberbe in Tibet significantly advanced the development of atomic weapons in the Reich. But here, if we see that which countries they were, and every country they get into, they try to find some information, some documents, and no one gives some money for free. So we really who admitted members. So I would like to ask a question. After the First World War, Germany was nearly bankrupt. Hardly fulfilled the overwhelming Treaty of Versailles. So they took a lot of credits to pay all of that, and now they have a lot of money to pay for the search of artifacts, and the official science denotes that.
And it should be added that Hitler, members of SS, Annenberg, they had very important, very serious understanding to the history of the Grail, and Hitler was looking for these stones which were covered by the runic inscriptions, and they also approached the choice of symbols very seriously. Please show the symbols on the screen. Picture number one, it's two Zig runes, so they form the name SS, and the dead had the swastika and the Hagel rune demonstrate the steadfastness and confidence in the victory of their ideology. Could you please show these pictures? And this is the symbol of Annenberg Society. And could you please pay attention that the titles Deutsche Annenberg, they are not just letters, they are runic symbols. So even such details were constructed and think before creation of this symbolism. You may ask a question, what's the meaning of these hooks and why they had so many attention about these runes? In German language, there is a word Raunen, which means to whisper, and runes means a secret from ancient German, and we have already heard that the Grail is the sound, and in the creation of the universe, we also have sound. So this these people, they knew this information and the influence of these sounds. Why did they have so serious to these artifacts? Could you please show the picture number 2 with the ring? So Himmler created an order that such rings had members of SS or Annenberg, and the participants could get this ring only after some great approaches. And the Himmler's order was that after the death of the person who wore this ring, the ring should be found and be returned to the castle. And in the sale of Valgala, we talk that all members of Annenberg Society were keeping after their death. Yaroslav? I would like to have a short comment to the Yaroslav speech about the expedition and about the Annenberg history. It's an interesting moment, and these expeditions, they made a huge scientific work, and they had serious scientists in their group. So the question is how such pragmatic people as scientists could be involved in this expedition of searching Shambhala on the Grail. And it's interesting that the expedition to the Tibet, which was meaning about in the program Angels Don't Fall with Igor Mikhailovich, that this expedition and the India was under the British control at the time, and when the asked to go to Tibet to make their research, and they gave an explanation that the idea was of researching of flora and fauna, but it's a very sad example from history when science was used not for the good of society, but plenties of money were spent, and the question is from where this money was taken, who gave finances for these researches. So the question is, how do you think, from where did they get this money? Maybe have something to add? I would like to add about your speech that Annenerbe Eds was in all universities of the country. And the most progressive scientist of that period was included to the Annenerbe Society, and there was an Operation Grail that was started by the order of Hitler.
And also, what is how science worked, how they started to transform the German society. So thanks for that science, they tried to raise this quality of the warrior. So this sign of swastika, it's always active, and it makes in all people the destructive energy to appear. So we see in these signs what aims did this society try to aim. So what signs are around us, and yeah, it's better that good signs would be around us.
I would also like to add regarding the signs and symbols. We started talking about Wewelsburg. Actually, Heinrich Himmler reformed this Wewelsburg. Could you please show the second video? Yes, these are short footages from the video about the Wewelsburg, so that the viewers would see. On 6 November of 1932, Himmler ordered a decree with a prohibition of visiting this castle, and in this very castle they erected the special pedestal for the stones of the Grail, which Hitler was searching for. It's interesting that the mosaics with the swastiks in one of the halls, Midgard, it's the black sun. Can we please get the footage on the screen right here? Basically, it's a 12-edged swastika, which is called the Black Sun. And this swastika is not a military symbol, but also an esoteric symbol. Now you can see this hole of Obergruppenführers, and in the middle, on the floor, this swastika is depicted. And basically, this swastika is used until today by Satanists. Also, it is considered this symbol is the Agarty symbol. And in the book about Bibelsburg, there is a mention that Agarty is an ancient group of people who survived after the disaster in Atlantis. And in the times of the Nazi, it was considered that Agarty was cooperating with the group, with the SS group, and members of SS belonged to this Agarty group who was fighting against Shambhala, which was allegedly exerting negative influence on humanity. In the book Sensei 4 by Anastasia Novych, there is a very detailed information that after the Nazis, this negative attitude to Shambhala was popularized and promoted. It was considered that Agartha is the city of the right way, it's the mercy and righteousness, while the Shambhala is the city of might and aggression. And this city controls masses of people and natural elements. Here I would like to debunk the misses, this theory. And there is Anselovsky's publication, who is the Russian-Polish scientist and correspondent and writer. He was living in the Nazi time, and he spent several years in Mongolia. After coming back from Mongolia, he issued several journalist publications about the megalithic country of Agartha. So at the end of the 20th century, in the encyclopedic dictionaries, it was already mentioned that in particular in mythology of Buddhist or Mongolian Buddhists, it was said that Agartha is a mysterious underground country where ancient initiates live who control the events in the world. And according to Osidovsky's messages in his publications, he mentioned that Agartha is an underground country, a system of tunnels and caves which is under all continents of the world, of the planet. Let me remind you that on the first Kaleidoscope of Facts, we also discussed in detail the topic of underground cities. If you are interested, please watch the full version of this Kaleidoscope of Facts. Now, again, why I noted the Osidovsky's publications, because after he published such information about Agartha, the next journalist publications were, altered. Other journalists changed his information and showed it from another angle, from an opposite angle. So, what is actual Shambhala? In the video, in the film Atlantis, the Elite in Search of Immortality, there is a detailed information about that as well, that people used to call the non-material world, the non-material place, where the messengers of the spiritual world reside. And one of these places is the legendary Shambhala, headed by Rigden Japo. So I kindly invite everyone to watch this very interesting video, Atlantis, Elite in Search of Immortality. But I also would like to read out a piece, as a quote from Sensei Book 4. Shambhala brings human knowledge and human truth and knowledge, but the choice of perception remains with people. It's like light. If people want to see the light, they not only perceive its purity, but also convey it to other people. And from every flash of light, less and less darkness becomes in the world. If a person sees the light and puts it down, the darkness expands its reign. Everyone who perceives the light becomes its bearer, and only personal choice of a person determines how much lighter will become around him and on the whole in the world. Now I would like to tell you and emphasize how actually important this is, because Shambhala, the spiritual world, they provide every person with the right of choice, and how honest it is towards all of us people, that indeed the Grail is just as power, a symbol of power, and a power, real power. But the use of this power depends on whose hands this power is in, and what way a person will direct this power. This is a person's choice. Yes, Nastya, you're perfectly right, and that's why it's very important to treat seriously such periods in our history when the search of the Grail could have been successful, and it was terrible to imagine what would happen if such a person as Hitler would apply such a formula, such power. We don't even compare this to, for example, nuclear bomb and what is Grail in actual fact. I would like to add to what we discussed before the conference that in the books Sense of Sensei series, there is also a very interesting piece of information about the Otto Skorseny's expedition to Pyrenees. They were looking for Grail there, which was mentioned among Kharsas, and Otto Skorseny knew about it, but they didn't find it, but they found documents which, again, they were using it against humanity because there were techniques and certain practices which Knights Templar were using. And of course, this knowledge was supposed to help people on the spiritual path. That was the knowledge which was supposed to be used for the benefit, but this knowledge was used against humanity by other people. How? They SS military staff was trained on the basis of these practices, and it was in the Friedentile castle as well. And this fact actually does not leave us indifferent, because these facts did take place in history. And the second point is that today, nowadays, we have an opportunity to get acquainted with the knowledge, to have a sober look at the history, and especially when it comes to certain myths, we can see that the search of the Grail is usually depicted in all documentaries and historical literature, that Hitler was kind of romantic and he was inspired by this story. That's why he wanted to find the Grail. And of course, here we again ask a reasonable question. We do understand that history does not take place on its own. There are no coincidences or accidental events and accidental insights among such political figures in terms of who helped him actually to get this information. And we can find this information in Sensei Book 4. So I think our viewers will be very interested, especially our viewers from Germany and Austria, those who will join the study of this issue.
Something material. It's not a block of stone. It's not a piece of paper. The Grail is actually a sound, an energy, a wave, which is recorded in certain inscriptions on certain objects. But the Grail as such is this immense power that is given and brought from time to time. We see here a cycle, again, a cycle, and the pattern is brought here to Earth. And it's up to the choice of people and the ones that find the Grail or are entrusted with the Grail to use it for the benefit of the people or to use it for destruction. As we have seen that it happened on Phaeton, our sister planet, not so long of a time ago. We can now sum up and see that the Grail was used mainly by women. And these women, by using the Grail for the benefit of humanity, have been deified, have been in the remembrance of peoples for such a long time, like Inanna in Mesopotamia, like Isis in Egypt, and of course, Mary Magdalene, the true Mary. We can understand now, based on the knowledge provided in the books of Anastasia Novych, in the programs of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, but also open sources that we can find today, like the Nag Hammadi Library and the Gnostic Gospels, who the true Mary was, who was the true beloved disciple of Jesus, and why she was the beloved disciple of Jesus. It was her purity. It was her inner value that led to the point that why she received the Grail. And this is very important. And this is why she was such a splash for early Christians. We see again a splash for 200-300 years where Christianity flourished as a true religion of love, peace, where people just follow the true message of Jesus and were helped by Mary Magdalene. We have the Gospels which are called apocryphs. Why are they called apocryphs? Some people call them non-canonical or apocryphs or gnostic gospels. Well, actually, we had around 20 gospels in the Mediterranean basin in the first centuries after Jesus lived and preached in the territory of Palestine. Only 4 were selected by people and put into the Bible as the New Testament. What happened to the rest? The rest were banished. They were destroyed, they were ardently pursued, and then actually prohibited. The Nag Hammadi library from Egypt is a unique source and unique opportunity to find out another version of Jesus, to complete the picture that we have of Jesus and of Mary Magdalene. We have the Gospels of Philip, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, the Gospel of Judas, the Gospel of Andrew. We have so much information that is there, and it is publicly available in so many languages now. They were translated from Coptic into many, many languages of the world, and this is now accessible. And we can see that the knowledge and the truth about the Grail did exist throughout the centuries and throughout the millennia. And it was sought after during the time of the Crusades by the Pope, and later on, 1,000 years again by Hitler. But for which purpose? Again, we see this choice, the choice to use the Grail for the good of humanity, or to use the Grail for a destructive purpose, for selfishness, for power, but not in the interest of the entire humankind. Now we have put all these pieces of the puzzle together of one artifact that has mesmerized people over generations and generations. And now we can talk about another artifact, also very precious and sought after by powerful world leaders: the Spear of Destiny.
Hofburg, Vienna, Austria. One of the most well-known relics of the world. It has many names: Holy Lance, Spear of Destiny, Longus Lance. In Hofburg, Hitler saw the Spear of Destiny for the first time and got obsessed with it. It happened in 1909. He had an idea: when he will possess its power, he will rule the world, will rule destinies of people. He came to Hofburg in 1938. He took it and transferred it to Nuremberg, Germany. But the most powerful people of this world were searching for it. Why? A huge amount of money was spent on its research. In 1946, it was transferred back here, to Vienna, and is being kept since then here. Was it substituted while it was gone? Is it original one, or it's a copy? Today, there are at least 4 Spear of Destinies, which claim to be the original ones. They are kept in Austria, Armenia, Italy, and Poland. What is known to human history, and what is yet to discover? What is symbolism and meaning of the Spear of Destiny? This and much more information you will find out today. Stay with us.
Right, it would be interesting to find out the answers to all these questions. And talking about the Spear of Destiny, of course, it would be interesting to start with its origin, right? Because there is such information that the spear was created in pre-Christian times, and in some sources we can find information that it was kind of made, right, by a Kabbalist magician, Fins, and that it was transferred from person to person until this Spear of Destiny, right, fell into the hands of Longinus. And in one of the sources we even found information that it was created or made from meteorite, but of course we cannot reliably confirm that information. And there is also a version that, right, and they say that the Spear of Destiny was of kind of space origin, right? So we've got to find out about these facts, or whether they're just, theories. So, dear viewers, if you have any ideas about the origin of the Holy Lands, please write us. And also, it's interesting just to find out how this Spear of Destiny just came to Longinus, right? So, and there are different versions, as for example, that again, the Spear of Destiny was thrown to David, then just Nevin got it, and from him, right, the spear was in Herod's hands and then to Longinus. But again, this version, I would call this version doubtful, because sometimes we find information that Longinus got the Spear of Destiny and from his father, and who actually did some service to Caesar. And because, what is so remarkable about the Spear of Destiny? Because there is such a fact that the spear, right, with this spear, the Roman centurion appears between the ribs of the crucified Christ. And so when, we're talking about two crucified robbers who were just hanging on the sides of Jesus Christ cross, right? The ankles would be broken, right? But Longinus, right, pierced Christ between the ribs in order just, to show, to kind of demonstrate everyone who was present there that, supposedly Jesus kind of was dead. So we find out from the book of Sensei by Anastasia Novik that, in fact, Longinus, he was Pilate's centurion, right? Pilate's true warrior, and he grasped the true essence of Christ, and he believed in him, despite the fact that we have generally accepted version, right? And because in order just to save Christ, right, Longinus, right, he skillfully staged this death of Jesus in front of the public. And actually, it's a very interesting topic about life after crucifixion, right? Jesus' life after crucifixion, and we find many facts just which say that it was really true, and also we can just add that this is confirmed, for example, by Professor Boris Sepino, a leading researcher of the Hermitage, and his forensic scientist. So, talking, for example, about epitaphs, right? So even just it has, right, the traces of Jesus's body even after just he was taken from the cross, and just the story of this Spear of Destiny, it is so important for all humanity. Because on the one hand, just the Holy Lance is considered to be their just tool of killing, right? But why is it so revered? And so in the Middle Ages, for example, it's a stated fact that it was very important for a ruler to confirm his holiness, kind of through the possession of certain artifacts of Christ, again, such as nails, spear, or the epitaphs. And according also to the one of the legends, it was believed that the one who possesses the Spear of Destiny and who's able to know the powers that it serves, so he holds in his hands the fate of whole humanity. Today we have actually right, 4 spears that they claim to be true, right, to be genuine. And if you don't mind, let's watch us a video about that.
Now, we'll go through those very 4 places or sources that claim, namely, they don't even suppose, they insist that they possess the original Holy Spear, or the Spear of Omnipotence. The first one, which is the most famous and promoted, is the museum in Vienna. That very spear, which Charlemagne, Frederick Barbarossa, and naturally Adolf Hitler possessed, is located there. After it had gone to Americans as a trophy, it returned to this very museum. Next, there is the Krakow spear. It is kept in the city of Krakow, but it is officially recognized to be a copy of the Vienna spear. It is not recognized as official. The next place where another spear is kept is Rome. The Vatican also claims that they have the original, while Vienna has the wrong one. But it's important to understand that there are versions that the spear is more connected and refers to another character who also lived in the era of Jesus Christ, the Apostle Peter. The most mysterious is the Armenian spear. Why? Because it is rarely exhibited. It wasn't even shown to everyone, yet it's not difficult to find. There is a particular monastery whose name can be easily found, but not easily pronounced. Echmiadzin Cathedral. Its story is told how it got there, how and who was hunting after it, and tried to take it away. But the official story goes no further than these 4 copies.
Also, in the modern history, there is a tradition that people who possessed the spear of destiny, right, they had kind of possessed special power.
Now, we'll go through those very 4 places or sources that claim, namely, they don't even suppose, they insist that they possess the original holy spear or the spear of omnipotence. The first one, which is the most famous and promoted, is the museum in Vienna. That very spear, which Charlemagne, Frederick Barbarossa, and naturally Adolf Hitler possessed, is located there. After it had gone to Americans as a trophy, it returned to this very museum. Next, there is the Krakow spear. It is kept in the city of Krakow.
All right, let us just dwell upon Hitler's story, right, and how he, came across the Spear of Destiny. So actually, he first saw the spear in 1909, when he visited museums, right, and art galleries and so on. So he made kind of sketches of the facade of the Hofburg Museum, and went to the museum kind of to get warm, right? And they say that when Hitler first saw the spear, he kind of fell into a state of trance, and only just the museum attendant, he said that the museum just was going to be closed down. Hitler kind of woke up and left the hall. And actually, they say that Hitler describes that moment of his knowledge of the spear, right? So let me just voice it out. At that very second, I realized that a remarkable moment came into my life. For just a long time, I've been standing, looking at the spear, completely forgetting about everything that was happening around. It seemed to me that the spear kept some kind of secret that eluded me, but I had that feeling that I knew something about it, but I wasn't able to analyze its meaning just by my mind. And the spear was kind of something magical, reveal, right? And it opens such an insight into the idea of the world that human imagination seemed more real than the reality of the material world. So what kind of madness took possession of my mind, says Hitler, and gave birth to a storm in my heart? So such kind of revelation could be heard right from Hitler, and we could say that all these years, right, until Hitler really possessed kind of the spear of the destiny. So he was just crazy about getting the spear of destiny, and when it happened, on just 15th of March 1938, when Hitler arrived at Hofburg Palace, just accompanied by Himmler, and he claimed his rights to Longinus Spear. And already on October the 13th, 1938, the Spear of Destiny and other imperial treasures, they just were delivered from Vienna to Nuremberg in an armored train. And on the 4th of January 1946, this relic was sent to Vienna, and where they say that it is up to this day in the treasure hall of the Hofburg Museum. And there is even such a legend or version that actually Himmler was just appreciating this relic so much that which he kept he had just special soldiers to take care of the Spear of Destiny, and he also just according to the official information. So in fact, the place where he was publicly stated that the Spear of Destiny was there, but in fact he kept it in another place, right? And so they said that the American service, right, it took just the copy of the Spear of Destiny from just that secret place. And talking about, again, different copies of the Holy Lands, we have kind of, dubious information, just whether really Hitler possessed the genuine Spear of Destiny, or whether it was just a copy, a fake. And interesting that when Hitler got either the copy or the Spear of Destiny, right? So they say that Himmler also made a copy of the Holy Lands, right, which he kept as a talisman, right, in his antique leather case and in his castle. And they say that, well, at that time, right, just individuals who possessed the relics, and each meeting in Wellsburg, right, so these SS leaders, right, they were always assigned a new room, so they could gradually learn more about information about the historical periods and study the history of the old spear. So that was kind of their task. And I would like to point out that various items, shields or armor in these rooms that belong to these historical figures, historical individuals, right? And they were really genuine. And I would say that I would like to pay attention to just the fact that SS officers around the world, they seized historical artifacts from museums around the world, and they transported these artifacts to Germany. And coming back to the topic again of the spear and its connection with Hitler, so according to the official version, Hitler, they said he accidentally, kind of walked into the museum, he saw that spear, he kind of liked it so much that he wanted to possess it, like a kid wants to possess a toy, but so he kind of stole it. And but as we know, coincidences are not accidental. And was it really did it really happen as official just Russian states? So because Hitler, we know from young age he was under the supervision of the archons, and of course he was aware of the true meaning of the Spear of Destiny. And so let us not forget that history is just written, and it is written just on purpose to please those who secretly rule this world. So overall, we could say that, of course, the Spear of Destiny is extremely interesting artifact, and as Ira has mentioned, it would be, of course, interesting to hear your comments, your facts or information on this topic. Please share it with us. And now I'm giving the floor back to the next speaker, who is going to just study the Spear of Destiny in more detail. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And yes, I would like to look into the details of this, for example, Vienna spear, which has been mentioned in the video. But before we go there, let's watch a video about the Vatican one, because the video was had some schematics, but it became possible to see the picture of this Vienna spear. So there is no video but the picture, and you can see that it is stored in such a crystal. Bajazid II, the Turkish Sultan, in 1492 gave this spear to Pope Innocent VIII, and this is where it is stored. The next slide shows the interesting Armenian spear, and it has some elements. And actually, if the viewers have any idea, or you just tell us what you think about these elements, what they mean, what they're like this, about these wrought elements or forged. Then the spear in Krakow, the official history is aware of that, and people think that it is a copy, and it was mentioned that it was a present to Otto's III, the Polish Duke, the Polish Hercog, and it was made in as the original spear, and this slide shows the Vienna Spear of Destiny. So this artifact is stored in Vienna now, and interestingly, this lance was heavily researched in 2005. So researchers from various fields and historians and art specialists and everyone who studies the Byzantium history, archaeologists, people who work in jewelry and different archaeometallurgists, they were analyzing what it is made of, and they published a huge paper, 36 pages long, so there is very detailed work, and we will try to at least look into this paper. But basically it says there that these scientists were from Germany, and most of this study was carried out from the point of view of the German history. For instance, the German kings and emperors. And this played a huge history. For example, Karl the Great, his 3 coronation as a symbol of power, and this relic passion, or it became an obsession, and it was interesting to see why it became like this, and it also, people started wondering, like, how did it develop, why the form was like this, why does it look like that, and this was a mystery to the historians, and they started to look into it. So at the end of the 10th, 11th century, the spear becomes a relic of passion. And this relic of passion, and also one of the most distinguished sign of the empire. it was taken as a support for different battles, probably to motivate the army, to enhance the spirit of the army. So it turns out that these first 200 years remained very vivid in the imprints. And what we saw is that the core of the copy that was provided in Vienna, of that copy of the spear, why I name it copy, I will tell you later. So the basis is the usual forged spear during the Carolingian times. And this slide shows that this is type 2. This is what the scientists say it was. And they also say that all the iron parts consist of the identical iron. And it became interesting why such a simple spear became something special. And they think that probably it was gifted by some important person. And the next mosaic, which actually was lost, shows Peter sitting on the throne. So what is he doing? He passes, he gives to Karl the Great, he gives him with such a present, and historians believe that probably this spear was some sort of a relay, or actually it was holding the flag in Rome. It was an important present, which became the foundation, sort of the main thing of the spear. And here we see some transformation of the spear. And here you see that the results of the transformation are visible. It is broken in half, and the emperor, the arm bearer who's holding this spear, they saw some golden item. It is difficult to notice it, but it is there. And what does it mean? It means that it was broken, and we can see the rest of the transformation on the other slide. So here they're asking the question that were all the copies with such a pattern? No. And the next slide. Yes, so here we can see all the stages of transformation. So first, just the middle part was cut, and then 3 nails were placed there, and these nails supposedly are the nails from the cross on which Jesus was crucified. And figure 14, next slide, shows a more detailed structure. So here there is the first part, nail 1, and in the middle there is the nail head of the second nail, and on the bottom the third one. And in the Vienna spear, the third one was missing, and maybe they were thinking that someone was gifted with a present, so they broke it, and so they broke it and gave that part to someone else. And it's interesting that the previous slide has the symbolism of crosses. So this is the image of 1924 when it was dismantled. So these 3 crosses on the spear symbolize two like sort of 2 nails for the hands, and then there was another symbolizing the blow in the chest, and another 2 symbolize the holes in the legs. Also, let's have a look at the other slides. The next one, please. So there is an X-ray slide. So basically, you see there is a sort of a crescent. And the question is, why was it made in such a complex way? Why maybe the spear, when you were carrying it, maybe it emitted some sound, but after reading this science report, I actually had a lot of questions. Why was it changed like that? How it was changed? And the next slide shows in a frame from a movie. So a researcher came into the museum and he decided to compare it with the spears of this period of the Longin time that remained. So they are in this state. And I would say that these lances aren't preserved at all compared to the spear that is available in Vienna, for instance. So basically, a lot of copies were created. This is what I'm trying to say. So Irina mentioned that, and Nastya mentioned that, and the video that ALLATRA TV published also said that. And everyone was saying that a lot of people wanted to possess it, and they were making copies. And this image shows, and this was one of the earliest pictures, so there was, unfortunately, I couldn't find all the information. So the image on the left is from the Annenerbe, from the publication. It is placed at the beginning of this book, and if you look into the details, then you can see that the sort of the tip, or I'm sorry, the nail does not correspond. Maybe it's some different angle or something, but I think it's a little bit different, isn't it? So, and these wires that hold these nails together, these wires are probably shifted as well. Maybe they were dismantling it, or maybe this is another copy, although the book says that this is the lance. But I got interested in one thing, that during the caroling time, in that time, spears were mostly Damascused. So this is a term from metallurgy. In such a way, it is processed that one part of is seen and the other one is like a little bit spotty. And the Vienna spear researchers say that they haven't found this unevenness. And XP Energy video, the first creators of the artificial energy video, the first artificial intelligence video was released, and they had the Spear of Destiny in that video, and you can have a look, and you can see all the details, and basically you can see the wood that comes from this the sort of the shaft that comes from this spear, and you can see the unevenness of the metal that is used in the Damascus steel. So probably specialists could comment more on that. I'm not a specialist in this area. It would be interesting to have a look at these images and maybe analyze, but these nails are also sort of connected in a more tidy way. So this shaft of the spear also looks kind of nicer, but these are all the details. The most important thing is what it symbolizes. And please, the technical support.
Would also just like to add that about the spear of destiny in Damascus, right? So is it was it made, right? Because many years have passed, and the spear of destiny still just preserved its great form, and the copies of the spear of destiny, they actually kind of get rusted. And as we know that one of the processors, of the Spear of Destiny was Venus, and they say that he got it forged, right? So we already know that we might pay attention to the fact, right? We can guess what the Spear of Destiny was made, because even that 3,000 years ago, right? We didn't have that kind of material, right? Technologies. And now we're going to watch just a short excerpt from Spear of Energy.
You're right, she didn't see anything.
I didn't see anything right away.
Look here, Tatiana.
Is this a full-size copy or the original?
Tatiana, everyone who says that they have the original, well, 4 claim that. They all have a copy, believe me. But that's not the point. What matters is symbolism. The meaning it carries, and that what stands behind this meaning.
So, dear friends, we now watched a fragment of the XP Energy video, and active participants of ALLATRA International Public Movement, Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, one of the participants, actually presented the information about the Spear of Destiny. And as Alexander has mentioned just recently, we kind of looked at the details, but the key is the symbolism, the symbol of the spear. And spears in cultures of various cultures of the world means the world axis. Also, it depicts the masculine principle, providing fertility, warriors, courage, etc. And the spear is the second weapon after the sword in the Middle Ages, which is the victory of the masculine principle and the power and fertility of earth. If we go from, if we proceed here from the semantic analysis, which I love so much, we can combine it with the cross, with spatial orientation, and Khazarian philosopher Luri of the 13th century, in his notes, he reflected the face that a spear is given to a knight as a symbol of high morality. And now we will talk. We talked to Polina before the conference, and we discussed it in detail. Polina, could you please share it right now?
Yes, thank you, Natasha. I would like to start from the destiny, but let's start from the spear. What it is the symbol and what does it mean? So this symbol, different scientists about the culture said that this symbol is showing us the idea of the symbol of some kind of events, or maybe different things that they are not the symbol, but this symbol is show to their characteristics. So if we look close at the spear, let's think what is this symbol is, what it can be symbolized. It is the weapon of something that is through to the and fly to the aim, and it's a point to the choice of the person who is throwing this spear, and it is important that we see some kind of idea. So the end of the spear symbolizes the concentration, and it is the main symbol of the spear, the concentration, the processes that it is symbolized. And it is interesting that Natasha has mentioned that it is the symbol of man's symbol, and we see different spears from the ancient times that described of different animals, and we have seen the Georgian the Victorious. Polina, sorry, our interpreters asked to slow down a little bit. So these characters, they having the victory against the beast with the spear, and so we can see the symbol of victory. And we have the victory because of your faith, but it's victory not against another person, another human as you. It's the victory against the beast, which the beast is a symbol of angry emotions, of angry, of all bad emotions, and it is a symbol of victory against evil, the victory of good things. And so let's talk about the symbol of spear.
It's a very interesting question. When we looked together with Polina, when we looked at the translation of the cuneiform tablets, we understood that from the Sumerian times, if we look at the symbols, actually people were instilled with an idea that they take the decisions of gods as something given. So it's like by rituals, the belief is intensified and established that deities, some gods decide their destiny. Like Polina has noted that there are various types of animals, and in this case, humans actually identify themselves with and liken themselves to deities, to gods. But not everyone asked the question, by whose will any actions are done, and who prompts people to have certain desires? Because Sumerians believe that desires are provided by God. In order to intensify and strengthen it in the society, they promoted beliefs and mystic practices, cursing, fortune telling, not a lot like it was depicted, but actually the destiny could be drawn on some stone, on some cuneiform tablet like Sumerians had. And even in the Epic of the Babylon, there is an eagle who actually steals the tablets of destiny in order to have Enlil's divine status. And we discussed this in the Kaleidoscope of Facts about Atlantis. Yes, it seems like we are repeating ourselves, but no. Actually, the tablets of destiny are the major attributes of power, which actually we can recall from such a saying that whoever possesses the tablets of destiny possesses the world. But if we look at the cuneiform tablets in the past, we can see that the original translation was Allat. Who owns Me or Allat is the one who owns the world. Why am I saying this? The thing is that the Holy Land, so the Spear of Destiny, is tightly related to destiny, to the concept of destiny, which is fixed or detected on some item. And deities actually determined attitude to people, whether people should choose, can choose something, or cannot at all. As we heard from an overview of legends, Irina told about legends very well in terms of legends of the spear. And now we understand that this Sumerian an Akkadian tradition of the tablets of destiny. It's this 5,000 years ago, and now we are in 2020. We are talking about the idea of the world order, which is based on the perfection of the calendar year. Sumerians had a procedure of writing down destinies at the autumnal equinox, and this correlates with the seventh month, which is the holy month, the holy mold. The seventh zodiacal sign, zodiac, it's the Libra. Whoever one scale of the scales bend, whatever a person chooses, good or bad, demon or good forces, and this is the scales. So basically, the topic of the scales and tablets of destiny is what we encounter in the description of the second and first months of their calendar. This is Orion cycle, March, May.
Yes, and we will talk about it today. You have mentioned very interesting detail that since from ancient times, that destiny is something that is has decided from outside God's higher powers. And interesting, why the Spear of Destiny? Why it has such title? We have already discussed that the symbol of despair is the concentrate of some kind of power, and that's why all the dictators want to have has this spear to have the power. And this word has two semantic rules. So one of is fate, some kind of fate, destiny, and so on, and another it's also fate or destiny that is already decided. And it's interesting that in both cases, we can choose the only one point that can be chosen. Fate that it is already decided. So people from ancient times were told that not people but gods make this decision. But is it really true? And while we were discovering and the Spear of Destiny, we have a point of view that this symbolism of the Spear of Destiny is talking about. It is symbolized the choice of the all mankind where to move. And regarding the idea of the regarding of the choice, it's interesting to look one more time to the Spear of Destiny that we have seen in the office of XP Energy, that we have seen that the spear was flying in the air of.
Since we are contemporary people, we live in the 21st century. Together with Polina, we conducted the research. Just like any person who tries to understand something in our society, anyone can take literature and analyze the sources. And we actually noted that there is indeed a substitution of the meaning of the symbol of spear, because mass culture is the part of the consumerist format of society, and any substitution of symbols of symbolic meaning takes place through mythos, initiation of mythos. And we already talked about the Third Reich, Hitler, and how our studies led to that. The occult practices in Third Reich, supported the status of the Spear of Destiny. Natalia?
I can say that I've already noticed downstairs that there was the same picture hanging in the computer room.
Well, yes.
And here too, that it is XP energy.
Okay, and what does it tell you?
But not in the starry sky, not just the starry sky.
Why not just?
Because firstly, there is definitely a belt of Orion, and it is so clearly and immediately visible.
Good, but where is the spear directed? Where is it directed and flying?
Probably...
Pay attention to stars.
Ah, I get it. It turns out that it's the constellation of Aquarius.
Aquarius, right?
Cool.
This is precisely the era that has
Of such
come.
a technocratic progress.
Absolutely right.
Well, yes, it's just the transition from Pisces to Aquarius.
We live in a time of transition. 12,000 years have ended and 12,000 years begin. And the transition time is the time of the era of Aquarius.
Wow.
The next millennium.
It's just for me that this very era, you know, from the video consciousness and personality about the fact that there will come a time when black will be separated from white, and it just cited in the era of Aquarius that...
There will be no gray. Everything will be, yes.
Yes, the dead will be separated from the living. What is interesting is that the spear travels from the constellation of Orion to the constellation of Aquarius.
Aquarius.
Interesting.
This will be left to our friends, right?
Deep.
Let them think what and why.
It's deep.
This is exactly very interesting questions Tatiana was asking, and they were talking about very interesting points in this fragment of the video. Let me remind you that the spear of destiny is usually regarded as a relic in Christianity, and there is also an intention because the relics, the cults of relics, are part of the Christian ritualism. And in Christianity, since the very first centuries, they already started worshipping relics, and especially it was in the Middle Ages. That's why within our team, Kaleidoscope of Facts, we now talked about the orders, the crusades, and all these relics and things related to Jesus Christ. The faith in the magic power of relics was very irrational, just like for Sumerians. But when we talked to Polina, we actually addressed the Sumerian society. The cult of relics is based on persuasion that the power remains in the items or dust which is left from the person. So this same approach was depicted on the spear of destiny. How does this relate to Third Reich? The myth about Third Reich says that there is some myth which pretends to be history, and readers are persuaded that this is reality. Myths can be explained by such factors as the low knowledge of history among most of the population. And that's why we're talking about consumerist format of society. And unfortunately, there are inhumane cruelty and terrible events that cause an assumption of the supernatural nature of violence. And I would also can say that the Nazi approach to the spear of destiny is promoted by the spear of destiny, this holy lance, because the sacred meaning is substituted, the sacred meaning of this item, and it turned into myth, and the concepts of values was ascertained in society, and contemporary behavior was supported in a certain pattern. So basically this myth combines Nazi and Christian mythology. What people are attracted to is a contradiction of facts and mysterious flavor. And this is used to justify supernatural events. You've noticed how consciousness is attracted to all movies or films related to supernatural, even computer games and the books, such as The Angels of the Western Window, for example. The image of spear as a sacred item was become very popular after the Spear of Destiny book in 1972. Could we expect that the plots of many movies were taken from the works by Ravenscroft? And basically, the version of the spear was attributed to the work by Stahl in 1928. Ravenscroft wrote about the Holy Lance as a tool of power and subordination of the world, which Constantine and Justinian, the Roman emperors, were using. The spear actually persecuted Greek scientists from Europe, and Greek thought was removed from Europe, which actually supported education. Basically, all educated people usually strive for development and for developing moral qualities. But with the violence, the whole destiny of Europe was changed. Ravenscroft changed the will and choice of a person into the force of the spear. This is the reality of the 20th century, and many plots that appeared in films actually reflect this. Today, Anastasia told us how young Hitler was amazed with the Habsburg spear in Vienna, and actually didn't he turn into Lucifer when he saw this weapon? And this identification of Hitler with the dark forces and demonization of Hitler, it is what is done through the spear in particular, because the spear was a weapon through which Hitler was actually striving for power, and Ravenscroft was justifying his cruelty by supernatural forces. Even when I analyzed the work of Ravenscroft, I understood that basically it touches quite painful points for humanity regarding the responsibility against humans. Actually, the whole creative ideology is devalued, is belittled, and aggression and division between people is admitted. Ravenscroft's records include the misses of artifacts, or an artifact which can help its master or owner to be powerful. Everyone wants to have success. That's why people do want to read such plots, such stories about the Spear of Destiny in order to understand how to achieve success and power. Basically, the consumers of this media content invest attention into such myths, and they accept the cult of religions being dependent on computer games. Mythologies became an industry for commercial benefits, and like it's similar to the biblical myth of Longinus, and this myth of magical fascism is for manipulating people's consciousness. Then let's address the next topic about the age of Aquarius and the lance of Longinus, or the Spear of Destiny.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for such a detailed speech. And I would like to inspire one more time that we have the Spear of Destiny, the artifact that has power. And Igor Mikhailovich made an accent that the symbolism of the spear is very important. The main idea is not in the artifact, but the main idea is the choice that people are made. Well, personally, for me, when I have read this myth and saw all this information regarding the Spear of Destiny and the Hitler and the connection with the Hitler, okay, Hitler had this spear and he had so huge power. But what if all these people that were listening to his speeches, what if they went with him? Nobody can make you to do these awful things against the mankind. It's the question of choice. And I would like to come back to the picture of the spear which flies from the constellation of Orion to the constellation of Aquarius, and would like to talk a little bit detailed about it. We have talked about the constellation of Orion on the previous Kaleidoscope of Facts, and there were historical persons such as Osiris, Ike that were symbolized with the constellation of Orion, and they had a very high spiritual and moral values. Many people talked about that constellation of Orion in the home of bodhisattvas and teachers of the mankind. We were talking about Shambhala today as a homeland of bodhisattvas that is not a material. And constellation of Orion is a material planet from where teachers had come to Earth and teach people how to become free, to know yourself. It's interesting that this spear that is flying from the constellation of Orion is symbolized with those who had threw it. And if teachers had thrown the spear to the earth, so maybe they wanted to give a push for the mankind, for the humanity to jump into the new step of the evolution. And it is interesting that the spear is flying to the constellation Aquarius, and astrologers say that this constellation is symbolized the unity of all people, unity of everyone. But the second version is that it is the constellation of war. And regarding this period, why the constellation of Aquarius? How our Earth connected to it? For our viewers, it may be interesting and ask to turn on the video regarding the theme of precision to understand why it is so. Could you please turn it on?
Today, one of the interesting and important cycles is the precession cycle, which is formed by swaying the axis of rotation of our planet, as a result of which the axis of rotation makes a full circle in the star sky. The rotation speed is 1 degree in 72 years. Respectively, a full circle is 25,920 years. Let's move to Egypt, to the oldest monumental sculpture of the Great Sphinx. How is it oriented? Sphinx looks exactly to the east, which is remarkable about this orientation The sun rises precisely in the east only twice a year on the days of the equinoxes. We can say that the Sphinx always looks at the point of the vernal equinox on the celestial sphere, being a symbolic expression of this phenomenon. Now let's see what the sky looks like at the dawn of the vernal equinox at the present time, at the turn of the 21st century. We will see that the sun rises between the constellations Pisces and Aquarius. At the same time, we know that today we are exactly on the threshold of the era of Aquarius.
Was also interesting that according to different legends, we have information that this stella, for example, right, different, fighters, the legends about different serpent fighters. And these legends, they can point to an interesting phenomenon in the starry sky as the Orion dragon pendulum. So what is confirmed by scientific observations is that it is a large cosmic seesaw of the precessional cycle, which swings up and down as if the pendulum of time. So when the dragon constellation reaches its lowest position, then Orion constellation reaches its highest position. And then the second half of the cycle begins, and in the second half of the cycle the dragon rises and Orion descends. So this movement, right, less than 13,000 years of this up movement, right, and the down movement again lasts the same period again, 13,000 years. So what's also interesting is that talking about Angkor arrangement, right, and Giza, they indicate the highest point of the dragon's trajectory and the lowest point Orion. And also it was interesting, these points, right, they were fixed, observed around 10,500 BC, right, as the time of Atlantis. And today, the Orion dragon pendulum has swung almost to its extreme in the opposite direction. And today, the dragon is near the lowest point when Orion is at the highest point, right? So also, this pendulum space, right, pendulum, you could say, in the extreme position, which global cataclysms occur on our planet, which for one time change the appearance of the Earth. And I would like to just quote the phrase from Graham Hancock from the Book of Mirror of Heaven. So in other words, in 10,500 BC, the clock of heavenly time standing at the gate of immortality is ready to begin its reverse countdown. Anyone familiar with the Hermetic formula as below so above should consider this situation as a sign that great changes are coming. Will it be better or worse? It depends largely on the own choice and behavior of the whole humanity. Now I'm giving the word to then Polina. Right, we can see that we have got many indications that today we're living kind of the transition period, right, in the epoch of Aquarius. And I would like just to add a couple of words. So it turns out that each 12,000 years, right, we have this cycle, and right now, right, we have the end of this cycle. We're living at the end of this cycle. So we could say that we're coming to the conclusions, right, for, so to say, evaluation of what kind of moral and spiritual development we as humanity have grown up to, and have we grown up for this time, this 12,000-year cycle. And it is out that exactly this period of 12,000 years, right? The age of Aquarius, right? It symbolizes the choice, the global choice of humanity in this era. Thank you very much, really. And just one more point that I would like to raise out, talking about the era of the age of Aquarius, right? And the signs that have been less for us. So these signs, right, they were also left by people of knowledge, of true primordial knowledge. And we've been talking today about pyramids of Giza and other artifacts, right, and megaliths. So we invite everyone who's interested in these topics. We invite researchers, scientists, please write to us, email, and share your researchers and share your understandings, because the more information, true information we have, then the more just true life we can live, right? And now I'm giving back the word to another speaker.
Thank you very much. You've already started drawing the conclusions, because indeed, we discussed our agenda that we had for today: secret orders, the Holy Grail, and the Spear of Destiny. Indeed. And one might wonder, okay, so we looked into the past, we analyzed so many historical details, so many facts, we separated truth from the chaff. What is the purpose? Why are we doing this? And here in the end, we have the Spear of Destiny, and we understand, again, that it's about change and choice. And this is individual change and choice, as well as a collective change and choice. We have so many indications from ancient times, from calendars, from sacred texts, from prophets, from bodhisattvas. We have so much information concurring and knowledge that now, at 12,000 years after the point where the clock was set again, that is 10,500 BC, now when we are in the middle of the cycle between Pisces and Aquarius, it's time for us as humanity, as a big family, to make a choice again and to change our society. We have seen in the past that there were so many attempts. They were successful. In ancient Egypt, in Europe, there was the splash of knowledge and of change also during the time of the first Christians, during the time of the Gnostic Christians. That society should change, should be really focused on humans. That the society where we all live in is creative, constructive, fair, honest, truthful, based on truth, and directed to the true mission of people. What is our true mission here? This is a very fundamental question. And now it is the time to answer it honestly, and to really make this decision. We are somehow put into this mindset that we have no choice, that the gods decide for us, that politicians decide for us, that an established elite decides for us. But is it really so? Just by thinking that we don't have a chance, we indeed don't have a chance. But when we start understanding that everything is on our shoulders, that we are responsible for our choices, we carry this responsibility, then we can change our mindset and we can start really implementing this change that we're actually eagerly looking for. As the project of the International Public Movement, ALLATRA, with social surveys has shown, all people around the world, regardless of race, religion, nationality, faith, actually want to have a society where people are respected, where resources are fairly distributed, a society that is comfortable, safe for people, where they can develop further and not carry the burden of all the material tasks. And we draw the conclusion that this was possible. We had such type of society time and again in our history. And we're now in a very crucial point in time. Can we make this society again? Do we want to have this society again? And we cannot expect it from somebody else, that somebody will come and do it for us. No, we have to do it. It's like with the sphere of destiny. It's actually not about the material object. It's about who is actually wielding it, who is in charge, and how is he in charge of the destiny. And in charge are we. We, humanity, we are in charge of our destiny because both good and evil are implemented with our hands, with our actions. There is nobody else to blame here. This is us who are responsible. So, we're moving now to the last section of today's conference about a creative society. What exactly is this society and what chance do we have today to have such a society again? That is actually the only way out at this crucial time of the crossroads.
Right. It all depends on the choice of everyone, right? And just revising the conclusion of our previous part, that the spear of destiny symbolizes the global choice of humanity. And really, each person plays a just crucial role in the destiny of the whole civilization. And as I said, the spearhead, right, it is the concentration of force, the force of attention, right? And if all the people concentrate their attention on one goal, then we will build a new world. And if each person, right, cares or worries, bothers only about his problems, how to survive, then, of course, it just enough such a situation, such a mode of thinking, it leads only to division of people. But if all the people, we concentrate all of our attention on one common goal, then we'll be able to make it. Because all humanity, it is already living by this great idea to build a happy world.
Polina, thank you very much. I'm so happy to hear such reflections of yours. It's very important that before a person makes a choice, he needs to know what to choose between. And basically, in the topic of Grail and the the Spear of Destiny, we discussed this. It is so valuable from the point of view of unity, because we are gaining knowledge all together and we are restoring the true knowledge. When we are talking about the Holy Grail, it consists of the main signs. By means of these signs, it is possible to model and change the world according to one's desire. Why according to one's desire, willingness? A desire is an aspiration to implement something. It's an aspiration to reach some goal. And if there is a desire, then we make a choice. And the Grail, when it consists of the main signs, they are combined in a certain way, and according to legends of various peoples. For me, as a historian and researcher, it is quite essential that there are sources that people composed and they did admit that the Grail exists and its people's value. Moreover, the Grail is related to the feminine principle, which was discussed today at the conference as well. And what is important for me, I would like to note it, is that the Grail is composed of 4 parts, and it points to the creative power of Allat. So that's why I made this emphasis on May in Sumerian culture. Moreover, the choice is the concentration of primary attention on something, which actually Polina mentioned as well. It's the same as pushing the launching button in the computer when you launch some movement, some process. A person only some activates certain information with his choice. That's why we say that the Grail and the choice are very important for society. It's the value which we treasure, which we cherish. And when we're talking about the Grail and the choice, we think where we invest the power of our life, our vital force. We can invest it for implementation of a will, and let it be the will of the spiritual nature, of love, of freedom. And even if we, for example, consider the Saqqara complex of Djoser's pyramid, we looked at the freedom, at unity. When I was analyzing the Imhotep society, the whole block dedicated to Imhotep was dedicated to unity, which was the trigger even for creating a whole civilization in ancient Egypt. Why do we talk about unity? Because it's the choice of people as well. Even the example of our today's conference, our joint activity is also a choice. A choice of what? To be in unity, because unity is a need of personality. And here we do not originate or rely on the animal nature. We rely on the spiritual nature, on spirituality. Thank you very much for such a conference. I'm so happy that we talked about all these topics together. This is very valuable and precious for the process of gaining knowledge. Thank you very much, friends.
Yeah, Natalia, thank you very much. It's hard to add something more, but I would like to say that in context of Grail as the instrument to create and to destroy, I would like to underline that for a person who opens the power of Grail, he sees the reality, but even after that, he has the right to choose. So this person who has the power under the matter, he still has his free of choice. So people should choose themselves what society they would like to live in, and the big force is the big responsibility. So yeah, thank you.
Our participants from Germany, they talk to people every day, and we ask people every day, do they want to live in a creative society? And we see that people have a great need for the implementation of creative society, since it's a nature need for the people to live in such a stable society, to live in a society where children are growing up with values and creative ideology, where in society where it is safety, and you can have a walk in the evening, not to be scared that something might happen to you. But in our time, not all the science is related to the creative ideas, and many science ideas are used in military sphere, but science, it should work for a person, to improve the quality of people's life, to improve the safety of people. As Igor Mikhailovich Danilov had said, that creative society is a coefficient of effectivity from the scientist to himself. And if the life of society improves, so the projects the project benefits the humanity and then the lives of all people, and even scientists who are also among them will become better, and our we can have the cities of the future. We can fly to another planets, discover new worlds. And thanks to the ALLATRA International Public Movement, people start gathering and consolidating all over the world, and to implement these 8 foundations of creative society in the ordinary life, and we can focus our attention for the good of all people, for the good of our children. And we are living in the time when we have new technologies, we have high technologies, and when, if not now, and this project, the Creative Society, is already being implementing all over the world, and we are waiting just for you. And I would like also to mention that I want to say really huge thank you for the participants of our Kaleidoscope of Facts, because they have shown that everything is in our own hands, and only from our choice it depends in what world we will live in the world of fear or in the world of peaceful and happiness. Thank you.
Friends, I would like to add to everything that was said. We are living in a very amazing time because we have the internet. It seems to be a simple thing which is habitual to each of us, but we still didn't have ever such an opportunity to unite all together. We talked a lot today that the powers which act on destruction, they always disunite people, divide people, because in every person there is a tremendous power, the spiritual component, which makes us a human, each of us. And we considered a lot of examples today of how educated person with high intellect who forgot what the soul is, how such a person can act as a terrible beast, while people who do have soul, who remember that, who follow the call of their soul, they now have a chance to unite very fast thanks to the creative technology such as internet, such as conferences, international summits. All this can become arranged already now, and as participants have mentioned today, only you are missing here. For us, it is enough for 10 people in the world to say that creative society is needed, and then creative society will be implemented. The choice is in our hands. And today it's a great, tremendous joy that now we are restoring the true history. Now people have an opportunity to discover the world, our civilization, to know the truth about our humanity. And it is so wonderful. We can implement so many projects together. And our opportunities are not limited with anything, but we need to make a choice in favor of our soul, in favor of living like humans from capital letter H. And then creative society will be implemented right away. Everything is in our hands. Thank you.
Спасибо, Алиночка, за такую прекрасную речь.
Thank you, Alina, for such a great speech. But I have to add many things, and I think we can continue till the morning if we would like to continue. And I think all speakers will be agree with me that we have found much more information, and we would like to tell you much more. And now I understand that we can choose. We can make the choice when we have the knowledge. Natalia and Alina had just mentioned about that. And even while I have preparing for these conferences, I understood that we have knowledge, but they are hidden from us. And I think that in creative society, all information should be available because when we know our history, we won't continue doing such mistakes. It's important to have research get access to the truthful information, to know the truth. Even this fact that today we have been joining to this conference with such joy and happiness to know that we are in the movement to Arion into the creative society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, guys. Indeed, 8 hours of conference, and this is after each of us just worked, everyone his own job, and in YouTube people wrote comments, how did you organize such kind of conference? But we are just people who wanted to do this, and you guys also can be a part of us. We just found all this information in the internet, in the open sources, and people think that it is some hidden forces, and we didn't. We just give all our attention and our powers to that. Each one prepared his own topic, but we prepared it all together. Though Templars that got the Grail, Mary opened Grail, Isida, Inan, Isis. So this is just a few people, but still it was a choice. So these people gave us choice, but we do a choice ourselves. Thank you all. See you next time, and I'm giving the floor to the next speaker.
Right. I would like to thank everyone. Really, truly thank you. The conference is made like in a
I want
single
to thank
breath.
you all.
And I would like to stress one more point. At the time of Imhotep, it was one generation in the time of Imhotep actually was able to build, well, kind of like a creative society. We can say that it was a creative society. And today we can join hands and come together. Before, during Imhotep, it was within one country, ancient Egypt. But now we have internet, we have international technologies, we have no borders, and we can unite in the whole world. And just imagine how quickly we can build this society within just 5-10 years. And we are actually doing it now. And this is really great. Yes, and I would like to pass the floor next.
Lots of thanks to everyone who's said their side about the creative society, and I would like to say that actually we are all actually implementing already the idea of the creative society into life, right? Because everyone who's watching us and our technical support, interpreters, speakers, right? So we have been creating building the creative society for already, as even just on the example of our today's conference, for about 9 years, right, which is going on, and lots of feelings of gratitude and to the organizers, to everyone, and we invite everyone to participate in our conferences.
I would like to conclude now that we've been talking about a creative society. But how does this society look like, or how could it look like? What are the steps that we have to achieve and follow in order to have this creative society? Many of our viewers maybe don't know that on the platform of the ALLATRA International Public Movement, there is a project called Creative Society. Just check it out on www.allatraunites.com, and everything is explained there in detail. How does this society look like? What are the benefits of this society for everybody, not only for somebody? There we have an article with 8 foundations of the creative society. And these are the foundations of which we can rebuild society from a profit and consumption-oriented format to really a format that is creating constructive, fair, in the end, humane. This is very important that people talk about this, that people inform all others, neighbors, friends, colleagues, family, relatives, about this project and about the importance of this project. We have daily on YouTube and on other channels the so-called 6 handshakes interviews, where a lot of people come and participate with direct ideas from their own fields of expertise. Some are doctors, some are engineers, some are financial advisors, some are nurses. Everybody understands that they can contribute in their small part, in their environment, where they live, where they work, with the creative society, with these foundations in practice. We're not talking here about some theoretical construction. We're not talking here about some philosophical idea. We're talking about something that can be implemented in practice. It was already implemented before, several times actually already, but now we have to stand firm and do this again, because now it is more than ever very important for us all. And the creative society, I stressed upon this again, is not for somebody or for some people only, it's for everybody. And everybody is part of this family, and everybody is part of this choice. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your participation in today's conference.
Да, друзья, действительно, спасибо всем большое.
Right, friends, so lots of thanks to everyone, and we've been studying today so many topics which are interconnected, and that's kind of society which was really possible during the times of Imhotep and the Templar times, right? So actually maybe it didn't come to its fullest, right? But we are able to build such creative society today. So please join us at the Kaleidoscope of Facts, and the next conference will be held on the 13th of December. All the best to you, and see you soon.